This game is purely fictional. All events, characters, and items depicted in this game are fictional. Any similarity to any person or actual event is coincidental and unintended. Dot dot dot. Now we see some screen. It looks like we're tripping balls already. So there's it's like going down the live stream in Final Fantasy VII. Like there's a tunnel of colors. There's some lights and particles of light, waves of stripy red and blue. Dot dot dot. She keeps her eyes closed. She can't forget what happened because something still lingers in the air. Anger? Maybe. No, it's not just anger. Maybe it's regret. A jumble of thoughts sweeps through her mind and the icy air is burning her cheeks. Flying is more difficult than she thought. Looks like her soul didn't sprout wings after all. Somehow, it's like she's still here. She feels relief at the thought. And thus, the game begins. Straight to black, dot dot dot. The world goes on and the clock is ticking steadily. The world doesn't owe anything to anyone, so it won't listen to anyone's requests. Even praying won't turn bad things into good things all of a sudden. Therefore, those who expect a lot from the world should overthink their attitude. Oh! Already! A body has been discovered! There's some sort of high school girl on the floor. She's laying inside on the puddle of her own blood. Face down, long hair covering her face. There's some sort of broken nasal. There is no joy, no sorrow, just emptiness. The world feels heavy on their shoulders. Chapter 1, A Day at the Cinnabar. Mentor. Long story short, we will focus all our energy on the preparation for this project. Although it will take place next semester, every day we slack off now means that the other art clubs have one more day to catch up to us. Keep in mind that our elite art club has a reputation to uphold. It is essential that we are victorious in the future. Okay, so the words are highlighted, but we cannot do anything with it. Okay, we can hide the UI to better see the... Oh! Okay. So press R2 hides the UI, but pressing R2 again doesn't bring it back. You have to press X to bring it back for some reason. Okay. I know it's unusual for me to push you guys so hard, and I realize some of you might be uncomfortable with that. I think it over carefully, for your own good. I don't want any more incident this year. That's all. Any questions? Club member B.
What about the materials? If we're going to do oil paintings, the paint will be very expensive.
That won't be a problem. Ah, your new classmate doesn't have any materials yet, does she? I'll prepare some for her. Club member A. I saw her with some art supplies today.
That's right, let her use her own supplies.
So there's no need to worry about it, is there? Dot dot dot. Guys. Well, you can figure out a suitable solution about yourselves. That's all for today, and he leaves. Okay, so now we're inside a hallway. The girl has a problem. She suffers from nightmares, even during the day. Even when it comes to such a renowned, flashy school, the shadows are still everywhere, lingering. They are relentless. It took her a whole week to figure out where to hand in her homework. Nobody even considered offering her help. The teachers always seems to be in a hurry after class, avoiding contact with anyone. It is far from what she imagined. Something must be wrong with her. At least that's what she always tells herself. That's why she came here in the first place. Her family moves around a lot and she could never depend on her friends. The only thing she can depend on is her hobby. She doesn't like to talk, and as long as she doesn't have to, everything's fine. At least, the school has an art club. If she doesn't need words to go about her hobbies, presumably she won't need words to make friends. That's what she thought. However, her expectations weren't met. Still working on that pace? Just give it up already. The girl smiles as mean, a prideful grimace to draw attention and show off to everyone around her. The painting is a little different from what she was imagining, but she's dealing with the past bit by bit after all. The paint is still wet, but once it's dry, she will pay more attention to the details. Come on, just leave it. You can't participate in this event because you haven't done your part, understand? It doesn't really matter anyway. The worksheet should be more precise. You should have left room for another line right here. Oh, leave her alone. Anyway, she's gonna fall flat on her face anyway, thinking she can play in the big leagues. Who's talking? Is that the narrator? Oh, those mean words cut deep like a knife, and sadly, it's a daily occurrence. I wish she'd be more self-aware and know what her place is. It's so annoying to have a newbie around.
Come on, just let her sit here and rot, just like a mushroom. Ha ha!
Bye! Remember what you're supposed to do. They switch off the lights and they leave, forgetting the fact that there's still someone in the room. Oh my god, they're so mean! Still, there's only one window. The lighting in the art studio isn't exactly optimal. She doesn't feel like doing anything about it right now. Obviously the fact that they forgot, air quote, that she was in the room wasn't an accident. No, that was bullying. Gradually, everyone leaves the building and everything goes silent. Maybe mushroom grow in silence, in isolation. She would prefer to be a mushroom right now. At least people aren't outright cruel to a mushroom. At most, they could casually crush it with one foot. That outcome doesn't seem so bad. What an odd thought to cross her mind. In novels, students are confronted with events like this over and over again. The readers might laugh at the repetitiveness of the author's writing. However, not many people would continue laughing once events like that turn into a cruel reality for themselves. Only once did she manage to muster up the courage to speak up against the people ganging up on her, but it made no difference. Now we see an abstract painting of the student, her back turned to us. There's a lot of eyes gazing at her. We see shadows of them looking down on the girl, laughing with a smile on their face. Other people whispers to other people's ears to talk behind her back. Everybody's making fun of her. She puts up a wall around herself for her own protection, her very own glass prison, protecting her from the cruel outside world. The whole world is against her, at least that's how she feels. In a novel, there will be two potential scenarios for her: coming out of her shell and breaking the silence, or slowly but surely drowning in it. And she obviously doesn't have the right kind of personality for the former. The broom and the dustpan are gone. She isn't surprised at the prank and just quietly closes the cabinet. The classroom is more cluttered than ever, and the crumpled up paper everywhere seems to be the trap she has been laid out for her today. She slowly picks up a piece of paper. Eventually, they'll run out of ideas. Even if this young girl tries to deal with her emotion, the malice of the past doesn't look like it will disappear in the future. Even if she struggles to deal with her grief, the pain is relentless, taking up 24 hours of every day. Even so, she doesn't give up. Question mark? Ah, these guys are really... Should I turn on the lights? The shadow disappears and the room grows warm again. I figured you'd still be there. Let's go back together. The world goes on and the clock keeps ticking. We never see who was talking. We see the dark hall. The world doesn't owe anything to anyone, so it won't listen to anyone's requests. Even praying won't turn bad things into good things all of a sudden. Therefore, those who expect a lot from the world should overthink their attitude. ... Maybe that's why the moth is drawn to the flame. Is that the day? There's a big machine that looks like a beholder, like there's a big wheel like the old elevator signs, and there's a four illustration that looks like the sun with one eye. And we were on the evening, and then it resets back to the beginning, which was morning, then it was noon, the middle of the day, then the evening and the night, and then goes back towards the morning. So now we're inside what looks like a poorly lit library. There's a store manager, which is a middle-aged man with black hair, wearing a necktie and a shirt underneath a sweater. That one goes there, and this one... Okay, done. It doesn't really fit. Many people simply grab books, flip through them, and then put them back. Of course, they don't check where the book originally was. This means everything's an unorganized mess with different genres and classification thrown into one big, messy pile. Making sure everything is put back in its original place is probably more difficult than just placing it in the first free space you see. Alright, time for a break. There's no sense in asking too much for yourself. Now we see the outside of the building. The guy is smoking a cigarette inside of a library? Dude! Don't put fire so close to papers. This is common sense. To be honest, I don't have a lot of confidence in the store manager, even though I've been doing this for the last 6 months. I had my doubts at first, but whatever. Gotta earn money somehow. The landlord's out for my blood. Hermitage isn't just an ordinary shop. Oh, okay. The shop is called Hermitage. Is it a bookstore? If customers are looking for something to satisfy the desire to read, most of them won't find what they're looking for here. The literature here, from the folklore of Japanese scholars in China to propaganda transcript of new religious group in Southeast Asia, has piled up into such a vast oceans of book that even the owner has lost his overview. There's a lot of really obscure reading material here, and the only reason why people stay here must either be the familiar smell of old books, or that they're looking for some very specific research material. There's always an interesting conversation to be had, though. But it doesn't seem like there are any new customers around today. After all, the storefront doesn't look that welcoming to strangers. The few regulars who come are either very quiet or have chatted way too much over the past few weeks to the point that they don't have anything interesting left to say. Skinny customer. This is a high school student girl with short hair coming from touching barely the shoulders. She's wearing rectangular glasses, but it's more trapezoid. Like the sides are uneven. Quadrilateral. That's the word I was looking for. So she's wearing the same uniform as the other school student that we've seen, including the victim that we saw at the beginning of the story. So skinny customer, ... The girl's hands rest on the edge of the bookshelves, and she's silently moving her lips while browsing through the books. Over the last few months, she has become a regular visitor. I like her. Quietness is a bad thing in herself, and she's always been polite and not at all annoying. What's more, she once bought Voyager of the Western Pacific in the shop, which instantly earned her some bonus points. Okay. I should try talking to her more often. I'm sure there's some good conversation to be had. I just need to finish my chores. Now isn't the time for break. Okay, so this is Monday. It says 10/16, so it's probably October 16th on the Monday. There's a bookshelf. If I'm having trouble with something, cleaning my desk always clears my mind. If I'm looking for information, I can always check out the bookcase. There aren't any noteworthy books right now. If there's nothing else to do, I sometimes go ahead and organize the shelves. There are still customers in the store, so I should do my job as a store manager first. The customer seems to have something to say. Autosave. Okay, so now I can choose how I manage my time. So there's a bookshelf, conversation, thoughts, and case files. Let's go with thoughts. I'm lighting a cigarette in the store. I think many of my brain cells are killed by the smoke. That young girl seems to have something on her mind today. I'll try talking to her. Come to think of it, she's been dropping by much more often recently, but she rarely speaks. Maybe it's the atmosphere or she's just a quiet type, it's hard to guess. In any case, it's my duty as a store manager to take care of my customers. Okay, let's go talk to her. Skinny customer. Only now do I notice how young she must be. Her uniform, consisting of a sailor suit and a long skirt, is quite well known in this city. If I remember correctly, the uniform is worn at a well-known private school. It's called Phoenix High School. I heard that they only accept female students and that it's one of the highest rated schools. Quite a feat. Its name sounds appropriately strong. She wears big glasses that cover a huge part of her face and is clutching a book under one arm. She holds it very carefully. It almost looks like she's carrying a small animal that she's trying not to hurt. That's the one you want to buy today? Sorry, I'm just making sure. This time it's The Trail of the Missing Fish. Her reading interests are a little weird. She's been coming here more often lately and has slowly become a regular. This store isn't really that well known, so she must have heard about it somewhere. I flipped through The Trail of the Missing Fish before. The book is by no means interesting to read. It's more like an academic documentary, something about ancient rituals and making sacrifices to a sea god. I have my doubts about its authenticity. The village itself has been abandoned for a long time and its remains were almost entirely destroyed. The author cites a large number of folklore accounts to corroborate the details, but it's all mere speculation. An entire book full of ancient texts. While the content sure is interesting, the quality of the writing itself is lackluster. Why would a student be interested in the remains of a settlement whose name has long been forgotten? Sure, the shop sometimes gets a volume containing a rare piece of history that's significant, but this mysterious village, according to the author's nebulous sources, was a place where strange rituals were a common thing. It's actually quite scary to read. And that's not even the most troublesome thing. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. Huh? I can sense her confusion. May I ask why you want this book?
Why?
I'm just curious. I can't deny it, these things are pretty interesting to me too. There's more to this world than we know. The girl seems somewhat confused, her blank eyes wander around the room.
Can I please have it? I really need it.
Okay, I'm gonna do a little sound test because I feel like I'm talking loud, but it's probably because the game is loud. So let me do some sound test. Sorry about that. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. Okay, it's fine. I just have to lower the volume inside my headphones. Like this. I got some case files for some reason. Let me check. Nothing suspicious at the moment. Yeah, of course. I have no clues. Why do I have that? Anyway. It's just there are certain rules and guidelines I must follow. I'm sure you understand. The way the girl responds is somewhat unusual. Even though it's a strange book, she shouldn't be this embarrassed. Maybe she's really introverted. I don't know if the reason could be such a simple one.
But I...
Yeah?
Sure, it's okay. Or maybe...
Everything alright?
I don't need this book anymore. I'm sorry. I'll help you put it back.
The girl takes the book from my hands and turns towards the bookcase. It's all very abrupt and the way she moves it is extremely clumsy. It's easy to see how nervous she is and that she didn't think this through. Ah! She fell? Oh. Bookcase NR3. That's Freud, if I'm not mistaken. It's silent all of a sudden. She's just lying there on the ground underneath a mountain of books. Oh, she didn't see. Oh my god! Okay, so the guy has piles of books lying on the floor. These are pending books waiting to be sorted. And she tripped into one of those piles and fell. I can't even find the right words to describe the situation. All I can do is silently walk towards her and the literary battlefield. Sorry, I'm so sorry. It's... My curiosity from a few minutes ago has been fully satisfied. Now she's acting like a woodpecker, keeping her head down and bowing repeatedly in apology. She looks like she's on the verge of tears. Come on, help me clean up. We need to get some sense and order back. If the actual owner saw this, I'll be kicked out in an instant. Of course. Really, I'm so sorry. The girl follows me and helps me pick up the books scattered all over the floor. Every time she picks up a book, she opens it and rifles through the page carefully. After making sure the pages aren't damaged, she carefully blows away the dust before handing the books back to me. Her hands are trembling and she's obviously scared and nervous. Doing this in silence is only going to make the atmosphere even more awkward. Time to find something to talk about to lighten up things a little. So, your name is Cecile, right? Look, your student ID card. You must have dropped it when you fell. Ah! When did that happen? Relax. You're a regular here. I'm not angry because of a small accident, alright? Don't worry about it, really. Let's get back to the topic. The book you want is a good one, sure. It's also very rare and valuable. I can't see why someone your age would need it so badly. I can't just sell such a precious book to someone so young, someone who still shows a lack of control. You know what I mean? Cecile, ... The emphasis being on can't sell. If you can convince me, I might consider lending it to you. I'll lend it to you, and you'll bring it back once you've finished it. But don't go telling people about it. I don't usually make exceptions. I don't want to lie to the people and pass it up as a mistake should anyone find out I made an exception. This copy of The Trail of the Missing Fish is a folktale, and given that even this issue is at least 20 years old, I doubt the author was ever officially published during this time. As mentioned before, the book's contents and writing style are rather obscure and it takes a lot of time to fully grasp its meaning. You might be disappointed if you expect to find an exact piece of information that you're looking for, but online search engines have come a long way. Our ability to search for information and finding it quickly has long exceeded everything we used to think was possible. Cecile should be looking for something very specific, something so peculiar that it may only be found in this particular book. Such a young girl, suddenly developing an interest in ancient religious practices for no apparent reason? What a strange world we live in. Cecile hesitates for a moment, maybe because she still feels guilty. Sir, would you believe me if I told you something? That really depends on what you're going to say. Just know that you don't have to tell me anything if you don't want to. But if there's anything you need to get off your chest, I'm happy to listen. I can fully understand why you wouldn't want to talk to your classmates, and some things need to be talked about, or they'll eat you up from inside. Exclamation mark from Cecile. Bullseye. Her pale finger clenched the book tightly. Recently, I've been having some very strange dreams. Oh. Most of them are horrifying, so I'm really scared. I dream of a gigantic fire rising from the sea, engulfing an entire island. Many small animals lived on that island, but they all disappeared in the blink of an eye, swallowed by the flames. There was no trace of them left after that. In another dream, I saw men dressed in ancient armor. They were fighting. They held swords and spears and stood together in huge groups. A large squadron of cavalry rushed towards them from the hillside. There was blood everywhere. The men who weren't on horseback were shouting and screaming. I couldn't understand the strange dialect. but they were speaking Chinese. I also dreamed of a huge plaza surrounded by buildings. Foreigners wearing hexagonal star badges stood together in a dozen line, and they were escorted to trucks by soldiers. There were mothers in tears holding on to their babies. The soldiers showed no emotions. They knocked the cowering women onto the ground with their rifles and then took the screaming babies. Before I started having these nightmares, I only seen scenarios like that in book illustrations or on TV, but I also saw many things that I'd never seen or heard about before. These aren't ordinary dreams, and I can't seem to forget about them. I remember them all vividly. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at describing how I feel. Did it all seem way too real? Cecile nods. They don't seem like normal dreams. Why would I have vision of such things when I don't even have that good of an imagination? I tried to write it all down. If there are realistic details that I couldn't actually know about, that would be all the proof I need. I see. So this time, you had a dream about the traditional native festivals. You wrote down what they were doing in your dreams, and now you're looking for information that might give you some clues. To be honest, old literature as specific as this is both hard to find and hard to understand. Even harder without having some prior knowledge about it. There was a group of natives dressed in rags, dancing around an 8-legged fish made of straw. They spilled yellow wine on the straw heap and smeared blood on a child's lips. They were chanting a strange song that I didn't understand. I had no idea what they were singing at first because I'm not very familiar with that Cantonese dialect. But things became much clearer when I found out about the book. Cecile concludes her train of thoughts with a slight sigh. Huh. Nearly all the customers who come to Hermitage to buy books have a story. But to be honest, the situation is a little more complicated. The human brain has many different ways of painting pictures in our minds, dreaming being the most common one. However, for most dreams, there's a logical explanation. Once we drift into a supernatural territory, that's when people get scared. But that's not the most pressing issue right now. I can't help but look back at her. Cecile is afraid of making eye contact, but she managed to raise her head to convey how sincere she is in her eyes. She isn't being completely sincere, though. A half-truth is still a lie. I don't know if she realizes that. I'm not angry, I can't blame her. In the face of uncertainty, she doesn't know how to trust and is extremely confused. Every situation is unique, for better or worse. I've accumulated some experience dealing with strange situations like this one. Going on like this will only lead to us running in circles. I need to find the right words, something a girl in her position can relate to. I'm gonna take a sip. I need to adjust my sitting. Okay. Now's the time to choose. Be straightforward. Why else are you hiding? Beat around the bush. I think there might be something else. Bluff. Actually, the truth is. Intimidate. Lying is not a good habit, you know. What am I gonna do? I want to beat around the bush. I deliberately avoid her eyes, put down my pen, and take a deep breath. But there's more to it than that, isn't there? The girl's eyes widen as I call her out. Looking for information because you have some strange dreams? A nice idea, but only someone who went through the trouble of making up a story would explain it like that. But I didn't. Humans rely on subjective motivation. If a thing has no value, no one will grant it much attention, let alone devote so much effort into studying it. I can tell you're a smart girl, but believe me, interest is a bad excuse. You can stick with that approach, but it's not going to work. I approach Cecile and look into her eyes. There's a lot of history hidden away here. Fate brought you to Hermitage. It's a special place. I hope you understand that. Cecile seems to be holding her breath. The girl holds tightly onto the book, her fingers caressing the corners. It's a sign of how many thoughts are going through her head right now. Time feels as if it's moving slower. I don't know how long we were standing there, but after a while Cecile's eyes finally drift away from mine.
Sir, you really aren't an ordinary person.
Thanks. I won't shy away from a compliment if I get one, that's for sure. Cecile ignores my playful remark. She carefully puts the book back on the shelf and turns to me with a serious expression on her face.
It wasn't my original plan, but sooner or later I probably would have come here to ask you for advice anyway. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. I'm really embarrassed.
Seems like you really don't know anything. All I can do is scratch my head. Playing dumb doesn't seem to be working very well.
I want to believe that there are still people willing to help others out there, so it's nice to see they still exist. You're an interesting person, surrounded by so much knowledge from all kinds of different sources. Most people would never believe me if I told them what I told you.
I can take a rough guess at your situation. You can tell me your story. I would like to hear the truth. The corners of Cecile's mouth turn upwards into a slightly bitter smile.
It's a harsh truth, though. I really didn't lie. Those images are still in my head. But it's like you said, there are other reasons why I'm paying such a close attention to them.
Cecile's tones of voice changes as she looks at me, but her eyes aren't focusing on me.
I saw my best friend in my dreams. She's like a sister to me.
Huh?
She was lying on the ground, twitching, her face as pale as snow. The ground beneath her head was covered in red. Blood was still pouring out of her. I couldn't see her eyes. Her right hand was completely mauled. She was trying to move. There was blood, so much blood, and I...
The girl's getting more and more immersed in her vivid memories. She stares at me with blank eyes. I can see a figure reflected in her eyes, but it's not me. Cecile covers her face with one hand. She looks panicked. She uses the other hand to point at the ground as if something were lying there.
She kept trying to lift her head, but her neck was twisted so badly, she didn't react at all. I held her hand.
Cecile is in the kind trance as she becomes fully immersed in the memory. Her facial expression changed to one of the utmost of dread, and her mouth starts moving strangely on its own. Words spill out of her mouth. She can't control it.
She's staring. The stare. The eyes.
Wait, eyes? Didn't she say she couldn't see them at first?
Blood. Her neck. Those eyes. The eyes. Eyes looking at me. They're looking at me. Staring at me. Looking at me. Gazing at me. Those eyes.
I clap my hands loudly in front of her face. Ah! She sits there with her arms wrapped around herself, shaking, frightened.
What should I do?
I gently put my hand on her shoulder. Calm down. Calm down. So basically, this vision made you worry. Worry about your friend's well-being. Cecile nods.
I can't bear the thought of her like that. It's so horrible. I'm really scared. The more I remember, the more I...
Cecile leans against the edge of the bookshelf, her arms around her knees. So you decide to look for information on visions and hallucination, trying to gain further knowledge about them, trying to figure out how much what you're experiencing is connected to reality. No responses this time, but the answer is clear. This is starting to get troublesome.
Will you help me?
Cecile looks up, a worried expression on her face. Her eyes are slightly red and swollen up from holding back her tears. She looks troubled. I can't leave her alone with this burden. So, your interest was in fact genuine. That book, I thought maybe Okay, take it easy, I won't leave you on your own. However, if you really want me to help you, I need more information, some more details to work with. Who exactly is this friend who's like a sister to you? What's your relationship with her? Can you pinpoint where and when the vision takes place? But more importantly, what exactly are these hallucinations? I know the situation is serious, but I still need to grasp the basic concept of it all, or I won't be able to help you. You're right. I'll tell you. Actually, I often get bullied at school. I don't have any friends there, and they often pick on me in groups. They all think I don't deserve to be going on the same school as them. They want to force me to leave. They don't talk to me, they steal my books, or pour water in my desk drawer. They always try to make me angry or trip me whenever I walk by. The only person who ever stood up for me and told them to stop was her. Her name is Eloise. She's the president of the school art club. Without her, I probably wouldn't give it up already. When did you two meet? Around the middle of September of this year. Interesting. So, what you told me so far, I would have thought you would know each other for years. I wish that were the case, but I only transferred to Phoenix High School this semester. I had high hopes that the people there would be nicer and that there would be a sense of community, but it's even worse than it was before. She sighs and looks as if she's holding back a frustrated laugh. Sounds tough. Is this art club somehow related to what you've been dreaming of? The floor in my vision is very much like the one in the club building, and Eloise often gets into arguments with others because of me. Are there many conflicts within the art club? The situation between her and the others is very tense, even though she's the student representative. Don't the teacher has anything to say about all that? I mean, things like that could reflect negativity on them too. Truth be told, the teachers are more worried about the art competition. The preparation for that have their full attention. The what now? Oh, it's an art competition called the Yukai Cup. It's prestigious and the level of talent is very high. It's serious business. I don't really know too much about those kinds of things. What can you win? Prize? Money? No, nothing like that. Honestly, for me, it's not even that big of a deal. But I've only been around for a few months. Many of the others, multiple years. Their pride is on the line when it comes to facing off against students from other schools. So it's about honor. Every February, the Yukai Cup is the only thing anybody talks about at Phoenix High. We always score well in the competition. Sounds very persistent if you ask me. They work so hard to prepare it that they're all stressed out. The atmosphere becomes unbearable and the art club turns into an emotional powder keg. So it's a regular occurrence? Just like me, Eloise doesn't have much of a presence outside the art club. Considering her calm personality, it's hard to imagine her taking the initiative and start a fight with anyone else. That makes your visions even more strange. There's no plausible explanation for them. I would like to just write them off as simple nightmares, I really would, but I'm convinced that there's more to it. Yes, I understand that now. It really makes me wonder. Like I said before, I see a lot of things in these dreams, although I don't think see is the right word to describe it. I can see, hear, and touch everything. It's as if I don't even exist and I'm actually part of it all. That doesn't really add up to what you said before. Could you explain it again? How do you mean that? I'm not very good at explaining it. Don't worry, just tell me about how you felt when it first happened. What was the first thing that went through your mind? Cecile thinks it over and opens her mouth to say something, but then shuts it again. She stays silent for almost a whole minute. Well, I think I was flying. Flying? So it feels as if you're flying through the air? No, it
feels like flying, but I don't have any sense of self. I can observe everything from above, but my perspective certainly isn't from heaven. The only reason I say that is that way is so I can describe it somehow. Last time I saw the city's infamous riverside viewing platform, a group of panicked people came running from the north right towards the people on the viewing platform. Luckily, security guards were nearby to handle the situation and prevent a mass panic. The people were shaking up and looked like they've seen a ghost. They looked really frightened. All the same, they were such a small group that they were lost in the gigantic crowd of people. Hardly anyone noticed the uproar on the other side of the viewing platform. Everyone simply carried on as usual. It's really scary how you can feel so isolated and unsafe even when you're out in public and surrounded by so many people. Afterwards, I went to take a look at the place on my own. The surrounding streets and buildings were all familiar to me. They were just like in that dream. Even the street signs were the same. It's hard to imagine that without having seen it yourself. I've seen bizarre scenarios plays out in my mind before, but until the vision of my friend, I never thought about actively researching what I've seen. I often lose track of time when I have those visions. I have no sense of self, no Cecile. It's just one big blur of everything. Cecile describes the situation as if it were a good thing. Surprised she isn't smiling. What with how happy she sounds. However, as soon as my focus shifts, I quickly lose that state of mind. The same as with a real dream. By the time I start to question whether or not I am myself, I'm already in a more conscious state, and it's only a matter of time before I return to reality. Well, at least you return to your senses at some point. A dream that can't even put that fact in question is more than bizarre. Even if I wanted to help from someone, I would have a hard time explaining it to them. I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. I'm very grateful. She bows her head and already sounds less tense. Talking is really important. I've never been very sociable, too awkward I guess, but I see where you're coming from. Anyway, I just want to understand what I see. After all, if my friend is really in danger, I need to find a way to help her. Do you think I'm naive for wanting to find out whether my dreams are real or not? Of course not. In fact, you being so calm right now is remarkable. Let's take a small break. Do you want another cup of coffee? I'll take a sip. ... Cecile leaves Hermitage before the sun goes down. The hand she was holding the hot coffee with was ice cold, which I find difficult to comprehend. After Cecile's departure, the bookstore falls back into its usual silence. Only the books that are askew on the shelves show any indication that something happened here. Though, to be honest, it's probably more organized than before. Still, there's a lot of work to be done. I should analyze the information I have so far. It completely depends on how much Cecile is willing to tell me. We agreed to discuss it further tomorrow, but if she chose to give up, there's nothing more I can do. Instead of worrying about that right now, I should focus my mind on the matter at hand. Stay calm and collected and take plenty of notes. That's what experience has taught me over the years. Even strange events that cannot be explained through common sense often follow some kind of logic. As long as there is sufficient information, I can draw conclusions. As more conclusions are drawn, an analysis of the event can be constructed. It's something I like to call the principle of reasoning. Flashback. The things I see look so real, I can nearly reach out and touch them. Normally my imagination isn't as vivid. That's why I started memorizing the things I saw. How else would I ever be able to prove that they are real events? Presumed reasoning.
I write down the question, realistic dreams? Although her ideas sound somewhat naive, there's nothing inherently wrong with it. The problem is how to prove it. Even if Cecile finds matches between their dreams and reality, there's no actual solid proof. People often get a sense of déjà vu, and this experience, known as the sense of being present, has its own plausible explanation in science. In times of emotional instability, the frequency of déjà vu experiences is increased. Oh, okay. That might not be all, and it's too simple an explanation, but when under stress, it's easy for the brain to mess up one of its delicate processes. The viewing platform Cecile mentioned is a pretty well-known sightseeing spot, so even if the architecture there gives her a sense of familiarity because of her vision, that's still no real verification. Past memories can often interfere subconsciously with the conclusion. She might have seen the place somewhere before. To answer this question, I can't rely solely on Cecile's one-sided information. The assumption that she didn't have any relevant knowledge beforehand can only be confirmed by a third party. I should take notes on what else she said she saw. The ancient battlefield, gathering at the squares, these scenes are bizarre enough and there seems to be no explanation for them. That big fire she mentioned worries me as well. Considering the difficulty of the investigation, I only have a limited number of options left. Those things happening at Phoenix High School, riot at the Riverside viewing platform, that's all the information I can confirm so far. The illusion of nothing to do? Okay. It's puzzling either way, but at least I can try. There are more down-to-earth approaches to understanding what's happening in the city. If possible, I want to avoid involving any innocent bystanders. When I was conducting research on folklores in the remote countryside, I heard a lot about supernatural dreams. But there's a world of difference between an innocent high school student and witches. It's obvious that Cecile has already convinced herself of an answer for all of this, but trying to actually prove it is something much more difficult altogether. The sky outside has already turned out completely dark and I didn't even notice. The lighting inside Hermitage isn't optional, but it's better than nothing. I turn off the dim light on the ground floor, which holds more symbolic than actual value, lock the shop door and make my way to the apartment. Okay, so... there's finished work, but I'm not finished. Thoughts? No one around, I have some time to think. What a weird dream. She would have no reason to lie to me if she was just borrowing a book. Normal people probably don't believe in dreaming about the past, much less that it actually be proven. As I just explained to Cecile, it wouldn't make sense to lie like she did, so what she said has to be true. However, it's no surprise that she's worried about a dream in which her schoolmate is in trouble. The situation is pretty unclear. I should find out more about what she's heard and seen. Okay, let's check the bookshelf. I cannot check the bookshelf. I can check the case files. In her dream, Cecile saw a wonderful scene. Cecile believes that they are just mere illusions, but how can we prove that? Okay, I can change between the chapter, but right now there's like none. Switch to clues. The illusion of nothing to do. I cannot select it. Oh. The illusion Cecile had was far beyond ordinary. Along with rising sound properties, many people rushed from the north to the viewing platform. I could see the expressions on their faces. Now there's a newspaper next to it. It says ex-military chief of staff undergraph investigation, Thursday, May 11, 2017. Yeah, World Bank sees more growth for 2018. Chinese blind teenager enrolled. This is weird. So I guess we finish work. Nighttime. Hermitage interiors architecture isn't exactly convenient. To get from the storefront to the living room, you need to circle around the outside of the building and walk up to the first floor. If you continue further up, you'll reach the warehouse on the second floor of the house, but that doesn't concern me. My daily walks between these 2 points are strenuous. It's my substitute for daily exercise. The apartment is far from neat, but I'm not the kind of person who can live in a place where every quilt is folded into a perfect square. I chucked my shoes off at the entrance and let myself fall headfirst onto the comfortable, soft sofa. I've been really lazy the last couple of months, loving the comfy, secluded lifestyle. Nothing's going to change if I myself don't. I really need to get back into my groove and find some form of daily routine. So we see an old TV, something that looked like a PS3, shelves for VHS or DVDs. The computer looks like an old iMac from the late 90s. There's a cork board with a lot of notes of different colors pinned weirdly around the room. And there's a filer which there's a jukebox in the back and a pile of tied up newspapers or something. Unfortunately, I don't get paid for doing overtime. I could start by taking notes throughout the day. Maybe it'll help me collect my thoughts and get me back on track. This is relationship. Every event has its own origin, cause, and effect. The terrible scene that Cecile saw is undoubtedly related to the school. I need to investigate further on this basis. This computer is quite old, so you can't do anything with it except access the internet. Some topics can start a lot of rumors that need to be watched. The TV on the second floor is an old model with a curved screen. A lot of information is hidden in the local news that most people may overlook. I can't rest now, there's no time to waste. I promised to help, so I have to take this seriously. Let's see if there's anything new. I have to stay in this building right by the bookstore for various reasons. There are good and bad sides to it. One good thing is that I'm always surrounded by information really accessible in the form of books. And yes, I know it's the 21st century where you probably even have good reception on the top of Mount Everest. As I turn on the computer, the familiar yellow light of the forum's interface appears in front of me. What's this website? www.stqgefirst.com? What is that? There's a MySpace account. Yeah, it's like a forums. Poster Snoopies, reply read 78. Last post, date 2017, November 13. As I turn down the computer, familiar yellow light, okay. The user here voices their opinions very openly in order to reflect their wide-ranging knowledge or simply to have some fun. It's giving the administrator one hell of a headache, but I like to sit back and enjoy it. Having said that, the forum has its own problems. There's a maintenance every 5 minutes, the layout is a mess, the moderators quarrels all the time, it's hard to count all the issues. Being so polarized in terms of user experience and content value is a spectacle in every sense. There's always something new and unexpected going on, and the community stays very active. Let's see what I can dig up here today. This is a forum about urban legends. The content will be updated automatically. After browsing the post, I can return to the list of posts here. I feel like I've gathered all necessary information and can close the page here. Since I'm gathering intelligence, I should read all of today's post. There's a huge spider in the house, it's so gross. It has really thin legs, it's so gross with little spots all over. This is from GX.
I often see it crawling around the kitchen and living room. Please tell me how to exterminate this creature. It's urgent. I can't find anything about it online. MFKO. It wouldn't be here if there weren't any other insects for it to eat in your house. Mr. Wan. Sounds like a white mustache jumping spider. It eats cockroaches. It won't bite if you catch it. MK4. It has creepy eyes. Lowly. It's a white mustache jumping spider, which means you probably have other spiders or insect in your house. Just let it be, it's cute. Neo Cyber, is it faster than a cockroach? VX12. I haven't seen one of those spiders in the last few years, so the cockroaches at our place went on a rampage. Mikatsuki, I think spiders are way scarier than cockroaches. Sever down. What? Spiders are so cute. Hindicon. I would say it's the second most popular pet in China after the cat. 13 queries processed in 0.152763 seconds. Reply, redirect to the last page of entry. I can't do anything. Okay, I'm done reading the thing about the spiders. Okay, so I cannot go in the rumors board open. I can only read the today's topics. So Snoopy says Gene Scissors created 3 eyes mosquitoes to end prevent any diseases. Science Today, October 16. Reporter Liu Xia. According to the official website of the University of California, Riverside, scientists use so-called gene scissors to create Aedes aegypti mosquitoes with altered characteristic. These yellow mosquitoes have 3 eyes and malformed wings. Scientists hope that these mosquitoes, by means of gene editing tools, will help prevent and control mosquito-borne diseases. The study was published in the latest issues of Findings from the National Academy of Science. Research say that this is the first step in altering mosquito characteristics through gene engineering, and their long-term goal is to control mosquito population and reduce the spread of disease. This approach is not only environmentally friendly, but also cost-effective. Mathematical results suggest that this technique will increase the genetic probability of the target gene by 100%. African Valley, too much text. Anyone have a summary? Lynn, why not kill the insects while you're at it? Hungry forever. Do you remember how the cockroach came to be? Another one. So how exactly does these genes spread? One, air quote, 1 by 1. Stranger K, crippled wings are one thing, but 3 eyes? I don't think so. Shiro, sounds really random. Tomato King, 3 eyes, for real. Okay, HGCG-Y wrote 14-year-old Russian model dies suddenly. Autopsy indicates poisoning. A murder case. It has nothing to do with the current situation, but I should keep an eye on it nevertheless. Okay, the murder case of the 14-year-old Russian. According to an article in The Sun from the 15th, 14-year-old Russian model Vlada Dzyuba died suddenly in Sindhu last month. Initially, this was thought to be due to fatigue, meningitis, or sepsis, but the autopsy report indicated that Vlada may have been poisoned during her 3-month trip to China. After her body was returned to Russia, the preliminary result showed traces of a mysterious biological poison in her system. Russian media quote law enforcement sources. Vlada may have been bitten by a deadly poisonous insect, she may have eaten something, or she may have been poisoned on purpose. Last month, the Russian Investigating Committee, the RIC, initiated a criminal procedure in connection with her death. Victor, it was probably a Russian hacker, laughs. Soryu, who gave her a virus, physically? Oni Bill, what deadly insect in the south can kill with a single bite? Baboon, isn't this a good, oh, is this about that good-looking girl again? Didn't they say it was meningitis last time? How did it turn out into poisoning again? Wild lead, maybe weight loss or substance abuse, maybe supermodel die of liver and kidney failure.
Introduction. A beautiful model was poisoned while out in the big city. That isn't too much of a surprise to me. Disconnected. Could it have been a tick bite? I read somewhere else that it looks like the cause of death was organ failure. Vampire, a tick. Wonder if they can find out where it came from. And the last topic was, what was the original chime of the clock tower called? Oh, this means something. This is probably what they call finding the light in the darkness. I didn't realize it before. After arriving at the city, I found shelter at a local bookstore. The clock tower chime. Info inquire. What is this? Why is this relevant to our case? I don't connect the dots here. After arriving in the city, I found shelter at a local bookstore. The shrine's famous viewing point was breathtaking beyond relief. So, MD3. You probably all know that old building on the beach. 2 days ago, I talked to the old man who lives there. He told me that when he was young, the chime of the clock tower had a different melody than it does now. Sadly, he can't remember what it was called. He's eager to find out the name of the old melody, and I thought I'd ask you for help. Consulting, I'm afraid might be difficult to find it. Kitty, maybe they were the same clock chimes as Westminster Abbey. It must have been a long time ago that he heard those chimes. Maybe about 50 years ago? Supercell, wasn't it changed again in the 90s only to be changed back into the current melody? Kitty, answer to Supercell, they changed it in the 80s only to change it back again afterwards. Anti-J, the Queen of England visited Mato back then, so they wanted to play the Westminster tune for her. Oh, ding dong, dang dong. Raven, so why did they change it back later? I don't think the current melody is as good as that one. Yeah, I mean, once you go Westminster, you cannot go back. Like, I remember, like, there was, when I was in student council, there was a talk about people considering changing the chimes for the beginning of the class. And people were tired of the Westminster. And they're like, okay, what do you want to change it with? And nobody has a better answer. I came up with the first note of Fur Elise. But people were like, yeah, nah. But at the end, we all agreed that it's like a universal. We don't need to change the school bell chimes. Ding dong, dang dong. That's it. It's just perfect. It goes with everything. It's simple. It's to the point. We don't need to record something else. Alright, so we're done here. Looks like it's time for the news. Okay, so I have to go watch the TV. After a series of boring news, I heard something interesting. Next up is a follow-up to the Sky Pit incident. On the 13th of March at 3 p.m., a road collapsed in downtown Mato. No one was injured, however. The road repairs are proving difficult due to the extensive damage. At present, the road section remains restricted to vehicles. All driver, please plan your route accordingly. In addition, there are rumors that pedestrians witnessed explosions at the scene. People are reminded to please remain calm and vigilant, and a warning has been issued to criminals not to take advantage of the situation. As of right now, evidence is still being collected and analyzed. The department in charge hope to soon have more information for the public as to what exactly caused the collapse. It's rare for roads to collapse in big cities. I know the road sections from the report is near a very popular riverside viewing platform. Roads in such a highly frequented area are usually kept in much better condition than that. In other words, even small cracks in the ground will usually be an immediate cause for concern, not to mention a big hole that leads to a collapse like that. According to the photographs in the news report, the Sky Pit is nearly 10 meters in diameter and the hole is unusually deep. It doesn't look like it was caused by a normal explosion. It seems to be like they're just stalling. What could have caused the destruction and not even show up on the surveillance footage of the surrounding area? Something about this seems off.
I assume it all happened so suddenly that they didn't have enough time to come up with a better cause. In other words, perhaps the problem isn't finding evidence, but the actual cause of the incident simply can't be made public. Looking back at what Cecile said, a group of panicked people came running from the north right towards the people on the viewing platform. Luckily, security guards were nearby to quickly assess and handle the situation, preventing a mass panic. These people were all shaken up and looked like they've seen a ghost, but they were such a small group that they were lost in the crowd. Not many people noticed the uproar, and everyone carried on as usual on the other side of the viewing platform. It's really scary how you can feel isolated and unsafe even when you're out in public surrounded by so many people. Looks like these are some clues. Let's see. Time to call an old friend. Scarlett? On text. Are you there? Scarlett question mark. I need to ask you a favor. I don't have time. Dot dot dot. The planning department as well as the police department have been insanely hectic lately. People are busy, I don't have time to concentrate on anything else. Never mind. If you've been to any of those places lately, you should have what I'm looking for. Hold on, wait a minute, is this about that accident, air quote? Well, dot dot dot. I've got a bad feeling about this. Even if you're interested in it, things are only going to get more complicated from here on out. How about tomorrow? Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Anyway, if it really has something to do with you, I'll stop by sooner rather than later. Okay, exit. I can move the screen for some reason. Done. All I can do now is wait. She can be trusted, but it's likely that she'll be grumpy and won't stop complaining. Alright, at least I made some progress. Time to turn off the TV. Okay, relationship. Okay, the nightmare. Recently contacted person and events are logged here. Use left sticks to move cursor at the desired area and press R1 to zoom in the view. When zoomed in, use right sticks to pan the view. Use left stick to move cursor on the photo and press X to view a character's details or recall an event. Press L1 to return to the overview. Okay, there's the nightmare, there's Cecile, teachers and students, there's a mentor, club members, there's like, whoops. There's Eloise. I have a picture of Eloise and a picture of me. Okay, Eloise, age 17, female, high school student, place of birth Zindu, sanity status question mark. A third-year student at Phoenix High School, dignified and well-mannered. She comes from a good family. As the president of the elite art club, she has a close relationship with new members and transfer student Cecile. Me, age 31, gender male, education master's degree, career bookstop manager. Place of birth, Jiangdu. Sanity status, 0. The current owner of the weird old bookstore of Wukan Road. You hardly ever see him leave his apartment. He leads a casual life, resulting in the irregular opening hours of the store. So, we're in China. Nightmare. Oh, now we have a recollection of what she said. I've been having some strange dreams. Horrifying, really scared, gigantic fire rising from the sea, engulfing an entire island. Small animals live on that island. They all disappear in the blink of an eye, swallowed by the flames, no trace. Other dream, men dressed in armor, they were fighting, swords and spears, large squadron, rush from the hillside, blood everywhere, man on horseback, speaking Chinese.
Huge plaza, foreigners, hexagonal star badge, 2 dozen line escorting trucks for soldier, mother with babies, they knocked down the women, they took the babies. Scenarios like in books, never seen or heard anything before, aren't every dreams. Okay, they don't seem like normal dreams. Looks like vision. Saw my best friend, she's a sister, she was lying on the ground, twitching, face pale. The ground was covered in red, blood was pouring out of her, couldn't see her eyes, right hand was mauled, so much blood. Lifting her head, neck was twisted. Face with dread. She's staring, the blood, her neck, those eyes, the eyes are looking at me, staring at me. Okay, so that's the nightmare. Cecile, age 16, gender male, high school student from Liangxi, Sandy status, question mark. Second year student at Phoenix High School. Since newly transferring to the school, she has been having difficulties fitting in with the other student as a member of the elite art club. She has a close relationship with the club president, Eloise. Okay. And what about the... Okay, I cannot access the mentor because he was never really brought. What's this? Oh, that's the text message. Okay, so I see some monsters biting each other. Those are actually speech bubble with faces. One of them is blue with teeth, the other is white, looks like a ghost. I'm dead. Case files. Okay, back as before. Thoughts, internet. Okay, I've been there. Relationship, watch TV. There's nothing on TV. So, am I done? Thoughts helps me know where I'm going. I should smoke less or give it up. So unhealthy. Cecile posed a difficult problem. Despite her young age, I can agree with her method of trying to prove her assumptions. The question is, where exactly am I going to find any evidence? Not sure if the book itself will come in handy. Dwelling on it won't change anything. I should go try and get her more information. It's more important to find out the source of the vision than to think about what's happening in it. Yeah. Okay, so case files. A new clue, the Clower Tower chime. The chime of the clock tower near Mato Beach plays the Rising Sun tune. This tune was changed several times until the 1980s. 90s. So it was Rising Sun. Okay, I want to know what the Rising Sun tune is. Sorry, I need to check it out. If it's da, na, 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 na. There's a okay. There's a tune called The Rising Sun, but it's also the theme of Shinsuke Nakamura from the WWE. I don't think that's it. That's it. Let me check. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. Rising Sun. Lyrics. Song. There's House of the Rising Sun by the Animals. Red Sun in the Sky by Mao Zedong Propaganda. I don't think that's it. What could it be? No. No, it's always House of the Rising Sun, but it's not what I want. There's Shinsuke Nakamura playing the Rising Sun on the violin. It's the same. It's the same. I don't think that's what they meant, but it's the same. It's the same as. Okay, so that's a dead end. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. End the day. Okay, Tuesday, October 17th. Question mark. Right. That's what I thought. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come back here specifically. Please forget my earlier question. Since the greatest in the world exists in everything, being able to experience this is absolute bliss. Yesterday and today, across the land and stars, nature embraced ever more greatness. What a state of harmony and beauty. It sounds very positive if you ignore this location. She can't see the other's eyes, but the shadows beneath them are deep. Question mark. We do what we were brought up to do, and the world is foolish and cautious. She can't see the other's eyes, so she doesn't know what they're thinking. Even so, somehow she feels that there isn't much of a difference between them. Please join me in reciting these words. I don't blame you for seeing red, but there's never any harm in showing respect. It's a big day and the weather is bad. Be especially respectful. Yes, be sure to do that. The girl takes a deep breath and reads the illogical syllable on her hand aloud. There are worse things to worry about than this. This is morning. This is lunch. Middle of the day. Finally, this side is done. I suddenly felt the need to clean up around here. Not because it was messy, but because I needed something to calm my mind a little. She said she'd be here soon, but her work schedule is always pretty busy. Unfortunately for me, she's always in high demand. Oh, woman in sunglasses. This must be Scarlett. Still busy doing useless chores? Speak of the devil. I hear a familiar voice from behind me and feel her placing a hand on my shoulder. This place isn't really yours, so you don't have to be so thorough. Unlike for some people, it isn't really my style to do these things half-heartedly. I look up from the pile of books and get up from amidst a cloud of dust. This hair in this place is horrible. You know how unhealthy that is, right? That's why it's even more important that I clean up. It's just going to get worse otherwise. I am dooming myself by admitting this aloud. It's one of the biggest drawbacks of leading a sloppy life. The visitor just stands there silent, then she starts walking around. Meet Scarlett, chief legal consultant at Golden Maxim Law Firm. Her monthly income is higher than most people's annual salary. In private, she's a tough nut to crack. Okay, so can I go to the bookshelf so I can always talk with her? Looks like nothing's really changed around here. Scarlett takes a look around the room and seems at a loss for words. As always, she's projecting a strong stoic aura, looking very competent and professional in her suit. That aside, it's obvious that she's still the same old Scarlett, a telltale sign being the simple fact that she hasn't taken off her sunglasses since she walked in. Yeah, she's wearing. It's like it's not a visor, but it's close to be a visor. It's like a weird like sunglasses without any frames. It's like the whole it's like a big piece of plastic that's been cut to look like glasses that are connected into branches. That's on her head right now, and she has some brown asymmetrical haircut, very short, ear length on the left side, and mid neck on the right. She's wearing a black blouse underneath unbuttoned striped vest with matching pants and a black belt or a gray belt. The bookcases in the area at the ground floor are lit up by a table lamp so that you can actually see her hand when you hold it up in front of your eyes. And just hope she never forgets who her old friends are. Even though you haven't dropped in by 2 months, you should see that there's no real room for any big changes. It's too packed in here.
Alright, enough of this. What can I do for you?
She moves the ashtray aside and sits down. I can feel her looking at me from behind her sunglasses. Although her whole look is somewhat intimidating, Scarlett is quite famous among the lawyers in Mato. There's a reason for that. She's well informed and well connected. Last month, a mysterious collapse occurred in one of the roads. There are rumors of a huge explosion floating around, but there's no actual evidence. Unfortunately, it seems as if the surveillance tape were damaged. At least that's the official story. A pretty blatant lie, if you ask me. They would never admit it, but they needed someone they can trust to manage and clean up the mess, away from prying eyes. In the last few years, you've been working with several administrative departments. You know your way around the industry and have become somewhat of a household name, meaning you've got connections. I don't think it's wrong of me to assume that such a delicate matter will end up in your hands sooner or later. Scarlett blushes. She knows that I'm right. I lower my voice. So, I need first-hand information, and I can't think of anyone else except you.
You really do know me quite well.
Her voice sounds tired. I silently take the ashtray, put out my cigarette, and wait for a reply.
You're completely right. I do have the video. When we talked yesterday, I already guessed that you want in.
She rummages through her bag and takes out a hard drive. I reach for it, but can't get my hands on it.
Now, no need to hurry. It's not that I don't trust you. You know I do. But you're going to have to give me a good reason as to why you want it.
You know there's a cover-up. Something they're trying to hide. I need to find out what it is. I need to find out the truth.
That's all.
That's all. I'm being honest with you.
So, there's trouble brewing again?
I'm like a magnet for all things strange. There's nothing I can do about that.
It's all a little much. First, you're responsible for the fate of the world, then you suddenly disappeared. Outright vanish. Give it a couple more years and you'll be friends with the Loch Ness Monster hidden away in isolation somewhere.
I decide to ignore a quickie remark for now. Anyway, that's just one thing.
You're talking about the little girl. I think the fact that she came to a bookstore instead of seeing a doctor shows that this is just a child's fantasy gone awry.
Oh, come on. Would you really describe her condition as normal? And don't tell me that hearing about her experience left you cold.
The way you're willing to look for evidence so stubbornly shows me that you already chosen to believe her. Am I right?
Ever since I saw those things last year, calling myself a normal run-of-the-mill folklore researcher feels somewhat of an understatement. There's plenty of strange things out there. It's a mysterious world we live in. I'd rather go out and make a fool of myself than ignore something and make a big mistake. Scarlett bows her head. deep in thought, unconsciously fiddling around with her collar.
Well, at first I thought... Oh no, it's nothing. I thought of something, but it's got nothing to do with the girl.
She looks up and puts the hard drive in her bag again. What's this about? You're not just going to change your mind, are you?
Come on, what do you take me for? Let's go upstairs. Though you're welcome to try and use your superpowers to see what's on this drive without a computer. ...
Yeah, they go into their place. Scarlet takes the key out of my hand and opens the door to the second floor. The fact that she knows her way around is no surprise. After all, she's one of the people who helped me move, though helped is a relative term in this case.
Is this just me, or does this place seem a lot emptier than the last time I was here?
Well, it's hard to explain to someone who's baffled by the notion of cleaning up. The computer doesn't have a password. Scarlet sits down at the desk and starts up the computer.
At least the software is up to date, so there shouldn't be any problem with the drive. What exactly do you want to take a look at?
Well, obviously the moment before and after the collapse.
No, I meant that as in where? There's more than one camera.
I raise my eyebrows. Oh? Then I guess the people working the surveillance equipment took a break at the same time when it happened. Start where the two northern roads intersect, along the Riverside Highway to the south, all the way to the monitoring point on the edge of the viewing platform. More than a dozen surveillance camera feeds pop on the screen one by one. Yeah. So like there's 4 screens and each of these screens are split into 4 to make one image. So those are... Yeah, those like a big highway. Those are traffic. There's a lot of cars moving around. Okay, now just help me align the videos in real time leading up to the moment of the collapse.
Easier said than done. You think it's all just one simple click like in the movies?
Scarlet grumpily sits in front of the keyboard and drags the videos into the correct order one by one, all sorted by timecode. The old computer, which could easily be considered a relic by now, is starting to run really hot with the fans working in overdrive. Of course, it's a freaking iMac! What do you expect? Like, the computer is like 20 years old. So, judging from this, the rumors about it having been in explosions are true.
You'll find out soon enough.
Scarlet presses play and a part of the screen suddenly turns white. Turns out things aren't quite so simple and can't be explained by the rumors floating around. What appears on the screen looks more like a lightning bolt crashing down than a fireball. I start looking for additional information in the other videos. The people look so scared. Even if you're the most courageous person on earth, it's normal to take a run for it in a situation like that. Nobody even thinks about turning back to look for the others. They're frantically running around like a bunch of panicked rabbits. Pay attention to the people there. They're heading south, towards the big crowd. I can see several shadows almost being swallowed up by the debris. 2 people trip and fall while running away, but the others make it. In the final surveillance scene, several men in police uniform can be seen keeping the people away from the crowd. They are carrying something in their mouths, looks like whistles. Stop! This is it! The time code comes to a standstill at last. 14:58:18. The viewing platform incident info acquired. Yeah, this has got to be it. I turn off the computer and stop the annoying noise of the fan.
Nice to hear you found something. Mind sharing it with the class?
It's just a guess, a suspicion. Let me get your thoughts on it. Scarlet nods eagerly and without hesitation. Even though we've been separated for a long time, we'll still have a tacit understanding. Even during the most difficult times, our approach has always been the same, and it always works. I take out my notebook to check the information I gathered so far. Cecile wanted to make sure she wasn't seeing any real events in her dreams. Cecile wanted to make sure... Okay, however, she would never be able to find concrete evidence on her own. Nevertheless, there was a certain detail in the dream Cecile described to me that she couldn't have known in advance. I'm sure of that. The information Scarlett gave to me confirmed that it happened in reality. By following this logic, it isn't difficult to draw some conclusion about the illusion. Press X to fill the suspicion section using the select information on the right. Press circle button to withdraw the last filled information from the suspicious section. Press and hold X to submit all 3 files suspicion. Okay, X to put in, circle to withdraw, and when I'm done, hold X. Okay, so the right information can solve the problem. Let's give it a try. Rising Sun properties. We have the Rising Sun tune. And on October 13 at 3 p.m. sharp, a bizarre road collapse occurred at the intersection of a highway in Mato. Hidden security footage showed there was an actual explosion. And more than a dozen witnesses fled in panic. Okay, I put all the 3 in. Suspicion approved. Realistic dream. Her vision reflect the past. Okay, so basically I put all those 3 notes into the file and I hold X and... okay. If I was wrong, I would probably got a red light. The story begins. Complete the first deduction. Cecile has a very similar vision. The panic people running, the viewing platform, the whistles. She said sunrise was playing somewhere. That's an opportunity to verify the truth. Oh! I get it. At every hour the clock rings. So in her vision, she heard sunrise. Scarlett has given the situation some thought as well. Yeah, so she dreamt about the past somehow. The nearby clock tower should be right on time to play sunrise. Even if she found out about that some other way, the commotion was officially due to common road damage. That's the statement given by the authorities. A student walking around downtown on a Thursday afternoon. If she was there when it happened, her absence from school would have been noted down somewhere in their school records. You won't seriously make me regret this class attendance records, will you? Will I? But seriously, even if she was lying, I don't think anyone would ever go to such lengths. The road damage was reported, the panic crowd wasn't. Those are the 2 separate incidents. The latter was not reported anywhere, yet she still connected the 2 and knew the details because of her dream. There are only 2 possibilities why Cecile made out that connection. She's aware of the 2 events, somehow even the unreported one, and is actively concocting a dream that is realistic. Or she really just happened to know exactly what was going on because of the dream. And even if gossip is being spread about the accident, there's always some time after it happens before it ends up on the news. It took the people who ran away about 2 minutes to get to the viewing platform, and they were quickly stopped by the security guards. It's not a busy street. There's not a lot of commuting going on there during that window of time, so it didn't even attract that much attention. Nobody is really talking about it, even the few people that were here. It's hard to find anything more than small snippets of what happened there. Cecile couldn't have known about it from any of the news channels. Only someone who was present could make up such a lie, and there's no way for her to have been there. Process of elimination. Now you know what I mean. Dot dot dot. We could both use some fresh air. I step outside to have a break. You can smoke inside, but as you know, it's unhealthy. You quit smoking half a year ago. I'm just trying to be a gentleman here. Scarlett chuckles and sits there with a smirk on her face. I can't imagine how Dan and Neko would have reacted if they heard you say that. Just trying to show that I'm a multifaceted man. I scratch my head. Scarlett seems uncomfortable at the sofa. She walks towards the window, stretches a bit, then slowly makes her way towards the door. Actually... Yeah? By the way, Scarlett, your help means a lot to me. I wish I could repay you somehow. Good God, you're really hell-bent on this, aren't you? She lets out a defeated sigh. This road that collapse or rather explode. There are many people on the investigation team. I'm not in charge of it. But I always had a feeling that something was off. I don't know why. Time for a sip. I see what she means. The evidence on the surveillance material basically breaks the laws of physics. The only thing left was a deep hole. It makes no sense. No victims, no rubble, no burned debris. Seeing all these people running makes it easy to assume there'd be solid evidence, but there's no proof that anything happened. Scarlett could easily pretend not to have noticed anything and keep looking the other way, continuing to collect money from several government agencies intent on keeping a lid on things. But I know her too well. Turning a blind eye isn't her style. That's why she's my friend. When it comes to attracting trouble, we're probably even on the scale. I'm like you in that regard. I'd rather do anything I can to uncover the truth than look away. That would be a mistake and I regret it for the rest of my life. Scarlett stares at me with a serious look on her face. Okay, I can save here. Okay, I'll save here. Oh, this is my autosave. This is my save file. Alright. I have forced save and an autosave slot. Let's check the option. Text playback sound. What happens if I turn it off? Okay. Let's see if this stays. Okay, it stays. Because I adjust the display speed, for some reason it moved. And yeah, sound is fine. Or maybe... No, it's fine. It's fine like this. I'll just move it there. Ah, okay. The has been removed if I do this. There's no doubt in her eyes. I guess it's better like this. It's less annoying. Okay. So, what do you want me to do? Intelligence analysis isn't my strong suit. So, if there are any new clues later, you have to piece them together. No problem. That was my plan anyway. Alright then, we'll have to sort through this whole mess somehow. There's no way we can just drop this now. Cecile deserves an answer. Be patient like the Buddha is something I was often told. That's not exactly me, is it? Well, we'll just have to wait for my face to become a little chubbier and I'll take on the role of Buddha then, deal? She smiles, but it's a bitter smile. She knows how much is at stake here. I know you're just trying to calm the atmosphere. I'm sorry. I just don't know how to respond to this right now. It's all a bit much to take in. ... You're right. I'll make sure Cecile explains everything in more detail soon. She probably left some things out for fear of not being taken seriously. Now she doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Cecile didn't go into much details about the origin of the dream. We don't have time to keep things hidden any longer. Lies can be made up out of thin air, but this is connected to something real, something tangible. Even if it really was just a regular accident, I need to know. I need clarity.
So, Phoenix High School is the name of the place, right?
There are rumors floating around about some really bad things going on among the students. A really twisted sense of community. I would like to get to the bottom of it.
That little girl named Cecile is being bullied?
Yeah, the others in our art club are completely out of line. So far, it seems that it's only bad words and some malicious prank, but that's already bad enough. Who knows with these kids? Scarlet frowns. My word must have caused her concern.
That's terrible. Are all kids are all kids these days so cruel?
Bad behavior can have a number of reasons. Some of those kids probably just can't help it. I would bet some of them just do it to fit in with a group because they're afraid of becoming targets themselves.
I understand that. So let's do some digging, shall we?
It's possible. I would really appreciate it if you didn't get us into any legal trouble.
Oh, come on. I'm a professional and you know it.
Scarlet picks up her leather bag and steps out of the door. The sun shines down on her and she carefully readjusts her sunglasses like a model looking for the perfect shot.
I guess nothing's really changed.
I'm glad you're helping me with this. Feels good. Like a reunion of sorts.
Take care of yourself.
You too. Think about yourself every once in a while. Don't let the hard work get to you. Scarlet waves her hand as she walks away, not even turning her head. With Scarlet's help on this case, we should have new results soon. I get a little bit of fresh air, then head back into the store. Okay, so there's a thing for next stage. I cannot access the bookshelves. Case files. There's a new evidence that says conclusion, her vision reflects the past. While she was explaining her vision, Cecile described real details that a student like her could not have known about. Therefore, she definitely saw something that actually happened in her vision. Thoughts? Guess I should smoke less or give up. Is it possible to retrace visions of the past? I wouldn't even believe it myself if Scarlet hadn't provided this excellent information. This definitely is an everyday situation that an average high school student would find themselves in. Something unusual must have happened to her recently. After all, it's strange to think that Cecile just happened to witness an accident that Scarlet happens to be investigating. Is it really just a coincidence that the two of them met? Okay, so I'll just go to the next stage. Afternoon, evening. In the past, I've often asked myself if the concept of time is just some man-made cognitive illusion, a fantasy. Something you can just free yourself of and your problems will take care of themselves. My book search didn't go well. I would have enough time to rummage through the many collections because Hermitage was so empty. The ground floor had a large collection of medical and pharmaceutical classics, as well as some obscure works, but I couldn't find anything. This whole concept of a vision or a dream coming true is both too special and too vague at the same time. There are many records depicting strange experience, but most of them are labeled as hallucinations. It's also very hard to verify their authenticity, seeing as they're often just claims without any solid evidence to back them up. There's not much I can do, I'm afraid. Cecile comes in. ... It's noon already. Now that I know more about her situation, I might be able to understand and be of more help this time around. Cecile greets me by bowing her head. Her face still looks pale, but it's a little more flushed than last time. She must feel very relieved to have found someone she can share her troubles with. Today is clearly not the right time to sell books. Conversation? I was starting to worry that you wouldn't come by today.
I'm sorry, the teacher wanted to talk to me about something.
Oh?
Nothing important, really. Cecile moves closer to the corner of the room, making herself smaller. She seems really quiet and somewhat uncomfortable. Did you find any clues in the book I gave you? Cecile shakes her head and turns towards me. The text is very hard to understand. It's ancient. Looks like my language classes didn't pay off. Cecile's tone sounds self-critical. Well, I'm sure the author didn't write it thinking that one day a high school student would read it. Personally, I wonder if he ever even intended for this book to be read. The writing style is all over the place and very hard to grasp. It's hard to make out specific details. You know a lot more about these things than me. Is it just how old these texts are written? I can only shake my head. The way it is written lacks composure and often drifts into incoherent rambling. It's definitely not how you document professional research. Let's talk about the book later. I want to talk about some other issues today. Is that why you called me? Because you found something? I'm amazed that she would start talking about this topic on her own. I deliberately take a deep breath and lean forward a little. Yes, I found out quite a bit. And it's scary. This thing is big. There are some things we need to talk about. Well, a lot of things, actually. ... I got lucky. Finding out more wasn't that much trouble. As you probably expected, these dreams are definitely out of the ordinary. I have so much evidence now that even if you somehow forgot about them, I'll be able to convince you of their authenticity. How did you... The thing you see are actual events from the past. I'm sure that now. Maybe even more sure than you at this point. The big question is, why do you see them? ... I can understand that it's a lot easier to lie a little here and there. I can imagine how you must feel. I would never blame you for it. However, you need to be careful. There might be people with ulterior motives out there. People who don't care about your well-being. Cecile's face suddenly carries a more serious expression, but there's no sign of confusion in her eyes. She clearly understands what I mean. For me, the answer to this whole thing is still shrouded in mystery, but to her it seems a lot clearer. All the more reasons to be completely honest with her. As you know, we are creatures of habits, driven by instinct. You worrying about your friend's safety was enough to make you come to me and ask for my help, but it didn't really make you understand the situation any better. Something about your reaction to those dreams made me wonder from the very beginning. You asked me to find out more about what's going on in them, but you seem to take them for granted, as if there's something that you just regularly experience, something expected. You don't seem to question why you have them. People usually don't have any expectation when it comes to their dreams. They're just something that happens. Whereas you jump straight into the process of analyzing them and researching their contents. Where there's smoke, there's fire. There's always a backstory, always an explanation. You seem to concentrate on the flame and take it for granted. But how was it lit? The young girl is completely silent. My argument might be not the best, but this is simply about convincing her and appealing to her conscience. I just need to make clear to her that I know what's really going on. That'll get her to talk eventually. If I'm not mistaken, these dreams appear fairly regularly. You know when they're going to happen. You can somehow even manipulate whether they're going to happen at all. I put further pressure on Cecile. Why do they actually appear? What causes them? I need to know that, and I know you're going to live up to my expectation of you and be honest. She knows more than she lets on. The fact that she's only interested in the meaning of her dreams, and that she's not at all concerned about the fact that she has these dreams in the first place, makes it obvious that she's hiding something. I'm a little disappointed in her, to be honest. Cecile is trying to avoid eye contact. Her inner struggle takes her so long that I could finish reading her whole history encyclopedia by that time, but in the end she comes to her senses just as I expected. How should I put this? These dreams are connected to something called lilac grass.
She glances towards the door as if to make sure that nobody is listening in or watching. Then she pulls up a small blue bag. I've seen bags with these shapes on the street of Bangkok before. It's conic. You ignite the tip and slowly burns down to the bottom. Oh, it's like one of those incense cones. Oh, we used to have that at my old mother's place. Okay, yeah. But it's not a bag. It's okay. In this case, it is a bag, but it's supposed to be burned like incense. This one is less compact. It looks as if it was made by hand. It's also quite large, close to the size of an index finger. Okay, yikes! Yeah, because usually they're as long as a knuckle. Or as a thumbnail. But yeah, these are like a whole finger long. What's this? Some kind of incense? Yes. I take the incense bag and clearly sniff the bottom. It smells sweet and woody, but I don't notice a change in my consciousness. Why do you call it lilac grass? That's what Eloise told me it was called. I don't know if there's another name for it. Incense and hallucination? That's a combination that brings quite a few bad stories to mind. I realize that now, but I didn't think it was a big deal, you know. Plenty of kids carry these bags around and use them. I never give it much thought because it's so widespread. Lilac grass sounds like the sort of incense adults would use for essential oil massages. My friend says that when the mind is on the edge, this can be very effective. We get along very well, so we work often together or hang out after school. And Eloise never mentioned anything about these dreams. She only said that the incense has a calming effect and that it's used to help with stress. Cecile shakes her head and takes the bag from my hands. We close the classroom windows and then light up the incense. It burns for about 10 minutes. It smells very sweet, like a variety of flowers mixed with juice and water, all blended together. The first few times it only gave me a peace of mind. Sounds all around me were still clear and my visions wasn't altered or anything. It just washed my trouble away, made me feel at ease. So this calming effect was the only thing at first? Meaning the dreams only started happening after prolonged use? Cecile nods. I also asked Eloise, but she never had a similar dream experience with incense. Maybe everyone responded to it differently, right? I told myself it was nothing to be concerned about. After all, even if there were some horrifying images, they went away as soon as the incense burned up. Just like walking up from a real dream, you know? It's simply over. I put out my cigarettes, and smoking seems increasingly harmful right now. So, the incense is the cause of these mysterious dreams. Well, this certainly makes things more strange. But at least now there's a concept that we can grasp. Sorry, I was just worried. I didn't want to get caught and be considered some kind of druggie. In the end, this is no different from drug use. You should be smart enough to know that. Trust me, I'm really not the kind to preach, but you really should be aware that these things can have all kinds of consequences. The fact that the things you see are real and have actually happened is what worries me the most. It's not just fantasy or your brain chemistry playing tricks on you. This is something much more dangerous. Cecile lowers her head. I assume that I got my point across. There's no need to make this even more embarrassing for her. I decide to move on. It would be irresponsible to stop investigating this now. It would be irresponsible to stop investigating this now that we know it's not just fantasy. And you've got your own personal reason to get to the bottom of this too. My own reasons. Cecile's face is overcome with a sudden flash of sadness, but she quickly regains her focus. If all those events were real, then I can't just ignore certain dreams. That's right. Like Well, what happened to your friend Eloise? Dot dot dot. I need more information if you want me to get to the bottom of this. Not just about your classmate Eloise, your club, your crew, your school, and this lilac grass. I need to know more.
Of course. If only for her sake.
Dot dot dot. It's okay, cheer up. There's still a few questions I want to ask you. About the use of incense, ask about the art club, ask Cecile about the details of her vision of Eloise, ask about Eloise as a student representative. I'm going to ask about the use of incense first. Although there's no tangible evidence, I think it's safe to assume your dreams are directly related to the use of this incense. So I'd like to know more about this lilac grass. Where were you first exposed to it? When did you first enter this dream state? Just give me all the details from around that time, anything that happened before, during, and after. Anything could be a useful clue. Cecile lowers her head and starts pondering, trying to remember something.
Sometime around the middle of September, I think. At the time, Eloise was getting into a lot of fights and arguments with others to defend me. I felt so bad seeing her like that, and I blamed myself. I was in a very dark space. Eloise approached me one day and told me not to worry so much. That's when she first gave me one of those bags.
So that's when you started using it?
Well, maybe once or twice a week. Although our club is always open, Thursday afternoon is a fixed recreational time for everyone.
That already seems quite excessive.
Also, I don't know if I should say this, but nobody really talks about it, but the weekly use of incense was Eloise's idea. She suggested it to the students. She said using it regularly over a period of 2 months would increase everyone's mood and mental performance.
I see. Does she know where the incense comes from?
I asked her that before, but she only said that her uncle, an expert on Chinese medicine, knows a lot about these things. She said making the incense is a real hassle. The wood has to be soaked in herbal water, and it is then cooked several times before being ground into powder. But the herbs have strange names, so I can't remember any of them.
Cecile looks frustrated. Don't blame yourself, let's just look ahead. So, you said the first hallucination occurred after a prolonged period of use?
Just over half a month to be exact.
Early October then. But that's a national holiday.
Our school doesn't really give us time off on holidays.
She has to smile a little. Not having holidays doesn't seem that bad in comparison to everything else going on right now. Ask about the art club. Can you tell me about your club? According to what you said yesterday, the situation at the art club is pretty much a powder keg waiting to blow.
That sounded a little... well, it's somewhat true. It's tougher than most people would assume. Although the teacher doesn't get involved too much, we set up strict requirement. The student doesn't complain about that though, they're used to it.
You think the others might add up for you because they don't think you're up to the par?
I think that could be one of the reasons, yes. They've been giving me strange looks since the very beginning. Eloise helped me practice. I think if it wasn't for her, both students and teachers would be meaner towards me.
Sounds tough.
I used to feel pretty confident in my abilities, but now I compare myself to the others a lot and I often doubt my skills.
Being an artist is a profession after all. Sad as it is, you have to gain recognition in these circles first. You're not just quite there yet, it has nothing to do with whether you're good or not. Come to think of it, the greatest irony is the fact that there are standards for art in the first place. Am I getting off topic?
You don't have to be nice. There's a huge skill gap and that's obvious. I'm far more inexperienced than the others.
And you think they're going to use that against you and force you out of the club?
That's what it seems like to me. But the things have calmed down a lot ever since Eloise butted heads with them and defended me.
She really seems to go out of her way to help you.
She really does. I just wish I was more courageous. Cecile looks sad.
Regret and self-blame accompany her words. All I did was freeze. She stood up for me.
All I did was freeze. She stood up for me, a transfer student, and argued with everyone else. I was speechless and didn't know how to react. In the end, I just silently left the classroom. I was afraid that I would make things worse by saying something wrong.
So their attention was on her, and she shouldered the blame.
She told me not to think about it too much, but it still made me feel bad and selfish.
What should I say? If you just go along with it, maybe the conflict will resolve itself. I have no basis for saying that, but your choices aren't all bad either.
Even if I know that deep down I still can't accept it, for a moment I saw my friends' eyes go sad.
It must be hard for her too.
People don't act as reckless towards me as they did before. I'm not saying they like me, but they don't go out of their way to bully me as much anymore.
How to know? Okay, Cecile's decision, info acquired. So, how to know if something is right or wrong? Maybe this is the best moment to think about that. Ask Cecile about the details of her visions of Eloise. I know it's not easy, but I would like to talk about Eloise again. About what happened to her in your dream.
Cecile's expression turns to stone.
I know it's not very easy to talk about it and very personal. If you don't want to...
No, it's okay.
Her answer is a mere whisper. Her eyes still reveal some uneasiness and fear, but she seems more composed than she was yesterday.
I'm ready.
Cecile takes a deep breath, mustering up as much courage as possible. It seems as if she's been mentally preparing for today. So, can you describe the environment around you again? Yesterday didn't really give me the clearest description. It was chaotic, to say the least. Cecile lets out a bitter laugh.
One thing was totally clear, and that was Eloise lying on the ground. It might be because of my own fear, but the surrounding environment was just a big blur. It was a quartz floor, I could see that much. Our building has the same style of floor tiles in the hallways and stairwells.
Now we see a reproduction of the image that we saw. Like Eloise, face down on the floor, bathing in her own blood.
Her art tools were scattered everywhere, strewn around about on the ground, but it was hard to make out details.
So it was indoors.
I couldn't see any familiar chairs or desks, and the classroom floor is different.
You said there was a lot of blood around her head. Was there any other signs of injury besides that?
There was some slight bruising on her arm. I couldn't see it very clearly. Her hair covered up a lot.
Yeah, I noticed. And I also noticed that, yeah, it's hidden by the UI, but the left wrist is bandaged and blood is coming out of it.
Oh, one more thing. Her clothes were particularly messy, something that wouldn't just happen from falling to the ground.
It was horrible. The wound is arguably the most direct clue we have. Even without any expertise, the average person would deduct a lot from that through common sense, and I can ask some friends who are expert on this matter for help. But overall, Cecile's description is way too vague to find out exactly what happened. There's something else. You said you were able to make out a painting. Can you describe it?
I can't recall many details, but the painting's paper was thin and it was torn open. I've seen that painting around before, even though I can't remember what was on it. The impression is still imprinted on my mind. Maybe you could look for it. It might offer up some clues. I've tried a painting in a pool of blood. I tried to find it, but, well, that's all we have so far. Ask about Eloise as a student rep. Yesterday you said Eloise frequently gets into arguments and doesn't get along that well with others. I'm a little curious. If that's the case, how did she end up with her position? Sounds like there's been a lot of trouble lately, right? I'm not really sure. I once overheard two teachers talking. Oh. This year's change of representative was unusual, but the school had to do it or else it would have had severe consequences. Oh, so she wasn't elected. Sounds like there's a lot going on behind the scenes. I don't know the teachers that well, so I couldn't just ask them about what exactly happened. A new representative. A big change like that is bound to leave some traces. Is her suddenly having such an important position the reason others have a problem with Eloise? I don't really think that's a real reason. Usually, even if someone they don't like ends up in a representative position, the students aren't really bothered about it. And although it's a nice title, there's a limit to what a representative can actually do. They basically help teachers send and receive things, and sometimes they attend school meetings to represent the student body. They don't do much else. I see, so it's really just a fancy title after all. A few students seem to care and deliberately keep their distance. Usually they're the ones who take the lead in picking up classmates, so there is a lot of resentment towards them. Do they have their eyes on you too? Not right now, I've been avoiding the seniors. Cecile's expression relaxed a little and she knows the hint of a smile. She shows the hint of a smile. Seems like you want things to stay how they are. If she always has my back, will they start to focus on her? I don't want that to happen. She's done more than enough for me already. You could ask your teachers. That would only make things worse. Her expression becomes more gloomy. That day, I stood outside the classroom and heard them arguing about something with Eloise. I heard someone say that if she overstepped her boundaries, they wouldn't give any credits to the art club at the next semester's competition. So, like a strike then. I understand that it's impossible for her to ignore a threat to such an important event. So it's a balancing act between the two sides for her. I'm sure it's really getting to her. It's clear that there are some problems going on in the background. Cecile begins to mumble. She's obviously sad and doesn't want to get into this topic any further. Time passes by way too quickly. We made some progress, but nothing groundbreaking. The hallucination made their first appearance after she started using incense. There's an obvious connection there. I highly doubt it could be mere coincidence. Other factors as of yet unknown might be involved, but the causal link between the two is clear. The origin of this incense called lilac grass is unknown, but Cecile explained how to use it. We have no way of finding out how this trend started. Students at that age are easily manipulated and eager to try new things. It's possible that someone spiked the incense and mixed something else into it. No one would notice until it was too late. In recent years, the abuse of LSD has become increasingly popular among the underage populations. If lilac grass has begun to spread among the students, it would have more access to information, but it would also mean that the situation is getting worse. Raised doubts. What happened to Eloise? This could just be one example of something much bigger going on. Then there's the matter of Cecile seeing Eloise in a dream. If these dreams are rooted in reality, there might be more to Eloise than she lets on. She is, after all, the person supplying Cecile with her incense.
Sooner or later, Cecile would have to confront her and ask her about its origin if she wants to find out more details. It's a very serious thing for a student to be physically injured at school. Such events are far more likely to leave a mark than anything else. Raise doubts. What are lilac grass origins? I feel sorry for Cecile, but we should probably take a break. That seems to be all for today. I put away my pen and accompany Cecile to the door. Cecile looks quite exhausted. She bows politely. By the way, it would be better if you didn't use lilac grass anymore. You don't know exactly where it comes from, so you shouldn't take it lightly. Well, if Eloise asks, I'll make up some excuse. I know you care about her a lot, but be aware of the fact that she's hiding something. I'll get in touch with you as soon as I find out more. It's up to you to decide whether or not you should approach her. I think that's enough for now. We talked quite a bit. I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time. Goodbye. You. My initial question has been answered, but many more has come up and the whole dynamic of this case is changing. No one's to blame. Small progress is better than no progress, but if this is the pace at which we'll continue moving forward... Anyway, I should share what I found out with Scarlett. I decided to ignore my growling empty stomach and go back inside to continue working. Next stage? I think I'm done here. I'm gonna look at my files again. Yeah, what happened to Eloise? A new questions. I got 3, conclusions. Okay, Cecile's decision. According to Cecile, Eloise has been standing up for her ever since she joined the club. The students' issue weren't immediately resolved. To avoid further trouble for Eloise, Cecile chose to suffer alone. Okay. And there's the painting with the pool of blood. In the vision, Cecile saw Eloise lying in the pool of blood. Pieces of painting were lying scattered across the unconscious student. So I only have 2 things. Let's go to the next stage. Nighttime. Well, evening rather. Yeah, nighttime. Looks like it's going to start raining at any moment now. How about some more appropriate weather for once? It's closing time and I fumble for the key at the front door on the ground floor and slip it into my pocket. An hour and a half of talking, 4 cups of coffee, the perfect recipe for an overactive bladder. Bathroom. Bathroom. It would have been impossible to fit a bathroom anywhere on the ground floor, and at times like this, just a few flights of stairs can seem especially long. What the hell is wrong with today's youth? No one would accuse anyone for bad behavior alone, but an unprovoked attack demonstrates the injustice in the world, plain and simple. Cecile doesn't seem to be from a rich family. How is it even possible for her to go to Phoenix High? Time to head out. I wash my hands and go back downstairs. Oh, there's a young man coming in wearing what's the word? Trench coat. Trench coat, closed trench coat, black turtleneck, fedora hat, dirty blonde hair. Store manager, ... I don't think I'm seeing clearly. I might as well go back and rinse out my eyes. Visitor in the rain. Good evening, sir. Are you alright? It would be if you hadn't showed up. Answered loudly from outside the door. I'm sorry, I've picked a bad time to visit since you're off work. May I come in? It's really inconvenient to talk like this. The visitor's trench coat and hat are drenched. He seems unperturbed, casually covering a briefcase he is holding in his left hand. He has the same build as me, with an inconspicuous face. Judging by his complexion, he's most likely from Europe. but he doesn't have any prominent features. His composure is meticulous, straight and expressionless, so it is impossible to know what's going on in his head. I'm afraid that's not a good thing. Another conversation? Okay. I'm relieved to see you're still here. Seeing as you're here now, I can't go, so what's up? I wanted to confirm that you're well. I also have a few books that I would like you to sell on my behalf. What? I didn't expect you of all people to want me to sell your books one day. What with your current status, I think you will be well suited for this assignment. It just makes sense. The statement is so on point that I can't even find an excuse to deny it. To be honest, I don't even remember where I first met this strange guy, but I knew he would come by, mostly to make sure that I was still staying at the bookstore. After all, this unfriendly person in front of me is the one who offered me a place to hide after that incident. And we're not gonna talk about that. Okay. The visitor opens his briefcase, methodically removing book after book from it and placing them on the work desk. They look like old volumes, much of which have been repackaged with plastic covers. The mountain of books doesn't seem like it would have fit into that slim leather briefcase. I think we should talk about your definition of a few books. You're trustworthy, and I know you don't want any trouble. You can turn your attention back to other matters after you sold the books. The profit margin you take from the sale is up to you. You're not selling books, you're giving them away, friend. You pick up one of them and flip through the pages at random. Can writing on paper really be considered a product? I've always been skeptical of that. Knowledge can never be measured in money, and if a book is purchased from knowledge, then I value destiny more than a price tag. I didn't beg you for a romantic. I'll go ahead and agree to this, but I won't take anything that's too dangerous. It wouldn't sell anyway. I knew you wouldn't refuse. You couldn't know that for sure. These books come in all sorts of categories, and I gave up my perusal of the books to study the catalog. Modern poetry collections, newspaper clippings, current political commentary, investigation reports, field notes, yearbooks. Honestly, you're leaving me 2 copies of the Story Club here. I think some of these books are still... Huh? What is it? Oh, it's nothing. These aren't bad. I'll keep them for you. This might work. I closed the book in my hand and tried to control my facial expression. That's good. Now that you're taking these off my hands, I shall take my leave. He picks up his briefcase and turns sharply to face the door. You're leaving already? Don't you want to wait out the rain? The delivery man ignores my advice. Now that the purpose of my visit has been served, there's no need for me to take up any more of your time. I'll be in touch again, when the time is right. Good luck to you. He lifts his hat in farewell and disappears outside the store. ... A cold sweat breaks out on my skin and my clothes are sticking to my back. I quietly move towards the door and check out the surroundings. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but there seems to be a tall girl on the other side of the street. She's facing this way, holding up a cell phone for a photo. Strange figure, ... After she noticed me looking, she quickly puts away the phone and makes her way to the subway station nearby. Probably just someone who is interested in architecture. After all, the building looks like a piece of cake with the top cut off, with a rare shape for a house, which is a relatively rare shape for a house. I can't worry too much about this right now. I make my way back inside and approach the old bookcases. The former owner of Hermitage makes good use of the available space, managing to stuff 3 sets of bookshelves inside. The shells are categorized by somewhat self-conscious names such as es, ich, and Uberich. Oh, it's like German words, es, ich, and Uberisch. They are huge and they are huge and filled to the brim, limiting the line of sight. The air is damp and warm. Because the rooms are quite small, customer can pick up a book anywhere on the ground floor and allow themselves to drown in its pages while enjoying a quiet and private reading experience. Being entranced by what you're reading can definitely screw with your perception of time. Sitting there, watching rays of light shimmering through the windows, occasionally broken up by the silhouette of a customer walking by, light and darkness interrupted at an irregular interval while time slips away without anyone even noticing. What a great feeling! Only bookworms can relate. Like, I've been like that. Like, I remember being in college for the first time. I remember spending my whole free afternoon. Like, there was a big empty spot. It was on a Wednesday, I think. I could have gone home already. Like, I could have taken my lunch at home, but I ate at the cafeteria. I went to the library, and I was reading some books that I found fascinating. I was reading, I couldn't see time passing. Next thing I knew, it was already 5 p.m. I read for 4 hours non-stop. So I know the feeling. And there are some bookstores in Montreal that encourage this sort of environment. There are some seats. You can peruse the book if you don't buy them. You can read them. But for a while, and after that, you gotta leave. And I remember there was a guy who was just reading manga. I was pretty sure that he planned to stay here, read the whole book, and leave, because usually manga takes 40 minutes to read, something like that, you know? But today, there's no time to relax and enjoy the moment. That guy, he knows something, that's for sure. No matter how much I think about it, I can't remember ever telling him about the whole situation with Cecile. There are some strange, unfamiliar books among the ones he delivered. No one could guess what exactly they're about just by checking the title. Hermitage has always been relatively safe space, hidden away from prying eyes. Being able to hide someone in such a big city says a lot about the man's capabilities. He must know a lot of things. He helps me, but I had my suspicions since the very beginning. He has his own agenda, no doubt about that. It's a classic case of too good to be true. There must be some reason as to why he decided to help me. Taking a sip. I went to the store and buy some chocolate. I haven't had such chocolate for a while. It's like one of those gooey Kit Kat bar with salted caramel flavor. I was like, oh, I never had that. I like that format. Usually Kit Kat bar, they're like 4 long stick, but this one is like 8 shorter stick. Instead of cutting it on the long side, you cut it on the short side of the rectangle. Good for snack. Yeah. And I love that gooey caramel, even though it says it's salted caramel, but it doesn't taste. It's not that salty. I had saltier caramel before, but I think it's probably like it is salted caramel, but because of the sweetness of the chocolate, it covers a bit. Like there's a bit of a sweetness of the caramel. Now that it's in my mouth, I can feel like the mix of the salty and the sweet. So yeah, there must be some reason as to why he decided to help me. Anyway, if I don't want any trouble, I should check out the books. I approach a bookshelf and place the newly arrived books in the most inconspicuous spot in the corner. Things are slowly starting to get back to normal. I should have a look at the first book he gave me. This is the store most interesting section. Okay, I see the... This is weird. This is a weird way of putting on books. Because all the shelves you can put 2 books wide, but the books in the back, the cover is on the back. Like there's like 2 layers of the shelves are made. You could have 2 rows of books. The back row, you cannot see the back of the book because it's on the back. The spine is next to the wall of the shelf. But the one in the front, it's like the way you'd used to see it. There's a lot of Chinese book. So this one, there's a Codex Seraphim. The other is Papyri Graecae Magicae. Papyri like papyrus. Papyri Graecae Magicae, like Greek magic papers. Papyrus. And the other is all Chinese. This is weird. And then the other one, it is not even, doesn't have a spine. It's just basically stacks like a manuscript held together with 4 strings. This is the store's most interesting section. I put the most important books in this bookcase. Seems to be what the new books are perfect for the section. Bookshelf. Codex Seraphim, the local print of the Codex Seraphim. The author is unknown. Chronicles of the Crane Temples. An old thread-bound book. The author claims... Yeah, thread-bound. The author claims to be a Taoist. History of Cannibalism, hardcover written by Hong Qian. Ancient Prescriptions, a paperback rebound in a white cover featuring only the title of the book. Papyri Graecae Magicae, a hardcover that's never been translated. The order is unknown. Tomb Construction Report, reprinted in 2005. This book was carefully bound in thick paper. Oh, The Call of Cthulhu! A kitten with tentacles is looking straight at the reader from the front of his hardcover, published in 2017. For some reason, The Call of Cthulhu has been reprinted in 2017 with a cat with tentacles. Wild Magic, a hardcover published in 2017. The scene of a horrific creature on the cover is really chilling. Yeah, there's a guy on an altar who seems ends to the sky, and a big eldritch creature is piercing the clouds to go and reach it. And The Trail of Cthulhu, hardcover published in 2015. There are strange letters and illustration on its cover. The Trail of Cthulhu, which is weird. Can I read this? A local print of the Codex Seraphim. The author is unknown. Encyclopedia with pictures and text. It hasn't been translated. The book contains a large number of explanatory images, but the language is composed of unknown characters that vaguely resemble English and are unreadable. The only thing written in actual English is the title. What? One page is folded as if to draw attention to it. It shows 2 people in bed whose bodies were overlapping and bizarrely morphing into a crocodile. Someone used a pencil to add a footnote. Eli, Yama Sabachthani. Okay, this is weird. An old threadbook bound. The paper is very old and the edge of the text are blurry, most likely because it was written by hand. The book is divided into 2 parts. The first part is about the rise and upkeeping of an old Taoist concept called crane view. A detailed description with historical example is given. The second part is written in the form of an autobiography. A fanged demon called the Scaled Great One with horrifyingly sharp claws is mentioned. Later on, the author succumbed to the badness surrounding him. The last half of the second part is chaotic and confusing, lacking any sorts of coherence and logic. A lot of numbers are jumbled into the text. So it's like the Necronomicon, written by Al Jazeera, when he went mad. But the end of the book is like gibberish. The last sentence that makes any sense is, the skies as well as the earth are dark and treacherous, an ancient mystery we mustn't look at, for the Scaled Great One looks right back at us. What follows is a chaotic sequence, Chronicles of the Crane Temple, info acquired. Oh, a sequence of numbers 15541312. 15541312. 15, 54, 13, 12. Okay. History of cannibalism. Judging from the obvious craftsmanship, there's blood on the cover. It's better be printed blood, but I'm pretty sure it's real blood. Judging from the obvious craftsmanship demonstrated in the making of this book, it's definitely rare and wasn't printed in a factory. It's a compilation of old historic folklore tales. The book records a large number of instances of cannibalism from ancient times up till the modern Republic of China, most of it based on hearsay with very little actual evidence provided by the author. The book specifically mentions that there were more than a dozen cannibal villages along the southern coast, but they were either disbanded or its inhabitants were killed in shipwrecks. There's blood on the cover! There is a little bit of dirt on some of the pages, but there is no sign of wear and tear. It's apparent that the original owner meticulously maintained the book and kept it in great condition. Judging by the way of writing, it's safe to assume the book was written during the time of the Republic of China. The book contains a large number of strange medicinal recipes that are supposed to make flesh from bone and raise the dead. Ancient texts further describe the application of Chinese recipes, while foreign recipes were reinterpreted by the author in broken English. In a chapter called Spirit Fragmentation, the author mentioned a recipe for a powder derived from a formula discovered by the famous Taoist Lao Tzu. Supposedly, it can move your soul, show you another path, and return the years long lost to you. This powder doesn't appear only in China. Ancient prescription info acquired. The book states that it was spread by travelers from Southeast Asia and it still exists today. Is this connected to lilac grass? I have a feeling. Because they're saying you can move the soul, and the hallucination that she has is actually real stuff that happened. So it's like she had an astral projection since she has no sense of self. Interesting. Alright, the Papyri Gracie Magicae. The book seems unusual and most likely from abroad, written in English. The title roughly translates to Greek magical papyri. The texts contain excerpts related to mysterious rituals and magic spells discovered in ancient Greek ruins. The author added illustration and spells to these rituals to make them more accessible. A part of the book called Aphrodite's Blessings of Luck and Love includes several pieces of old parchment paper which describe in detail how a certain pattern needs to be painted on a stone tablet to complete the ritual. Wow! Okay, we're not fucking around. Tomb Construction, 2005. The book uses a common specification of domestic textbook, and the table of content indicates that it's a textbook of landscape architecture, focusing on the style, layout, and cultural background of a mausoleum architecture around the world. However, deviating from the table of content, most parts of the books relate to a large mausoleum located in a place called the Land of Nine Evils. According to the book, The Qin Mausoleum belonged to an emperor named Qin, but it does not include further references and information about the emperor's age, time, and deeds. I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing this word wrong. I'm gonna pronounce it Qin until somebody who's knowledgeable with Mandarin can show me the proper pronunciation for it. And they're all on vacation! The ones I can think of. They're in New York. The book uses the behavior of crustacean as an analogy of the construction process of the mausoleum and includes a list of all the different types of craftsmen at work. According to the book, the sky turned red, heavy rain plowed through the pitch black soil, and the mausoleum became a tomb. Okay. Call of Cthulhu with a cat. It's a rule book for a role-playing game in which the player seems to be cats. Oh, okay. Okay, it's an Arkham book. The author dedicates a lot of chapters to the various characters inhabiting this game's world, the things the player can do as a cat, and all the mysteries hidden in the cat world. Unlike the other game of this kind, the author did away with a lot of the more complex rule set. The common system, such as dice rolling to determine actions, has been simplified, in this case being replaced by a less complicated cat dice, an invention by the author to streamline the experience for casual player. What's a freaking cat die? And why is a D20 so complicated for casual gamer? Are you shitting me? No. No. Despite its casual appearance, the author has spared no effort and goes into great detail. Many of the fictional old gods in these games are apparently imitating classic imagery and must have been changed into cat versions of their former selves. One can't help but smile while playing this game. Of course. Like all the old elder gods are like kitten version of an eldritch creatures. Because everybody is like, if a cat turns mad, there will be like cat-like imagery. Like the imagination of a cat mustn't be the same as one of a human being, you know? Because when they say, oh, I'm looking at something inhuman, something inhuman for a human is not the same as something inhuman for a cat, you know? It will be something in cat-like, you know? There would be something that looks neither like a beast nor a human. There are a lot of creatures like that in the Cthulhu mythos. Like neither beast nor human. Apparently there's more to come and more things to be introduced in future chapters, but this one is already pretty good. I'm curious. I'm curious to see who's gonna be willing to play an Arkham game. An Arkham game where everybody is a cat. Like every character, everybody's playing a cat. I'm curious how it would go. I'm willing to do that someday. If I ever get into one of these games, I want to try this. It's gonna be so hilarious. Back to Arkham but with cats. Wild Magic. This book is from an advanced investigators who have already read The Trail of Cthulhu. It is devoted to the magic, spells, and incantation associated with the Cthulhu mythos. It covers all the knowledge that an aspiring magician must master. From cheap street parlor trick all the way to occult ritual to summon various ancient gods, everything is included in this small book, making it a dangerous read. What makes this book particularly horrifying is the fact that it is told straight from the viewpoint of a magic practitioner living in a world based on the Cthulhu myth. Being exposed to all this might drastically change how readers perceive the world around them. Ooh. Trail of Cthulhu. People known as investigators are willing to pay any price in the pursuit of our world's deepest and darkest hidden secret. This book serves as an introductory manual secretly spread among these investigators. It described the necessary skill that an investigator needs to have and the many dangers they will face, most of which are horrible and twisted enough to make them wish for a quick and merciful death. The historical setting of the book is in the United States in the 1930s. Of course, like everything that Lovecraft wrote is around that period. The latest, the earliest was the end of the 1910 and sometimes in the middle of the 20s, but mostly all of his books happening during the 30s. Because he died in 1937 at the tender age of 33 years old from his chronic illnesses. The knowledge contained in here is enough to shake up how you view the world, seeing as how it lays open in the dark hidden truths behind our history. In addition, the book also covers many aspects of Cthulhu mythology, including the introduction of deities and creatures, magic spells, and ancient scriptures, all of which are described in vivid details. Nice! Okay, that's really... I can't help but sigh. It pains me to admit it, but this is the most progress I've made in the last 2 days. It irritates me that it took someone else's help to get to this point. My eyes are straight from focusing so hard in such a bad lighting condition. I place the books in the column marked not for sale, borrowing only. That man is impossible to analyze. I should really handle things carefully until I know more about what his intentions are. Bookshelf? Something change? I can access the books again. Okay. Oh, L2 is to skip. So it wasn't here. Thoughts? It's either that or finish work. I should quit smoking or all my brain cells would die, or my brain cells will die soon. You must have come prepared. In just 2 days, the amount of overlapping coincidences has increased so much that I can no longer ignore it. There is a lot of dangerous information in those books that can't be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. How ignorant do you have to be just to hand them over? What's his goal? Now isn't the time to dwell on it too much. I should accept things for what they are at the moment. Okay, so let's see. What happened to Eloise? Can I... What are lilac grass origins? Can I... A biography of the rise and fall of the Crane Temple. This temple has flourished through the traditional art of looking into the void until a monster called the Scaly Silkworm nearly destroyed everything in the field ceremony. The mysteries of heaven and earth and the mysteries of time must not be regarded. If you see them, the silkworm will see you in turn, and it will be merciless. Chronicle of the Crane Temple. And then the ancient prescriptions. Yeah, the mention of the powder that Taoist priests used to move their soul through time. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I cannot do this now. Let's finish work. Nighttime. Before I can settle into the chair, the phone in my pocket starts ringing. Oh. Scarlett. Phoenix High absolutely has a problem. I went to their management to check their records. It's pure chaos. Just mountains upon mountains of paper. In addition, the Young Artists Association has submitted several requests to the Department of Education. There have been 17 requests in March alone. It must be something really important. That's way too much correspondence for some regular topic. Do you have any more details? Not at the moment, no. I'll have a look at the list of files later. Also, I'm meeting up with some old friends from the department. It's more convenient to go through the filing cabinet at night. The method sounds unofficial. So you got a better idea? Nah, I give up. Your way it is. You owe me a favor. Of course, anything you need. Let's leave it at that then. Let's talk about the other thing tomorrow morning if you have the time. You mean the files? Yeah, I'll update you on what I can find and we can figure out the rest then. What's the hurry? You can't go out anyway, so you'll be my advisor. No problem, I have a look at everything tomorrow morning. Okay, talk to you then. The president of the elite art club is right. Phoenix High School isn't as perfect as its long-standing reputation makes it out to be. According to Scarlett, there was some incident at the beginning of the year that attracted the attention of the Department of Education and even prompted calls for disciplinary action. Even the Young Artists Association is involved in this, so could the bad atmosphere at Cecile's art club be related to this? Does what she saw actually have something to do with these incidents? Since we've made an appointment to meet up tomorrow, I shouldn't stay up too late. Something about that guy doesn't seem right. If it were anybody else, I could talk myself into thinking it was a coincidence, but every move this guy in the trench coat makes seems suspicious. Next time he comes to the store, maybe I should try making a joke or something. It's easier to seem passive and pretending not to suspect anything that way. I should accept his good intention for now and see what happens. Oh, there's something to look on the internet. How are things at Phoenix High School? From Juliet. The main focus of the discussion struck me as strange. However, at least it confirms that the school is far from perfect. Juliet, I saw a news section about bullying yesterday and grew a little concerned. My relative's daughter studies at Phoenix High School. We used to be quite close, but she's kind of stopped talking to me over the last 2 years. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that she spends most of her time in school and we have fewer opportunities to see each other. Do you have friends or family who are familiar with this kind of situation? Every now and then I feel like something might have happened and I'm a little worried. Si puis. Isn't that a private school? I heard it's a pretty common occurrence there. Poco. I'm not one of you big city people, but even I've heard of that school before. It's pretty famous. If there really were a problem like that, wouldn't it have come up a long time ago? Cerez. Anyway, what do you have to do with a relative's daughter? Picking up the phone. Listic. Suspicion, report it. Hibiki. Answer to the second comment. I live pretty close to Phoenix High School and I often see students heading out to go shopping after school or getting picked up on weekends. They're always looking down their nose at other people like they're better than anyone else. Lift 18. Money brings arrogance meme.jpg. Chaosol. It's quite bad actually. There have been reports of students beating up other students for the last 2 years. It's just that the parents usually don't want to make a big fuss about it, so they deal with it quietly. Diablo. It's becoming more and more common these days for high achievers to develop psychological issues. Being stressed out like that really isn't a joke. Azure Flame. Answer to the fourth comment. I think Juliet means that she's like a sister to her. What was the fourth comment? What do you have to do with a relative's daughter? Okay, your relative's daughter studies okay, that's it. I see the joke. So yeah, my relative's daughter studies at Phoenix High School. We used to be quite close. She stopped talking to me. And it's like, what do you have to do with a relative's daughter picking up the phone to report him? To see, like, what do you have to do with underage student, you know? So yeah, now that it says, I think Juliet means she's like a sister to her. Yeah, Juliet. Schrodinger. Manner, Ceres. What did Ceres says? Oh yeah, the fourth comment. What was the original chime of the clock tower called? It's their new threads. What's the new thread? Answer to Raven. Many people thought it was fitting. Oh no. Lily White. Someone's been paying attention in history class. Okay, that was nothing relevant. Nothing new here. Okay, relationship. Okay, we see Scarlett, and then there's me. There's somebody else, must be the bullies, then there's no name. Scarlett. Age 30, gender female, education master's degree, career lawyer. Place of birth, Jianzhou, sanity status 0. Chief legal consultant at Golden Maxim Law Firm. She has a good reputation around town. If she changed her lifestyle, she would have accumulated considerable wealth by now. However, she handles her purse as outgoing as suits her character. Okay. She spends her money a lot. That's what they're saying. Are we done? Watch TV. There's an animal documentary on the Discovery Channel. This episode is about killer whales. Much of the program's material is comprised of research collected on killer whales by scientists from all over the world. There's a lot of interesting information regarding their social interaction with each other. It's a really good show, but unrelated to what we're doing right now. Thoughts? Things are unfolding faster than I thought. It seems like a lot has been happening at Phoenix High School. According to Eloise, it's a rather delicate situation. It wouldn't surprise me if the school takes harsh disciplinary action when it comes to matters concerning the safety of the students, which might explain why Eloise looks the way she does in Cecile's visions. But there's no evidence to back it up, even if Phoenix High School doesn't live up to this prestigious name. It's unclear whether Eloise plays any role in this matter. Should I ask Scarlett to dig a little deeper? Can? No, we can't. Let's end the day. Wednesday, October 18. The drowsiness finally fades away and the girl takes a slow deep breath as she returns to the room. The feeling of being back on solid ground weighs heavy in her stomach, but the girl is able to hide it for now. Question mark. Are you sure we're doing this right? Her small frame leans against a wall for balance, and she still seems a little confused. She struggles to control her expression and makes herself look a little more determined. It's hard for you too. Even just wanting to catch some fresh air at this school comes at a cost. At least the incense gives you some peace of mind, she thinks, but she can't say it out loud. You look out for me. I'm used to pranks and I don't want the close friends like you to suffer. If you continue to put up with it, they'll just keep on doing it. I'm worried about you. If you don't hold on until next year, it will all be for nothing. Question mark. Is the competition really that important? There's no use in making noise and attracting attention now, is there? We need absolute proof, and until we have it, we just have to stay put. Question mark. I know, but I'm still a little... Besides, I want to spend more time with you. Those words make both of their faces flush a little. Who's she talking to? All I see is silhouettes. We're in the art class. There's silhouette of girls. There's no name. And there's no, not two characters like talking to each other. For all we know, she's talking to a little voice inside of her head. And I don't think that's Cecile. Speaking of which, your birthday's coming up soon, right? Finally, one of them breaks the silence. The light is dim and she can't make out more than a faint glow. Yeah, that's right. A big smile breaks the awkward tension in the room. I'm sorry I didn't prepare anything for your birthday, but... That's not your fault. I didn't even tell you when my birthday was. Ah, okay. The silhouette are a little bit different. The hairstyle is a bit different, but it's two girls. But they're showing them being on the same way, so that's why it feels like they're talking. Like it should be question mark A and question mark B. Anyway, I hope you're looking forward to your birthday present. A surprise? She immediately starts wondering about what it could possibly be. About that, if I ask you a question, will you answer truthfully? Sure, what is it? It's really simple. She stands up and approaches her, looking straight into her eyes. And now the image is being negated, like into all the colors have been revert into their opposite color, like a negative film. So negative filter. Are you really doing all of this for my sake? Triple question mark. Triple exclamation mark. The girl turns around and hugs herself. Even outside, the hallucination that spark behind the eyes is a mystery she has never quite managed to understand. Walking the same path has turned it into somewhat of a shared obsession buried deep within. The last glimpse makes her shiver. It's like dancing on the tip of a knife. Alright, intermission done? I didn't have to wait long for Scarlet. I had a little too much to drink last night. She crawls into the store with a wary expression as if she were close to death. Whoa there! Looks like you were hogging all the bottles and didn't leave anything for your drinking buddies. She comes closer. I catch a whiff of makeup. Staying up late is excusable, but I don't think it makes sense that she used that much makeup to cover the bags under her eyes. Seeing my expression, Scarlet leans crumpily against a bookcase. I spent my days and nights drowning in wine while putting on a fake smile, all to gather small tidbits of information from the people in charge. And this is the thanks I get! I rub my nose, embarrassed. As always, you can be counted on at such a critical moment. She gives me a satisfied, victorious smirk like a child who has the upper hand in an argument. Doesn't look like she's going to change her habits anytime soon. Alright, now I have access to the bookshelf because... Okay, I can access those books anytime now. It's just like all the books that the stranger gave me. The guy in the trench coat. Alright, so, conversation. So, what did you find out yesterday? It's kind of difficult. As I mentioned yesterday, the Department of Education, the Association of Young Artists, and Phoenix High School communicated a lot last semester. The correspondence between them has been unusually frequent. Generally speaking, the school itself can initiate administrative penalty sanctions against a student. The administrative body outside the school do not usually interfere as long as everything is in line with the school's rules and regulation. Superiors getting involved in this process is somewhat of a taboo, as it would imply that the school was doing something wrong. But this time is different? Yes, in this case, sanctions were withdrawn multiple times. I can't help but swallow even though my mouth is as dry as a desert.
And the initiator of the sanction wasn't even Phoenix High School. It was just a substitute.
Is that even allowed? The school has to follow certain rules and regulation after all.
That's exactly the point.
She takes out a stack of paper that appears to be confidential documents. There's a lot of papers. Like 2 Bibles worth. They have various headlines, but the words withdrawal and notification appears often and stick up like a sore thumb.
In March, the Young Artists Association repeatedly asked Authority Monitor to monitor Phoenix High School and take disciplinary action against the students, but they always withdrew their request. It's a constant back and forth. They withdraw their request, then make a new recommendation, and so on.
A classic delaying tactic. So the Young Artists Association keeps pressuring Phoenix High School to take disciplinary action, but is being hindered by bureaucratic obstacles?
It isn't only the association. Many other local schools, university, and institutions are involved as well, which makes it so hard to fathom.
So it's public outrage. It would be hard for anyone to stand their ground with a spectacle like this. Then again, the whole situation says a lot. 2 things in particular seem strange to me. What could the student at Phoenix High have done to get everyone so riled up? Scarlett doesn't seem surprised. It's a fairly obvious question. She rubs her forehead and starts explaining the situation to me.
The Young Artists Association focuses on industry exchanges. They are mainly active in nearby provinces and usually aren't in contact with regular universities. If they do get in contact, it's because of the annual competition.
The one that's caused so much controversy last year?
Seems like you've done your homework. You're right. It was a pretty big thing last year. A watercolor piece called Blossoms made first place in the painting category. But it turns out that the artist Lily actually took credit for someone else's work.
That's... You mean she put her own name on someone else's work and submitted it? That reminds me of a saying I once heard, borrowed flowers wither fast. If the piece hadn't won the competition, it wouldn't have caused that much of a scandal. But instead, it was exactly the type of ammunition certain parties needed to apply pressure to the school and make demands. The other participating school were just as eager to win and wouldn't let something like that slide. Scarlett nods.
Although it's unclear how the lie was uncovered in the first place, these documents show that there is a strong desire for disciplinary action,
giving them more than enough reason to demand a rerun of the competition. Actually, that seems to be the goal. People love to hand out punishments as long as they're not on the receiving end. The organizer as well as the participant are applying pressure, so it looks like it's a done deal.
The disciplinary action was eventually revoked, but they re-evaluated the reward. It was impossible for Phoenix Wright to maintain its ranking.
That sounds plausible. So Lily is a member of the art club?
That's right. She was the club president before Eloise took over her position.
Okay. It makes more sense now. Okay. I see. If the club president gets into trouble like that, it reflects badly on the other students. That must have led to a lot of tension between them.
Probably.
The Yukai Cup cheating incident. Info acquired.
A roof won't hold if the foundation is crumbling after all.
With the last student representative involved in such a scandal, it's becoming increasingly important to find out what exactly has been going on behind the scenes of that art club.
You're absolutely right, which is why I'll be going straight to Phoenix High School this afternoon.
What? I should consume less cigarettes. Luckily enough, I'm not one of those bookstores owners who have a habit of drinking a lot of tea, or else I would spat it out in the geyser just now. Yeah, what? Isn't that a little too drastic? How would someone her age blend into a school? Yeah, she's 30 years old. Don't try to look like one of the students. You're gonna be looking like one of the teachers. Yeah, I'm a new substitute teacher. I can see Scarlett shooting me a smug look from behind her sunglasses. I'm a talented enough actor to play the role of a mother. This is the first time I've seen someone being proud of her age like that. I can try and help, but I can't guarantee the outcome. What makes you think I need help? I've got this. She helps me push back a big hardcover book that was about to squeeze its way out of the bookshelf. While I was doing research yesterday, I decided I just had to check this whole thing out for myself. This is something big, isn't it? That a simple matter of fraud could have so many twists and turns? It's important to get to the bottom of it and uncover what the school is hiding. That seems to be Scarlett's main goal. You should be fine. What's with your amazing acting skills? What with your amazing acting skills, but what's the catch? You might not be able to tell from the outside of that school, but I had a hard time dealing with their administration at first. So I did some digging online and managed to find a lead on a couple of social media platforms. All you have to do is look for a verified account with real name authentication and check the list of users who follow it. It's really simple. I have a hard time following what she's saying. Anyway, here's how we should proceed. Already on next stage? Wait. No wonder Cecile felt such a strange atmosphere within the art club. Regardless of whoever's responsible, the club has lost the championship due to internal conflicts. It's no wonder that the club members feel furious towards each other if they have all been suspected for no reason. So, could this be the cause of Eloise's injury? As a direct result, Eloise took over the position of student representative from Lily. Did she gain power after the conflict, or did she become a replacement simply because someone has to take the fall? Either way, it's highly likely that she's involved somehow. Scarlett had made her opinion clear. Alright, let's go to next stage. Morning! It didn't take Scarlett much effort to get into the school. Working in a public institution taught Scarlett just how fragile their barriers actually are and how easily they can be overcome. Whereas in TV drama, it's the system itself that is the obstacle. The best approach is to trick the people in charge of upholding the barriers. Real life is a lot less action-packed than the TV dramas, and the key is not to draw unnecessary attention. The plan is very simple and old school. Pretend to be a parent and make up a student's name on the fly. Checking in the front gate is the first hurdle that has to be overcome when entering the school. The visitors have to register so they can easily be contacted should any problem arise. Two things are checked: the visitor's identity and the reason for their visit. This is done in hopes of avoiding problems in the first place instead of having to do damage control afterwards. Scarlett forthcomingly shows the guard at the door her ID and jots down her phone number. Her behavior makes the doorman feel at ease and not suspect anything. Sure, there are a lot of rules in place, but nobody follows all of them to the letter. It's easy to take advantage of that. Scarlett experienced that time and time again over the course of her professional career, so taking this small hurdle is like second nature to her. Wow, this place is huge! Along the way, she has a look at the dormitories and classroom buildings. It's bizarre to see how much money parents are willing to invest in their child's education. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, but they're not doing it for the sake of the kid's future, but for the social prestige that comes from being associated with a school like this. The club building is furthest the school building is furthest from the school gate. Red tiles cover its exterior. The art club is the second floor and occupies a large classroom at the middle of the corridor. Scarlett chose this particular time because most social events and activities are scheduled in the afternoon. Only 2 students are in the classroom. Luckily, Scarlett made preparation the day before, or else the classroom would have been completely empty and she would have returned from this investigation empty-handed.
I'm in position, ready to go. Don't you dare leave me hanging here.
She directly connected to the store manager, who's far away in another corner of the city. These types of technological advancements have made investigators so much easier than they used to be back in the day. After sending the message, Scarlett uses her phone as an improvised mirror to check her reflection. Slightly dark circles under the eyes, not quite perfect, just the way she wanted it. Everything's ready. Oh, those are the bullies. I remember their silhouette, even though they don't have names or faces.
Hello there. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long.
The two students look startled and quickly put away their tools. Although it's unclear what they were planning to do with the screwdriver that was lying at the edge of the desk just a moment ago, Scarlett pretended that she didn't see anything. Are you the person I spoke to yesterday, miss?
Yes, indeed. I was worried you two wouldn't take this seriously.
No, of course we do. Are you kidding? If the association's doing a follow-up investigation, we'll cooperate.
And we didn't tell the teacher, just as you asked. This stays between us. Despite the final sanctions being withdrawn, Phoenix High School received a stern warning by the Young Artists Association. Pretending to be an employee at the association, Scarlett secretly contacted two students from the art club to question them in person. It might cause some suspicion later on, but at least for now, her cover seems to be holding up. Scarlett is immersed in her role, intent on maintaining her fake identity.
I will inform your school again after the investigation is completed. Don't worry.
Well, the competition... The long-haired girl seems a little anxious, and her classmate quietly pulls on her sleeve.
Needless to say, your help is much appreciated. I owe you a favor.
Scarlett notices both of the girl's eyes flash at this. Time to break the ice to loosen these two up a little.
You see, I have a daughter, and she wants to transfer to Phoenix High too. She really likes to draw, so she expressed a lot of interest in the community activities here. I came here today to talk to you about the situation and to find out more about this art club my daughter keeps talking about. Are there any activity schedules for today? Maybe can I sneak a peek?
Sure, but they're in the afternoon.
Oh gosh, that's too bad. My migraine always flares up in the afternoon.
Most activities are scheduled for the afternoon, lady. That's how it works. Lady? Scarlett keeps herself from raising her eyebrows at this. She maintains her composure and steers the conversation back in the right direction.
I see. Too bad. I would have liked to have seen it for myself. Anyway, let's get back to the point then, shall we?
The two of them look at each other and nod. Time to get an investigation started for real. Scarlett takes out her phone and pretends to open the notepad app.
Let's see. There's a few things I'd like to know.
Oh, it's finally starting. Oh, she opens the... She calls the store manager, so he's gonna have to... She can listen. He can listen on the conversation. Nice. It's finally starting. By now, Scarlett has probably met the students she established contact with. This could lead to a world of trouble afterwards, but hey, drastic times, drastic measures. Her hidden earpiece hasn't been discovered yet. Looks like everything's going according to plan. For now. Alright, here we go. What should I ask them? Ask about the current state of the art club.
So, how many events do you organize per week?
There are 2 activity sessions per week, both of them in the afternoon.
However, our studios are open and free to use until school ends. If someone happens to have a free period, they can just drop by and use this classroom, as long as they clean up after themselves.
Oh, so much freedom. Seems like Mr. Tran really trusts you.
Scarlett sneaks in the teacher's name to further establish her credibility. She seems to be on the right track. That being said, the students really take advantage of that.
After all, everyone has classes in the morning, and in the afternoon there are only a few. Not too many students stick around.
So, how are things going? You probably started preparing for this year's competition by now?
Oh, we're taking things a little slow. It's pretty relaxed. We're still student after all.
The teacher doesn't pressure us too much. We're just practicing our skills, the usual stuff. The subject matter is all up to us too. We can draw whatever we want.
The student's shallow words are most likely supposed to reinforce the image of a relaxed, free atmosphere within the art club. However, one look at the excessive amount of canvas and turpentine lying around is enough to see through the charade.
I know it seems strange for someone in my position to say this, but even with all of last year's problem, our association still has high hopes for your school this year.
It's okay, you're just doing your job, right?
The teacher doesn't take the initiative when it comes to taking care of us, but whenever we seek advice, he's always there. Don't worry, we'll win for sure this year.
The confidence seems fake. If anything, they both seem indifferent when it comes to the competition. The student's words sound like those of a winner, even though there's a clear lack of motivation. Scarlett tries not to let those distractions get to her.
Well then, I'm looking forward to it.
Ask about the changes in the club over the past 6 months.
Come to think of it, some club members have graduated since last year.
Hello, Fitbill 147! Thank you very much! Thank you for the 100 BDs! Oh, it's 100 grams of glitter shower. Thank you very much! Thank you very much, Fitbill. Let's give you a little shout out. How you doing, my friend? Shout out to my friend Fitbill 147. Fitness and health. Yeah, you're doing this. You're still doing those in the early afternoon on weekdays or early in the morning, correct? Like, I have a notification on my cell phone while I'm working that you're on, but I can't even get to your stream because I'm working. But, yeah. So, how you been up to? So, yeah, this is an investigation. This is a lawyer pretending to be part of a board meeting, pretending to be a mother who has a girl who wants to enlist in this private girls-only art school. But there's some bullying, and there's a girl who's having nightmares and visions, and we're trying to debunk all of that. So this is what's going on right now. That's right.
I hear there's been a lot going on.
Really? There were a lot of rumors going around concerning the change of representative, but things have been quiet since then.
We're lucky to have found a new representative so quickly. We're going to take our chance this year and try to win for real this time.
That's good to hear. Were any additional measures taken? I'm sure there's a lot of pressure on your school to make sure things run smoothly this time.
I don't know if I really describe them as measures.
What are you referring to?
I'm talking about the membership requirements, admission criteria, you know? Although I'm not sure that if that was what you wanted to know.
Sure, tell me more.
Well, it's not a big thing, really. The school's been trying to keep the clubs active for a long time now.
Starting the semester, many clubs no longer have assessment tests as a requirement to join up. As long as students want to participate, their clubs are obliged to accept their application.
Everyone was really busy at the beginning of the year, and when the time came, this term's recruitment period was already over, meaning our art club wasn't really affected by the change.
There's only one exception. A transfer student was accepted immediately after ending in her application. The teacher are probably patting himself on the back for finding such a good role model.
Hey, watch it!
What's wrong with the transfer student?
Is that Cecile? If this is Cecile, everything makes sense. Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it.
The whole situation just had everyone a little anxious and uncomfortable at the start of term.
Sounds like you don't have it easy. Such a decision should have been a community vote, but maybe I'm just being idealistic?
It's respectable that you still think that way even after dealing with the schools in our city for such a long time.
Well, the longer you're in this business, the more you just want things to go smoothly. That would save me trips like this in the future. If I would have choice, I would have stayed at home on my couch watching TV.
The girls smile at Scarlett. Her casual tone seems to resonate with them. Ask about the club members.
Sorry I have to ask this, but how are the relationships within the club? How is everyone getting along? After all, with everything that happened last semester, it must be tough, right?
Club member A ... Club member B ... we're all doing really well. It didn't affect us.
Oh.
The girl's eyes are blinkingly rapidly, unconsciously wandering off to the corner of the classroom. Oh! Scarlett doesn't know exactly what they're hiding, but their statement just now sounded insincere. The other girl picks up the conversation again.
Yeah, we have an old small competition here and there. It's fun.
She points to a corner of the studio where a number of paintings are displayed. Yeah, they show the back of the room with all the statues' faces are displayed too. They show how high the level of talent is around here. Many different styles and techniques were applied to these paintings, and they can easily keep up with the works of many grown-up artists today.
Wow, that's impressive.
Okay. This is a painting of a red flower blooming in a desert, a dried up land, in a sunset with many clouds. Okay, that's a nice, I feel like I should make a book report on this painting, but I wouldn't. If I would, it's just to make my friend Shay smile and laugh. Scarlett's attention is focused on one painting in particular. Even among the many other impressive pieces, this one stands out. The whole picture is filled with clouds of flame that burn towards the top of the frame. The scorched earth conveys a feeling of gloom, but a single flower can be seen. Although it looks completely out of place, its radiant beauty overshadows everything else. The eye is automatically drawn into it because it's red. They choose the color on purpose. Like they want the eye to drag to the color and it goes straight to red. The earth spreads out like an ocean beneath the flower. The ink on the paper wasn't exactly applied neatly, but the delicate composition of it all turns into a breathtaking piece of art. Just looking at the painting, Scarlett actually feels like she's on top of a mountain overlooking at the sprawling landscape below her. There's so much to take in. The word blossoms is written in the corner of the canvas. Oh, okay. This is last year's winner. So yeah, this Lily, who was the former art school rep, submitted this painting and put her name on it, and it turned out it was somebody else's, and that's why they lost the title. But they keep it on display. This I will understand why this pieces of art won first prize, but it's so sad it was put in such a scandal. She immediately recognized the name, having seen dozens of documents already. It's the painting that won last year's competition, the root of all the controversy. We didn't know until after the competition was over that the president has been preparing this painting last year. That caught Scarlett's attention. The two of them would continue to refer to the former student representative as the president in front of an association member, not after everything that happened. Plus, the store manager mentioned that the current representative, Eloise, is the main cause of Cecile's concern.
This is the first time I'm seeing it, to be honest. Is this the level of quality students your age delivers nowadays?
It's something really special. To tell you the truth, we were startled when we first saw it. It's hard to fathom. I've never even heard of this painting technique before.
I'm not really an expert, but this painting is on a professional level, right?
Oh, what's this? The bottom left corner of the painting has been ripped. Really? Oh shit, yeah! The frame is broken on the bottom left corner. Although it's been glued back together, it's still noticeable if you pay close attention.
Oh, Dad! There was an accident when we were hanging it up. We mended it just be careful not to touch it.
Yeah, watercolor painting bloom. So that's what happened? That's too bad. Your new representative must be quite popular, right? It's an important position after all.
Hmm? Ah, yes, she's totally awesome. I admire her so much.
Absolutely. Think about it. Talent like that is really rare, isn't it? Their lies couldn't be any more obvious. They're trying to cover something up. The girl with the short hair hesitates after every word. Scarlett bites her tongue. She can't be sure whether the two really respect their president, but the use of the superlative like that makes it obvious they don't mean what they're saying. It's not heartfelt. The president did distance herself while she was preparing the painting. That was a little scary, to be honest.
But it's much better now. She just overly focused sometimes.
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't want anyone disturbing me while I'm doing my homework either. What an embarrassing performance. It's painfully clear how uncomfortable they are talking about this topic. People who live in their own little world can often seem distant like that. That's probably why many geniuses are so withdrawn. I know people like that too. You shouldn't take it all too seriously. Scarlett takes some mental notes and the conversation comes to an end. Ask about Lily's whereabouts. How is your classmate Lily? Have you heard from her? Should be fairly obvious, but Lily's entry in the competition was a pretty dark moment in Phoenix High's history. What is their relationship to the former president like? Scarlett isn't sure if it's a touchy subject for the two students. Let's try to push for some answers. Sometimes you cannot hold back. High risk, high reward. The girl exchanged a strange look. Now, I don't mean anything by it, but it seems as if you're a little reluctant to talk about her. I just want to understand the situation a little better. That way I can judge if the association's way of handling your school was appropriate. We don't really know much about the specific circumstances.
We stopped coming to the club during midterms last semester. I think she said something about preparing for her exam at home.
I remember that. That was probably our only option after the whole fiasco. After being exposed as a cheat, she couldn't just stay in the club as if nothing had happened. Her family probably came up with some excuse to switch to homeschooling. You think so?
Her family has a lot of influence, so I'm sure of it. If we ever ask for something like that, the school will refuse it in a heartbeat.
The long-haired student unconsciously touches her neck, which is a typical nervous gesture when people lie. The other student seems more sincere, never shying away from the eye contact with Scarlett. So that's what happened. Looks like Lily has left the school, but things aren't as simple as these two are making them out to be. Scarlett takes mental note of what was said. ... Scarlett asks the student some irrelevant question as well, to seem more believable. She is good at playing a role that for a second she actually believes she's working for the association and fully embraces her fake identity. The two students don't suspect a thing, but after this long conversation they part ways. A familiar voice issues from the small phone that she's carrying in her pocket. Done. I think that's it for today. Well done. Looks like you still got it. I hadn't expected that. Well, unlike a certain someone, I actually leave the house every once in a while. Meaning I'm perfectly capable of handling social interaction. Anyway, did you at least get something interesting out of it after having me do all this work? Oh yes, most definitely. It's all quite interesting. Strange even. You mean the attitude towards the former student representative? It's more than that. Lily leaving the school raises question in itself. Do you think those two can be trusted?
Oh yes, their eyes didn't lie. It's obvious that they're hiding something, but the things they did talk about were true.
Scarlet sounded hesitant.
What's bothering you so much? What do you think is wrong?
It's the timing of when Lily left the school. We don't really know much about the specific circumstances.
She stopped going to the school club during midterms last semester. I think she said something about preparing for her exam at home.
Try to recall the information Cecile provided. Every February, the Yukai Cup is the only thing anybody talks about at Phoenix High. We always score well in the competition. The Yukai Cup starts at the beginning of the semester. Everyone's in full-on working mode and wants to win. Do you remember the dates of the document from the Department of Education?
They were all somewhere between March and April.
Scarlet replies quickly, which shows that she's keeping up. Generally, midterm exams are conducted about 2 months after the start of the school year, from the end of April to the beginning of May. And all requests were viewed over a month ago, which suggests that they receive a reply by then. Leaving aside the fact that all disciplinary sanctions from a Young Artists Association were eventually withdrawn, even if they did produce any result, there should have been a response before midterm. Copying someone else's work only to suddenly drop everything a month later seems strange. Things aren't as simple as they seem. Yeah, something seems foul here. The Yukai Cup cheating incident info added.
The school seems less and less like the image it's trying to uphold.
Unrealistic expectation and a yearning for prestige and recognition, but Phoenix High School isn't all it's hyped up to be.
We've stumbled upon something big, that's for sure. But shouldn't we focus on the whole thing with Cecile first?
Of course, which is why we need all of this information. Cecile has been struggling with that vision of Eloise. At this point, we probably know more about it all than she does. Okay. We probably know more about it. Okay, we probably know more about it all than she does. That's one of the unique advantage of being an outsider. Okay, sorry I have trouble with those sentences. You just try to understand. This has been translated from Chinese. I'm pretty sure of it. This has been translated, and sometimes the sentences are tough to read, and there's some typos, but that's inevitable. Like, I've seen many typos coming in. I would apologize for the typos, but sometimes the sentence or the punctuations are either non-existent at some point or just put in places they didn't need to be. Anyway, that's one of the unique That's one of the unique advantages of being an outsider. We already know that Cecile has visions of past events when she's under the influence of incense, meaning Eloise lying on the ground in a pool of blood is something that has already happened too. Cecile wants to know the circumstances of this incident, and now we've found something that may be connected to Eloise. Further details are coming to light and everything seems to be connected somehow. This should help us find out whatever tragedy it was that befell Eloise.
At least we have something to work with now. We got lucky.
It's hard to do something if you don't believe in it, but in this case, we know something's wrong. From what we know so far, the art competition was the big incident that kicked off everything.
The two student representatives must have had a lot of contact in the past.
Who knows? Maybe there's something else we can dig up.
Speaking of which, I have an idea.
Oh?
One of the students I met today seems to be using the same ID online all the time. Couldn't stop to snoop around a little.
Sounds like something we can work with.
I'm afraid that's it for the day. I really have to get back to the office or the boss will have my head. I'll send you the idea later. I need to find out a way out of the school first.
A little while back, blogs and online diaries were very popular. That's changed quite rapidly ever since social media sites started spreading like wildfire. If those students really are hiding something, they might slip up and leave some kind of trail online. Social media. For me, it's a good thing. I can do a huge chunk of my work without leaving the confines of my cozy abode. There are no computers on the ground floor, and I'm not really in a hurry. Kneading my neck and shoulders, which are stiff from holding my phone, I resume the organization of my books. Oh, already afternoon? Evening. Even with the correct situation and the Cecile's problem, the world keeps on turning relentlessly. Tales from the Vienna woods can be heard faintly from across the street. The guy who owns the tobacco and liquor store seems to be a man of music taste. Tales from the Vienna woods. Okay, now I'm curious. This looks like this is a piece of music I'm supposed to know. I probably heard it, but I need to see what it is. Tales from the Vienna woods by Strauss. Okay, it's a piano piece. There's a keyword that says Looney Tunes. It's probably used on Looney Tunes. Okay, Opus 325. Big time classic. Oh, that! Okay, I get it. Alright, that's all I need to know. That's all I... So yeah, it is a Looney Tunes song. I really assumed Cecile would have stopped by the store by now, but then again, Phoenix High School is quite far away. Still nothing. I'd better send her a message tonight to find out what's going on, just to be on the safe side. Other than that, it's a typical Wednesday, although I've only seen a few people around. A mother and son, 2 middle-aged men, and a young guy with a healthy interest in the French Revolution. Is today actually a public holiday or something? The whole concept has been long lost to me. In any case, the day is coming to an end and there isn't much point in staying open. I should call it a day. After laying out a big yawn, I grab a few books and begin my nightly routine. Oh, girl with long hair! Hey, is that Eloise? It looks like Eloise. Okay. I need a voice for Eloise. Shit.
Sorry to bother you.
Someone standing in the doorway. I freeze. It's the girl who was taking picture of the store from the other side of the street last night. Oh! I'd never been the type to believe in coincidence. Hello there, girl. Hello. There is complete silence. She doesn't waste time and walks straight towards the desk. She's well-mannered, keeping her feet from making too much noise on the quartz floor. Her demeanor is calm, but she gives off a mysterious aura. It's as if even the light can only go around her. It's not her clothes. She's meticulously dressed in a slightly faded but very tidy school uniform. Nor is it because of her appearances. She has good posture and maintains a polite, albeit small smile. Something about her immediately grabs my attention. Welcome. Most of the books here are ready to buy. We don't have any stocks in the back, so just bring the ones you're interested in and straight to the counter. She walks up to me while I'm still speaking. She confidently looks me in the eye, her long hair floating behind her like a curtain.
Hello. I'm looking for a book.
Yes, of course. What kind of book are you looking for?
Is it okay if I only have the title?
What's the name of the book?
The Trail of the Missing Fish.
Oh, this is the book Cecile was looking for. And this one is on the land only. It's not for sale. ... I have a hard time playing it cool and break out in a cold sweat.
I've heard you carry many books that are quite unique and cannot be found anywhere else.
That's true. It's a shame, really. Your timing is unfortunate. It was acquired by someone else just recently. The girl smiles calmly.
I see. This mystery is easy enough to solve.
She moves a little closer, calmly, as if to signal that everything is under control.
Your time must be precious, so please allow me to ask you directly.
Did a girl named Cecile get it? I tried to keep my expression as neutral as possible. I wouldn't be wise to lie. That she mentioned Cecile's name must mean that she knows something. I don't know how much she knows and what Cecile told her. Cecile still hasn't called. I should play it safe. Since she knows about Cecile's visit to the store and about the book she's borrowed, this girl must be close in her own way, in some way. Her faded Phoenix High School uniform makes it apparent that she's not a new student here. She must know something about Cecile's situation or she wouldn't have chosen this moment to show up. But this isn't the time for me to lay out all my cards on the table. Well, as you can see, this place is rather small and a little messy. Still, Hermitage value each and every one of its customers. I deliberately put on a more serious face. I'm afraid I can't discuss my customers' private matters, especially with a guest whose name I do not know. The girl looked surprised, as if she wasn't prepared for such a direct statement. I knew it!
I'm Eloise, Cecile's friend. I'm also the president of the art club she's in. I'm sorry, I was so focused on this one thing and I completely forgot to introduce myself. My apologies.
She bows slightly and hands me her student card. She's doing this to remove any doubt about her identity. Very polite, very thoughtful. A response I wouldn't have expected from a student. A bit too much, maybe. And her wrist is healed. So that was probably an old wound from 6 weeks ago. 6 months ago. Sorry. Interesting. Eloise, is it? What an introduction. Might as well bait her into answering some question. I'd like to find more about her. Cecile mentioned her so frequently that my interest is piqued. Not only that, but she plays an important role in Cecile's hallucination and is somehow connected to it all. Cecile is somewhat of a regular customer here, and I sometimes talk about school with her. I'm sorry for being so suspicious. I just take privacy very seriously. I didn't mean to be rude. Eloise looks relieved and the tension fades away.
No worries. I think valuing privacy is a respectable trait.
To answer your questions, yes, Cecile did purchase the trail of the missing fish here. I didn't pay a second thought because she has always shown an interest in folklore. Why is that book so special to you? Is there something wrong?
The problem isn't the book itself.
Eloise looks troubled.
Actually, something is wrong with Cecile. We used to meet after class a lot, practice a little here and there.
Art practice?
Our school is very strict and the standards here are very high. She loves to paint and I wouldn't want her to miss any opportunities. I support her.
That's very noble of you. You must take your position seriously.
In the beginning, Cecile was always so enthusiastic about practice. Actually, she often approached me to plan meeting in advance. But lately, it's almost as if she's been hiding from me. I asked her if there was something on her mind, something weighing her down, but she wouldn't answer me.
She bows her head and seems lost.
Our school's public image is a very prestigious one, So much so that many of our students are very proud. Cecile transferred to the school just recently. I'm worried that something or someone might be bothering her and she's too afraid to say it.
Eloise put one of her cuffs and gives me an apprehensive look.
So I'm not proud of it, but I've been tracing her steps after school to see if she needed help with anything.
That's a very fancy way of saying that you're stalking someone. I'm not sure how well you guys know each other, but don't you think following someone around after school is a bit extreme?
I know it's wrong, but I didn't know what else to do. Please don't tell Cecile about this, please.
She bows her head again. This really seems to be getting to her. I keep talking in a calm and friendly manner. Don't worry about that. So what's your plan? Are you going to go door to door to find out where she's been?
Actually, this store is basically the only place she ever visits. That's what made me think that maybe you know something.
Now Eloise is the one trying to ask questions. Well, how should I put this? I put out my cigarette and take a deep breath. The two girls really do seem to be quite close. This is my golden opportunity to find out more and finally get the answers I've been looking for. I should slip into a certain role. When the two people don't really know about each other, it's easy to pretend to be someone else. I'm confident that there's a lot I can find out if I can play this right. There should be a way without her having to say anything. I need to find the right moment to take a closer look at Eloise. Oh, this feels like this is a save moment. I need to save. What am I doing here? Month 10, day 18. Alright. Find the right moment to take a closer look at Eloise. When it comes to analyzing behavioral patterns, choosing the right approach is essential. I might not get a better chance than this, so I mustn't miss it. Still, asking out of the blue wouldn't be smart. I need to plan this carefully. Okay, since you've been honest with me, I think I can trust you. Cecile had a reason for coming to me. I get up, ready to share my secrets with Eloise. Truth be told, before taking over this bookstore, I spent most of my life in the field of clinical psychotherapy.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I no longer have my license. When I was young, I had a dispute with some of the older gentlemen in the association. They made use of their connections and influence to kick me out and stop me from practicing. I waved my hand a little, a typical "let's not dwell on the past" gesture. It's not even a complete lie, more like half a lie. I used to work in the field of social science.
But how did Cecile?
One of my friends probably couldn't keep his mouth shut. Word gets around. Cecile hears it mentioned somewhere. That's how these things happen. Try and put yourself in her shoes. It's not something you tell anyone. What would just make people more worried? That should sound believable enough. Eloise gave me an understanding nod. I breathe a sign of relief, look around, and deliberately lean forward a little. I'm not going to tell anyone about what you've been doing, but I would appreciate it if, in exchange, you could keep my story a secret too. In any case, this is about Cecile's well-being, so we're on the same team. Elise doesn't reply, but lets her eyes wander around the store instead. She takes in the messy piles of books at the edge of the shelves and the old poster I hung up on the wall. I'd say the first floor perfectly captures the wayward scholar ambiance. And being gloomy isn't exactly something I have to pretend to be.
Okay, I promise.
Oh, okay, so when I press R1 to examine, I can examine her head, her face, her wrist, or the posture. So if there's a change in that, I'm gonna press R1. Eloise nod in acknowledgement of our little deal. I decide to strike the iron while it's hot. Well, that's good. Anyway, you already found your way here. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? So far, I only heard Cecile's point of view, so your help would be much appreciated.
Please ask. If there's any way I can help, I will do it.
Hearing Cecile's name seems to make her particularly energetic. I take out my notebook and quickly flip to the page with the most handwriting scribbled on it to keep up appearances. I have a lot of questions actually. Let's go through them one by one. What should I ask? Cecile's activity at the school. Cecile told me a few things. You're a little older than her, correct?
That's right. I'm in my senior year now.
I see. Then you probably don't know much about how Cecile is doing in her class and what the atmosphere is like there.
That's right. But I still know some things. Her class is a so-called preparation class that aims to attract students by lowering the tuition fee, but has a very high expectation and demands rapid progression. I've heard that the head teacher there is very strict.
And the teacher doesn't say anything against someone from a preparation class wanting to join one of the extracurricular clubs as well? Eloise smiles bitterly.
Actually, people from the preparation classes make up the bulk of the club members.
I don't follow.
It's to project strength, to make a statement. We can pursue our hobbies even though learning is stressful. I assume you're familiar with that sentiment. Many students even sign up for a club on paper, but you never see them around in person. However, the guidelines aren't that clear, and with Cecile being a transfer student, maybe the teacher just doesn't care.
So while her classmates were stressed out and learning at home, Cecile was one of the few who actually participated in club activities. I sigh and shake my head. That explains why many of them don't get along with Cecile.
I know it's not a nice thing to say, but I think many of them have severe issues. It's hard to imagine the pressure they're under, but it's the reason why many of them has a really short fuse.
Ask about Cecile's current situation with the club. How is Cecile's performance at the art club?
Performance? Well, she wasn't familiar with many of the techniques the rest of us were taught at a young age, but she's a quick learner and is doing really well. She has a lot of potential. She's very eager, and I'm sure she has a bright future ahead of her if she seizes the right opportunities.
How well does she get along with the other club members? Eloise frowns. This seems to be something she's concerned about.
I wouldn't exactly call it harmonious.
According to what she told me, they want her to leave the club.
You could say that, yes. It puts her under a lot of pressure.
Your studio rarely gets new members.
That's true. It's not easy to join. After all, it represents the school to the outside world, so there's an image to uphold. The admission process is strict even for senior students.
But a transfer student got a spot.
Many departments underwent personal changes, and the new teacher did say they were planning on making the process a little less demanding. Cecile submitted her application after the recruitment campaign in September, so she was one of the first chosen under these new, more relaxed guidelines. That could be why the others are so harsh and unwelcoming towards her.
Eloise looks sad when she talks about the situation. Does she? Examine her head, examine her face, examine her posture, examine her wrist. Can I get a mistake here? I want to save here and try something. Examine her head. Elix looks sad when she talks about the situation. Examine her head. I should examine Eloise's head. I'm concerned about what Cecile saw in her vision. According to her, Eloise suffered a bad edge injury. Maybe I'll find some traces of that. Eloise looks sad when she talks about the situation. Oh! Okay, I cannot come back from now. Okay, so that's why I said we're focusing on something in particular throughout the whole conversation. And in this case, it's the head. I see. I should have focused on the wrist. Well, we'll see how it goes. I'll make another save file just to be sure. This one.
It's my fault. My failure. I'm the person responsible for the relationships between the students, and it's my job to handle differences within the club.
Don't beat yourself up. The situation could be worse. Ask Eloise about her opinion on Cecile. What do you think of her? Eloise seems a little baffled and doesn't understand my question. Since you and Cecile can spend a lot of time together, you probably know each other pretty well. I would like to hear your opinion about her, from you as our friend. Eloise nods. She fiddles with a strand of her hair and seems to consider her words carefully.
First off, she's a really kind person. Although she doesn't talk much, she's always optimistic and sees the best in people. She's very calm and never gets angry. Even though the attitude towards her is as cold as it is, Cecile avoids argument and troubles and stays quiet.
Even when the others are so mean to her? She glances at me and I can see there's a lot on her mind.
On Cecile's first day at the club, I couldn't be there because I had some chores to take care of. When I got back to the studio, I saw a student I've never seen before picking up the practice materials. I was supposed to handle that. It was a lot of work, strenuous work, and the materials had to be treated with care. Since some of the projects were only half finished, she just quietly and carefully put everything in its place.
And you said you were supposed to handle that?
Yes. That day it was my turn. That's why I even came back from a trip early. There's a lot of risk involved when you let someone new and experienced handle the paintings. It's easy to cause irreparable damage. It's mean and unjust to give a newbie that job. It's too much responsibility. They did it on purpose, I'm sure of that. There had already been talk about Cecile being accepted into the club and it being a controversial decision. I hurried to help Cecile and told her I would finish up. I made it clear to her that she didn't have to do this and that it wasn't something the others should make her do. She just shook her head and said, "It would be a shame to leave these paintings lying around." ...
Not sure what to say.
That's the kind of person Cecile is. She makes the best of every situation.
I tell her to continue.
However, she's a little too shy and withdrawn.
Eloise's tone is filled with concern.
Although kindness is a virtue, people will consider you an easy target if you never speak up for yourself. If she never says anything, the people who bully her will never receive just punishment. And by the time she does muster up the courage to say something, it might be too late for that. She'll never get justice that way. The others will never learn their lesson. Nobody will experience any personal growth. That's the worst possible result.
That's an interesting conclusion.
Sorry, I'm just rambling.
No. Iron but not steel. I actually agree with you. Ask for information about the art competition. Cecile mentioned an event, a sort of competition called the Yukai Cup. You seem to be taking it very seriously.
It's an art competition sponsored by the Provincial Young Artists Association. Our school always participates. It's somewhat of a tradition. We always score really well too.
Sounds as if it's something very important for the school's image and reputation. Are students forced to participate?
Not officially. But if you're part of the groups that regularly win, you're somewhat forced to keep participating. It's a vanity thing.
And are you one of those groups?
The girl smiles tiredly. I would rather not be. The competition between schools is fierce, and I'm afraid it's been deemed much too important. they've turned it into a really serious thing, even though it's supposed to be a fun event.
So the adults battle it out through their kids.
This year's themes was supposedly changed from watercolor to oil painting. That doesn't normally happen.
Everyone's on edge because of that. No shit! That would explain the turpentine. Sounds like it's not an easy part of a star club. Oh, sorry, it's not. Sounds like it's not easy being part of a star club.
We're just trying to uphold the club's reputation. The competition is becoming more and more troublesome every year, and there's a limit to everything. At the end of the day, nobody cares about what it does to the students. They don't care about our feeling. It's all just one big, silly fight for glory. I don't think it's something to be proud of. It's wasted energy.
I deliberately took over Eloise's shoulder towards the store door and tried to imagine my ex-girlfriend suddenly standing there. Why did you come here? No matter how calm she appears to be, Eloise seems still nervous. She hurries back to confirm the identity of the bookstore's supposed new visitor. Of course there's nobody there, but this gives me the perfect opportunity. I try not to make a sound as I give a momentarily distracted Eloise the once over. As expected, these are white marks all over Eloise's neck and her hairline is discolored. White marks on Eloise's neck and their hairline is discolored. The bruising and bleeding probably damaged the hair follicles, but fortunately it doesn't look too bad. It would be difficult to spot this mark without purposefully searching for it. Oh! That's because I was looking at her head and I noticed the follicles. If I were staring at her wrist, I would have seen the cut marks. That said, the location of the wound is pretty serious. If you're unlucky, a smack to the back of the head will knock out a person. A hard enough blow would not only leave a scar, but the victim would be fortunate if it didn't leave any long-term damage. I need to reread some stuff. Oh, okay. So he pretended that was somebody behind Eloise. Like an ex-girlfriend. Why did you come here? And she seems nervous. And she turns back. And then that's how he got a look. He got a look at Eloise without her noticing. Okay, so this is what happened. Okay. Ah, sorry. I just saw a kid by the door and I thought it was my nephew coming over to play.
Do your relatives live in Mato too?
My sister and I came a long time ago. I'm just trying to make a living, but she's leading a much more better life than I do. Hello, Jesse123. What's up? I'm doing good. Playing a new game. Just wanted to say hi and see how you were. Yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you for stopping by, Jesse. Your visit is always appreciated. Yeah, we're trying this new game. It's a visual novel. It's a bit heavy at first, but it's interesting once you get into the meat of the story. So it's like a detective game, but we're not a detective at all. Like, we're some sort of occult researcher working in a very unique and one of those bookstores when there's only one copy of each books. Some are on sale, some are not. There's a lot of information, like very specific information, like about some folk tales, about some controversies, some conspiracies, some occult book. It's a very particular. So let's get back on topic. Eloise has very strong opinions and she stands by them. That's my conclusion after asking her so many questions. She's calm and composed and can back up all her arguments with logic. She has a very mature way of thinking, something that's probably uncommon among her peers. Still, this girl with a perfect posture, good manners, and high intellect doesn't seem to have many friends. Yeah, it's like a niche bookstore. And there's been a regular who was a high school girl who's been having dream nightmares, hallucinations. And one of them, it's been proven that she's been dreaming about past events. Like, was she there? Did she witness those events or not? We tried to figure that out. We also found out that she has those dreams because she's using a specific kind of incense called lilac grass, which is supposed to calm her nerves and soothing the spirit. It's supposed to, mental health stuff. After a month of being exposed with the incense, you're supposed to have better mental health, less stress and stuff like that. But in her case, she's having nightmare and hallucinations, even in broad daylight. And it's worrying her, and on top of that she's being bullied at this art club, girls only elite art school, and we're trying to figure out stuff up. And she only has one friend, and her friend, we just met her, and in one of her visions she was on the floor in the pool of her own blood with her wrist cut up. And we're trying to figure out what happened to her. So we're probably deducing that this happened in the past as well. And we see signs of her on her body that something did happen to her. You know? Yeah, that would worry. Yeah. So there's also like this art school competition where their school won first prize, but it turned out that the one who submitted the painting for first prize, it was later found out that this painting was done by someone else. So there's a big controversy, and the one who submitted the painting was the school president, the school representative, not like the school president. It's not like there's a student council, but it has kind of some privilege as if you were part of the student council. Like, she's a class rep. Yeah, it's a class rep. She's the class rep. And she no longer goes to school anymore. They changed class rep, and it's her Eloise that we're talking about. And Cecile is the one who's having the hallucinations. So this is the kind of story we're trying to figure out, and we're not a detective, we're just a store manager. We have a lawyer friend who does some legwork for us, and we're trying to figure shit out. So it's kind of like Phoenix Wright, but not really. And for some reason it happens in a city called Mato. I think it's somewhere in China, because there's a lot of Chinese name of location, and some of the books or like, when old books, when it's an old dialect, they're hard to read. Like, some of these books are manuscripts, or they're not accessible, even if you have a good set of eyes, This girl with a perfect posture, good manners, high tech, doesn't seem to have many friends. We've been talking for over 2 hours, and yet she mentioned hardly any other students by name. No wonder she cares so much for Cecile. She has somewhat of a protector's instinct and just wants her to do well. I'm sure that from a psychological perspective, trying to maintain order among the students while standing in a crossfire between them and Cecile is taking its toll on her as well. You've been a real big help. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. The girl humbly bows her head. Let's not forget that she was stalking Cecile, but even so, she's shown nothing but sincerity. Oh my, I completely lost track of time. Is that going to be an issue with your school? Eloise followed my eyes to look at the wall clock. I can't help but smile bitterly once more.
I guess that's all we can talk about for today. I'll come back some other time.
She bows a little and turns around, ready to leave. Things are going really well. I should make use of that one more time. Say, Eloise.
What is it?
Eloise stops and looks over in my direction. Concerning your and Cecile's after-school practice, could you put that on hold for a few days?
Huh?
For a moment there's tension in the air again. Eloise threw me a puzzled look filled with more than just confusion. That might have been a little too direct. I don't want to overstep any boundaries. I have to say something. Oh, assume the role of a psychologist, Cecile's mental state, blah 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 blah. Insist on having more life experience due to your age. The truth about getting along with people, blah blah blah. Show that you care about Cecile for her own good, blah blah blah. Or avoid the topic, it's nothing. Oh shit. Alright, so this is the second time I've been into a situation where I have to choose something, but this one seems to be more loaded. I'm gonna assume the role of psychologist since I lied to her, being having a background in psychotherapy. I mean, Cecile has been under a lot of stress lately. She has to act responsibly to deal with these problems and sort out her current situation. It won't help if you're not around for that. You have to make time for her.
Sure, if you think that's best. But I'm not so sure she'll agree.
Why is that? Our character is also a smoker. He smokes a lot, indoors, in the bookstore. I know. There's a lot of dust everywhere, and he's put smoke particles on top of that.
I'm just not sure she's even still interested in hanging out with me. You've said it yourself, we've been under a lot of pressure lately. I had the same thoughts last Tuesday too.
He's going to get cancer and fast. Yeah, he's aware of that. Every time we have a talk to ourselves, his first thought is, I need to stop smoking. I need to smoke less cigarettes. I think it's getting in my brain. Like, it's gonna destroy my brain cells if I don't stop. Something like that.
Cecile didn't have time to meet up with me.
I had the same thoughts last Tuesday. Okay, she's related. He's related to Solid Snake. You know what? He kind of looks like Solid Snake. He has black hair, but it's not combed the same way. But yeah, he has a Solid Snake vibe, and he knows a lot of occult stuff as well.
She said she had other things to do and was busy. That struck me as strange. And then I found out she was alone in the studio. I have no idea what she was doing there.
It must be hard for you too.
Everyone goes through tough times, right? The whole thing is just weird to me. As her senior and her friend, she should be able to share her problems with me. I just want to help her.
I give her an understanding nod.
Please, take good care of her.
Eloise nods once more and smiles at me, then she leaves the store. I let out a sigh of relief. It's difficult to reason with people who are really concerned about something. There's a word for that. I can't recall the term for it right now. Enough of this, I turn out the light again. Okay. I can check the bookshelf. I don't think there's anything new. No, nothing new. The thoughts. Another cigarette. Nobody's around. Finally, I can sort my thoughts. I'm not satisfied with the way things have been going. Eloise and Cecile seems to have a good relationship. Being so open to me about everything doesn't seem like the reaction of someone with bad intentions. Also, Eloise is unhappy with the club's current state, which fits together very well with Scarlett's findings. Without a car and all by herself, would take quite a bit of time to get to Hermitage from Phoenix High School. Yeah, stop smoking, dude. You're gonna get sick and you're gonna die. I think it's part of his gloomy charm. Like he is a gloomy figure, and he's interested into some weird and dark and unpopular and gloomy stuff. She shouldn't have seen Scarlet making contact with members of the art club. Maybe I should believe her. Okay, so case files. Let's see. No, what happened to Eloise? I cannot mess with her. The Yukai Cup cheating incident. In last year's Yukai Cup art competition, there was a serious case of fraud in the elite art club. The former president's submission, Bloom, it was Blossoms, not Bloom, was accused of having been plagiarized, and she eventually lost the competition. Watercolor painting Bloom. Why do they call it Bloom? You see, there's an inconsistency in the translation. Sometimes it's Bloom and the other time it's Blossom. I know it means the same thing, but it's two different words. Scarlett discovered a certain watercolor painting in the art club's room. It was an amazing depiction of blooming flowers painted in a way no one could have thought watercolors could work. The name Lily was written in the corner and there was a sign of serious damage to the painting. Oh, okay. So probably this was the original Bloom, and then they put something else on top of it because the technique was bigger, and also because it was oil painting, and the Bloom that Lily made was watercolor, although she did a lot of amazing technique with the watercolor painting. Iron but not steel. In the conversation with Eloise, it became obvious that she's very fond of Cecile. She also thinks that her friend should be more confident. She needs Cecile. Being too forgiving will have the opposite result. Okay. So I guess we're done. I'm going to finish work and go back home. Yeah. No, it's not that she copied it. I feel that they put somebody else's. I don't think it's a copy. It's very like somebody else's work and put her name on it instead of the original painter's name. So I don't think it was a copy, or just it's like it was a fraud. Let me see what else. I'm back on the second floor, and finally there's a chance to make use of what Scarlett managed to find out. It's pretty crazy to see how quickly social media platform has changed and advanced over the past few years. Now the guy that did that has no credits for what she did. Yeah. Well, that was last year. It was originally found out that there was a fraud, that was a plagiarism, and the school lost the competition. It doesn't matter for the sake of this story who the real winner was, but there was a painting that was plagiarized, and there was another watercolor painting with the same name that exists, but was damaged. It's pretty crazy to see how quickly social media platform has changed and advanced over the past few years. The student Scarlett found out about users with the same name on multiple platforms. She must have conducted some preliminary research using search engine to find that out. However, things aren't looking too good. Scarlett is our lawyer friend, by the way. There's a personal blog, but it hasn't been updated in ages and was most likely abandoned some time ago. It's hard to find any written material by the students, even in forums where some traces should have been left. Don't you play missing now. Welcome to the Web 2.0 era, where social media platform advance at an incredibly rapid pace. Not everyone is quick to adapt to these system changes. These students' tweets are very infrequent and random. Many people feel awkward using certain platform at first, and the limited word count is an additional obstacle. That might explain it. People looking for alternative often make the switch to platform with a more personalized touch. I need to find another message board. Suddenly I have an idea. Tumblr is one example of the so-called light blog platform that emerged over the past years. Yeah, it's
the story happens in 2018, and they talk about stuff that happened in 2017 as well. So yeah, this guy has an iMac, and he admits like he only uses his computer to go to the internet because it cannot do anything else. Because it's a 20-fucking-year-old computer. Tumblr is closed? You think it's closed? It's not as popular as it was, but I think Tumblr is still active. He also has a cathodic TV with a curved screen, like an old before all TV were HD. He has one of these things, and also has something that looks like a PlayStation 3, an old jukebox. Like, he seems to be into a lot of old stuff and antiquated stuff. It isn't used a lot in this country, but several local companies claim to be good enough to keep up with it. Yeah, Tumblr not being used in China. Yeah, I wonder why. Let's see just how good they are. I enter the name at the end of the URL. iMacs are cool, I have seen them. Yeah. Like, they have a very unique form. Like, you see one, you automatically know by the shape of the screen, the shape of the monitor, that it's iMac. Bingo! Colored paintings decorate the page. As a member of the art club, she ended up picking up a site that's usually popular among designers and artists. Users of the site upload their own artwork, and she is no exception. Her basic skills are very solid, although not amazing. At least that's my first impression as an amateur. I'm not here to appreciate art. I opened all her updates since January and started browsing through them one by one. January 15, today's practice. Compared to the previous few days, my thoughts are a lot clearer now. There is room for improvement in the front of background layers as well as in the overall composition. That says I don't know how to improve it exactly. The last time I touched watercolors I was as a junior and I was never really good at it. But I guess I was okay, I did my best anyway. February 1st, this is the finished piece from the last practice session. Even after carefully matching the colors, there are still some obvious flaws. The student representative won, that's what the rumor says, although the result hasn't been announced yet. She is already preparing to celebrate in the studio. I don't know how to feel, although I wasn't arrogant enough to think I could outright win. Her painting isn't winning material either. The iMac is the one that is the all-in-one computer from Apple. True. But they always wanted to try ever since the first Mac. I remember the Apple II. Like, it was built all-in-one. It was portable. It was a PC with a built-in monitor screen, who reads 3.5 inches floppy diskette. I think it's still being made. The iMacs? No. They have new names. They have MacBooks, and they have what's the name of the Apple Tower? I forgot. But they have different names now. I don't know how to feel. I wasn't arrogant to think I could outright win her. The paintings is winning material. The atmosphere in the club today was very unpleasant, and the teacher seems to go out of his way to avoid getting involved. I wonder what tomorrow will bring. March 17th. Sorry, no updates for 2 months. The club has been quite a mess recently. We have much fewer classes than usual. There was an intense argument between 2 club members, but the rest of us were too afraid to intervene. At the end of the day, both of them were equally responsible for what happened. Those of you who know what I'm talking about, please don't comment on it below. Next time I'll probably show you some random stuff I've been working on. April 20th, just a few illustrations this time. What do you think is a good name for this piece? A lot has piled up. When I look at it, I can't help but feel kind of proud of myself. I don't know if I can continue painting. How do you guys manage to keep yourself motivated? I think I'm losing the spark. It's becoming more of an annoyance than something I love doing. May 7th, 2 sketches. Sure enough, our art pen seems to work better. I received many friendly messages after my last post. Thank you for your concern. I'm going to keep posting updates. I think it's too early to give up on this. I feel motivated again. In fact, it has something to do with a change in the art club. The way it happened wasn't the best, but the outcome was unexpectedly good. Maybe that's just how it has to be. By the way, the name Twilight Tea is really great. June 28th, busy with a lot of final exam stuff. No new update, just saying hi. One of us suddenly quit the club. That must be Lily. I guess we didn't realize just how close we are to graduating. Things are getting serious. I don't understand how someone could quit now. We're all in the same stressful position. I think quitting is kind of weak. July 13, the priest that drew at home. I tried to change up the pattern, but I'm not happy with it. I've talked about spatial perspective before. I don't seem to be very good at it. How on earth do you come up with a scene concept? Can anyone help me out? So basically it looks like a pencil sketch of two-person exploring the inside of a cave. Like amateur paleontologist. July 14, 2 more, that's it. The latest iMac is the Mac 24-inch M1, came out in 2021 till the present. The iMac 24? Look, maybe it's 24-inch screen, yeah, but let's see, iMac 2021. Oh, I see the okay. I see the iMac Retina 5K 27-inch 2020. Let's see how it looks like. It looks like it's just a screen. Yeah, it's just a screen and a keyboard. Or it could be like a tablet, a mounted tablet with a foot. That's what it looks like. Interesting. So that's how the iMac looks like. This is way different that the first iMac back in the late 90s. Okay, 2 more, that's it. My mood's bad, the weather's bad, my mom hasn't returned from Cambodia yet. I don't think she follows me on here, so I'm asking you, how would you nicely convince someone to come back home? The Apple IIe and the 2GS. Yeah, I don't want to overstep any boundaries, but I'm a little pissed off, to be honest. August 21st, the recomposition version. For the first time, I feel like I've mastered it. I had a lot of private stuff going on, so I didn't really practice at all during summer vacation. It's nice to be able to get some summer assignment done. Ultimately, the police didn't get involved in the incident in July, but it did take up a lot of time and it was exhausting. That was probably what happened to Eloise. Shit. Yeah, I think it's all on Tumblr. There are some things about it that I can't really discuss. I feel kind of bad and I owe a lot to you guys. On an unrelated note, if any of you local friends spot a group of people wearing black, covering their faces, tell them to stay away. They may not intend to hurt you, but if you get too curious, who knows what kind of trouble you could get into. Okay, very specific. Did you walk into a ceremony of some sort? Sorry, I disrupted Beltan. September 2nd, another one finished. Maybe this type of painting is my strength. My teacher seems to think so as well. I haven't studied Monet much, but it's similar to his style. Space, structure, hierarchy, perspective. It's all the same problem, really. After you master different perspective, your understanding of the scene's environment improves immediately. I'll try the Battle of Troy next time that mindset is still fresh in my head. I still miss that smell. Should I try it again? The smell? Are they talking about the lilac grass? Store manager ... smoking a cigarette. I don't think logic applies to the last painting. I don't think it's supposed to make sense. She didn't mention names, but there's only a handful of people who could have gotten her so riled up. If that's true, I'm worried about her statement. Yeah, something is wrong. There's something is wrong on the soundtrack. They made it, and the letters are all written in red. Like they wanted to pay attention to that detail.
like in both the soundtrack and textually. Sadly, I don't think it's 100% accessible unless because there's some point once the text is over, we have to toggle around with the arrows to go somewhere, and unless there is a voice that says bookshelf, cases, thoughts, next day, something like that. If they don't have that, it's not accessible. So I would say this game is close, but no cigar. Knowing what I know now, we should have prepared more thoroughly before investigating the school. It doesn't make a lot of sense to think about the past now. It's more important to figure out how to proceed. I should go over everything with Scarlett tomorrow. That's all I can find out for now. Time to get back to my regular job. Huh? Cecile! I finished reading Trail of the Missing Fish. I'll return it tomorrow, okay? Of course, anytime. Thanks, see you then. Have you gathered anything new from reading it? Sadly not. I still haven't made any progress. Many descriptions in the book do match up, but it doesn't change the fact that it's all based on hearsay. There are often different explanations for the same thing. If you can pinpoint the fishing village exact location, should that make the confirmation you're looking for? Yeah, good capture on the cell phone. I tried to find it on my phone map app. I couldn't find any place in the south with that name. The location given by the author is much too vague. It's pretty common for small fishing village to just slowly disappear over time, especially with more and more people moving to the bigger cities. I probably got my hopes up too much, thinking that this book would help me. I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused you. Ask about Eloise, ask about Cecile, ask about the art club, or end topic. That happens when Google Maps doesn't get updated. Okay. So, I want to talk about Eloise. By the way, have you heard from Eloise? She came to see me today, but I went back to the dorm and told her I wasn't feeling well. How did she react to that? She didn't seem taken aback by it. She usually stays a little longer and even cleans up after everyone else. Maybe something unexpected happened. Question mark? It's probably nothing. It's just a guess. Yeah, we're not gonna tell her that she come into the book asking for the same book you ask. Okay, so we can ask about her. Did you find out anything else these past 2 days? It's hard to find out more at school. Classes are going on as usual. It's midterm and the teachers are nervous. We don't have a lot of free time. Did you have any more strange dreams or visions? No, I haven't used any incense these last 2 days. Smart decision. Art club. Have there been any new developments in the art club these past 2 days? Nothing's changed. We're starting to prepare for the competition next semester. The atmosphere is tense and the mountains of materials are already piling up. That's an exaggeration, right? I recall paint and canvas being very expensive. Yeah, you're right about that, but the supplies we need are all paid for by the school. Wow, that school sure lives up to his reputation. They're taking this really serious if they're backing the project with so much money. They didn't want me to take part in the project at first, but Eloise stood up for me and the others agreed to it eventually. Yeah, it's an elite, private art school. Yeah, they pay for the materials. And I'm pretty sure that the students who can get in are people who actually have done this their whole life, and they can paint at a professional level. Like, this school expects their students to be winners, to bring them trophy and bring glory to their schools, you know. They give it all this opportunity and these resources So all the students have to bring is their talent and their resolve to make future masterpiece. Like the one that win first prize, Blossoms, was painted on the professional level. Like an adult could have painted that. Which is why it raised suspicions, like how can a high school girl painted something like that? It turns out that she did. It was a fraud. That sounds tough. End topic. That's how it is. I'm a little hesitant to ask, but have you made any progress? I did some research, yes. I haven't come to a conclusion yet, though. But we can't force anything. Some things just take time. You're right. Even if I ask Eloise directly, she would probably just joke around. I still don't feel comfortable this incense you've been telling me about. If you can, try to get your hands on a little more of this lilac grass. If we're careful about it, we'll be able to avoid making things worse at least. Since I can't do it myself, I'll find a way to get someone to analyze the ingredients. I'll do my best. Anything that can cause hallucination this intense is dangerous. No exceptions. So even if Eloise asks you, don't make any rash decisions. At least wait until I'm done with the investigation. With this part of the investigation. Yeah, understood. Oh. Okay, question mark. Stay out of this, don't get involved again. Question mark. It's not good for you. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Just take a deep breath and calm down. Why don't we talk about this in a friendly manner like adult face to face? Anyway, don't say I didn't warn you, it's on you now. Anonymous threats. Okay. I can go to the internet. There's only one new post. It's about the original chime. I don't think I'll see anything new here. Lilyback. Lily Black. Why did they keep jumping back and forth between the two melodies? Did the Queen not like this particular tune? MD3, changing back wasn't an option, I guess. I remember when the clock tower used to be operated mechanically, so maybe they recorded the tune back then. Then they added several speakers and switched to electronic chimes so they could use any song they wanted. As for the current melody, it's pretty popular and it isn't offending anyone either. Least. Trying to be appropriate in all kinds of situations, and that's what happens. Okay, that's all they have to say. What happens if I watch TV? A series is being shown on TV. Looks like this show is quite popular due to the male and female lead actors. It's just an ordinary love story, but it's surprisingly interesting. The acting, especially at the end of the episode, is also really good. I like it. Looks like there's a new addition to my Wednesday night entertainment routine. Oh shit, we got addicted to another show. Relationship, let's see. Club members, student mentors. We don't have any names. Set it on the DVR. He doesn't have a DVR. There's new stuff about Scarlet. I want to check some. Okay. There's no new stuff about Eloise, but there's a school investigation. Oh, okay. We can recap the conversation that Scarlet had with the students. That way I can review some of the evidence. Well, last year's problem still as I hope to your school this year. One thing I like, oh yeah, the music is cool. Okay, so they don't give a fuck about the competition. They pretend to be invested, but they don't give a fuck. Okay. Is this on PS5 or PC? I found this game on the PlayStation Net Plus. Since I upgraded to Extra, I don't know if it's part of the free catalog. I don't remember how much it costed me. If I did pay for it, it was probably around the 20s. Like, it's one of those things, like one of those games that can be finished in about 20 hours. I don't know how long it's gonna take me. Like right now, I'm on hour number 5, and I'm still on chapter 1. I have no idea how many chapters this thing has. Oh yeah, the thing about the blossom here. Scorched earth. Okay, there's a good description of Oh, I cannot read it. Can I go back? Because it doesn't register in the log. Oh, if I go back, I go like this. Okay. I'll bring back the moment, because there's a good description of the painting that won. Forgot to ask, when is your French stream? Oh, my French stream? I don't have any French stream planned, because nobody has been either asking for more or showing up during the French stream. So this is why I decided to halt it for a while. Also because I ran out of content. The last thing I did in French was my karaoke nights. I did some song in French, also in English. I had heard that it sounded cool. Yeah. Well, I ran out of French games to play, that's why. So if I have another game I can play in French, I will definitely play it. But right now, like, I didn't have a lot of viewers or interest when I was doing French. That's why I stopped for a bit. But if I do another French stream, it'll probably be like one of those compilation, like making a tier list. Because I did one with 80s children's cartoons opening song. I was ranking those, and if I do one this year, it's gonna be about the 90s. Yeah, I was playing. I played. I remember what I played last year. I played the Dungeon of Nile Buck. That was in French. Then I played Asterisk. Then I played the Smurf, and then I played Hercule Poirot. But those games are still available under video and collections. Like, I saved my VOD, because after a while it's archived, then it's deleted. But if I made highlights of it and put it under collections, it can be seen as well. So if you want to see more of my French content, you can always go there. But the name is going to be in French, so unless you have a translator to translate the thing. Oh, there was also Fort Boyard. Fort Boyard, but I think it was one stream worth because it was one of those multiplayer game, co-op game, kind of like Mario Party. Alright, so this is a description of the painting called Blossom. Even among the many other impressive pieces, this one stands out. The whole picture is filled with clouds of flame that burn towards the top of the frame. The scorched earth conveys a feeling of gloom, but a single flower can be seen. Although it looks completely out of place, its radiant beauty overshadows everything else. The eyes is automatically drawn into it because the flower is red. And yeah, the earth is scorched, but it's like drawn up, like there's no water whatsoever, but between the cracks there's a flower that blooms. The sky is on fire, there's a lot of clouds, a lot of red. The earth spreads out like an ocean beneath the flower. The ink on the paper wasn't even exactly applied neatly, but the delicate composition of it all turns into a breathtaking piece of art. Looking at the painting, Scarlett feels like she's on top of a mountain overlooking the sprawling landscape below her. There's so much to take in. And the words Blossom are written in the corner of the canvas. And this canvas, the bottom left frame has been a bit broken, and it was fixed with glue. Yeah, the bottom left corner of the painting has been ripped. It's been glued back together, it's still noticeable if you pay close attention. Yeah, so basically the problem with Phoenix High School, unrealistic expectation and a yearning for prestige and recognition. Alright, so we're done here. Oh, wait, what's this? I saw something in the corner. What was that? Oh no, it's under relationship. Oh, it's still posted about My Chemical Romance. Alright, let's end the day. Thursday, October 19th. Scarlett.
Looks like things are worse than expected.
Scarlet fingernails sink into the wooden table. I hear the sound of the wood creaking beneath my feet. It's becoming increasingly unpleasant. Come on, calm down.
Calm down! It's not only Cecile and Eloise. Other students may have been exposed to this incense too. Do you understand how serious this is?
Actually, we should have realized it earlier. Eloise already said that everyone is under pressure because expectations are so high. It's not normal for them to be so confident when it comes to this year's competition. Something seems off from the get-go. According to Cecile, she experienced hallucination from a different perspective. Her classmate seems to have made impressive progress when it comes to painting from strange perspective and has improved her spatial awareness. It's not hard to form a connection here. Of course, there's no definite evidence for this. It's all just guesswork.
The number of people who have similar experiences has increased.
She puts her head in her hands and groans.
If that's true, I'd rather not have gotten involved in this.
Let's find a way to prove our suspicion instead of complaining about it all day.
That shouldn't be too difficult. We can just keep an eye out for art club students who have made sudden progress when it comes to their paintings. Did you ask me to come today or just to scare me?
I wish I had that kind of spare time. You left me in such a hurry yesterday that there wasn't any time left to discuss this in more details. To be honest, I don't think we have any time to waste.
That sounds serious. I assume you found out something big yesterday?
You could say that. I think I gained some insight.
So, what is it? We've spent a lot of time and energy on this already.
If my assumption is right, proof of our theories should be much easier to find than we expected.
We're progressing faster than I thought, huh?
I get out my notebook. Scarlett sits up straighter. She seems more composed again. She knows that a calm approach is the only way to work such a case.
So, how is this related to Cecile's hallucination?
How do I prove the connection? Okay, this is a moment where I should save. Here. Alright. So, what happened to Eloise? Underneath its pure white exteriors, Phoenix High School is hiding something bad. Can we find out more? I got 3 lights. Oh, I have to find the 3 correct evidence. Oh, okay, that's how it works. Iron but not steel? Wait. The pool of blood. What else? Scaly silkworm. Ancient prescription. I don't know, man. So I really have to answer Eloise's questions first. Pieces of a painting were lying scattered around the unconscious student. Was it the watercolor painting Bloom? Iron but not steel. I'm gonna try with those. Something still bothers me. We're trying to give Cecile an explanation for what she's worried about. What is it? Why? What does it prove? So I got it wrong. Maybe it's 3 tries. If Cecile really does see things that already happened, it's really important to find corresponding events. Your words, not mine. Okay, so... Chronicles of the... Okay. Painting full of blood, ancient prescriptions. 10. Let's try this. Did I get it right? Suspicions failed. Oh. Reload. I have no idea what to give. Oh, the conclusion, oh yeah, wait, I still have more. Her visions reflects the past. Painting in the pool of blood. And iron but not steel. No. Cecile's decision. Cecile chose to suffer alone. And iron but not steel. But then what? What should be the second one? Okay, let's try this. No. If Cecile corresponding events. Even if there was a similar event, if the evidence is unique enough, you could argue it was mere coincidence. What details were in the hallucination that can make you sure of a connection? Cecile's decision, iron but not steel. But what should be the no? This didn't do any sense. Painting in the pool of blood. Did I did this connection before? I'm not sure. I'll do it. No. This is weird. Might need help on this one because I cannot see the okay. All right, I found a walkthrough. It's pretty visible, but I don't understand why the Yukai Cup has anything to do with Eloise. But it seems to be the first one. The second one was the painting in the pool of blood. And the third one is the watercolor painting Bloom. I don't know how all of these events are connected to Eloise. It's supposed to be connected to Lily. I don't get it. Okay, I got it, all three. Midnight, alright. Suspicions approved. Okay. What happened to Eloise? The former misdeeds of the Art Association.
That's one possibility, and a dependable one at that.
As we know from the description of the hallucination, Eloise suffered a serious injury. Oh, okay. Okay, now I get it. Cause in the vision, the painting that was on the floor next to the body is Blossom. It's like she painted Blossom and suffered from it. But I didn't pay attention because it was like the memories in black and white, and I didn't pay attention to the painting next to the dead body, you know. All right, that one was on me, but at the same time, fuck you, game. As we know from the description of the Eloise suffered from a serious injury. At that particular hallucination, Eloise fell to the ground, lying there alongside her painting. The details were so distinctive that they leave no doubt that painting is the Welcome Bloom. Now, it is believed that Eloise is the artist, meaning there are two possible scenarios. Eloise either plagiarized someone else's work, or she simply took back what was hers in the first place.
From what I gathered from various documents, we shouldn't point the finger at Eloise, but at the girl named Lily.
That will rule out scenario number one. I wonder if the person who exposed the whole thing to the Young Artists Association was even in the art club. In short, Eloise's injury is related to her having made the painting. Yeah, I mean, that's a weird, far-fetched connection to make from all those evidence. Like, I see all the evidence connected to Lily, but no, we need to find what's connected to Eloise. So I'm trying to figure out evidence that connected straight to Eloise, but there is no like hidden connection, or you have to guess, like from your memory of the vision that she suffered because of her painting, that she made the painting. So you have to... Anyway, in the hallucination, Eloise is lying at the bottom of the stairs. I reconfirmed that with Cecile, although she couldn't see much. She's absolutely certain about that. So let's note this down. Bottom of the stairs, not the top, on the ground.
The only logical conclusion is that she fell down the stairs.
Yet, strangely, Cecile sees Eloise with blood behind her head. I highly doubt she ran downstairs backwards. Scarlet ... So what possible scenarios could lead to that situation?
I can only think of two. Someone pushed her from above, or someone pulled her from behind. Both seems unusually extreme considering it's only about a painting.
Falling down the stairs, pretty common cause of injury, making sense to drop a painting when something like that happens. Even if Cecile isn't on the best speaking terms with the others, it shouldn't be too hard to confirm that an accident like that took place last semester.
You mean this could have been the event that led to Lily leaving schools to continue her studies at home instead?
The two students I talked to also alluded to the fact that her parents would have had enough influence to keep a lid on the whole plagiarizing incident.
Even if the people gossip, it's all just an art competition in the end. As long as the people involved don't talk about it openly and nobody approaches the media, there's no way it could turn into such a big thing.
So things were going well, but then the accident led to Lily having to leave school as quietly as possible.
So they allowed her to stay at home to keep these incidents from being exposed.
It's just speculation, but from what we gathered, it makes a lot of sense. Scarlet seems to agree.
Did Lily do it? Doesn't seem so far-fetched after all. So, this is about as far as we can get with what we have so far. I'll follow up on the incidents and verify a few of the smaller things. Maybe the situation will be clear after that.
Do you plan on visiting the school again?
It's too early for that. If I show up again soon, it might cause suspicions. First, I'll find a way to check the school's administrative records. do things the official way.
Alright, there's one more thing you should keep an eye out for.
And that is?
Incense. I need to know as much as possible about it. How far is that already spread? If this kind of thing is also popular among students outside the art club, the situation is much worse than we thought.
There was that thing about Eloise's relative.
You believe that?
Scarlett looks stunned and doesn't seem to share any of my doubts. I can understand that someone with a modern upbringing like her might have difficulty grasping her older tradition.
Normal incense, before being sold as finished product, needs to go through cleaning, drying, segmentation, and other processes. Needless to say, it's quite complex. Looking at it from that angle, the incense Cecile showed me is quite rudimentary. The powder should have been put into a mold and pressed before being wrapped in paper. Although the color looked different, it content resembled wood chips. It would be classified as incense wood powder, which raises a new question: process heritage. In our country, the use of incense that retains its natural appearance and features was popular around the time before the Han Dynasty. Many pieces of wood needed to be burned in containers along with charcoal, which is an arduous procedure. The product basically evolved into scented pieces of wood, shaped kinda like a chopstick. If it's made into a powder mixed with honey, and then further processed with spices, it can be shaped freely, but can also be conveniently used for further cooking and baking. The aroma is more mellow. As a result, it's faster to make and more variety is possible. Think about how easy it is to use today. For example, when it's lit at graveyards.
It's much more convenient.
In addition, there's a long-running practice of using powdered wood to burn incense, which requires some sort of container. The traditional use of incense is still around, and these appliances are not difficult to find and buy.
Yeah? I see those small stoves online all the time, and they're pretty cheap.
Back when I investigated in the countryside, I saw an old man with a small portable stove and box that he used to carry incense wood powder. An unexpectedly reliable and practical device. Those are basically the ways to make incense that are developing here in China. However, the production process of this lilac grass is more common in Japan and Thailand. Why would an old man in this country have a traditional recipe that's not at all traditional here in China?
Do you think Eloise isn't telling us the truth about where it came from?
I do. And the rough way in which the incense was rolled didn't look like it was mass-produced.
Then it's highly suspicious that she's the one supplying it.
It's dangerous. We are volatile creatures. If we are offered a cheap way to make our troubles disappear, we don't care if it's a curse or a cure. Cecile's a perfect example. It's hard to believe, as if it were me, I'd probably try to find some more wealthy and less troublesome adults as customers. Well, now that I think about it, Phoenix High School is full of kids from rich families. Scarlett sighed and readjusted her sunglasses.
If I have to ask around for it, I might make a little more noise than usual. I hope you're okay with that?
Just try not to alert the people responsible. We don't want them to become suspicious and make things even more difficult for us. How about talking to one of the students again?
That could be kind of difficult. But hey, I'll find a way. Just sit tight until I know more.
I really think Scarlett should work as a private investigator. I don't think I'll ever be brave enough to tell her that though. Her being a lawyer and so good at fieldwork at the same time is really challenging my professional awareness. These past 2 days I've been really hard on you.
No biggie.
Scarlett puts the paper back into her bag. By the looks of it, she doesn't intend to take the afternoon off either. She's so caught up in talking about her plans that I barely say anything. Afternoon! Okay, sorry. I To clean my message. Somebody texted me when I was playing. Okay. Okay. Sometimes effort and result are in proportion. I look up at the ceiling and try to rest my weary eyes for a while. Reading always requires time. The more complicated books obviously taking longer to finish. The books dropped off by the mysterious stranger aren't entertaining and don't make for good reading material. Sometimes the writing style is obscure, sometimes important references or even huge chunk of chapters are missing. In a couple of cases, I can't even make out what the texts are about because they break seemingly every rule of basic language. For professional reasons, I have had exchange with various experts and archaeological scholars in the past. For people like us, piecing together and trying to understand confusing ancient books is nothing new. I dare say we even enjoy the process. Old-fashioned, elaborate phrases are accompanying me for most of my life. The pain in my mind doesn't really have anything to do with them. My brain instinctively refused to read anything more, just like a child covering its ears to escape a ghost story. Let me check something. During the cheating incident, Eloise got into a heated argument with former President Lilly. During the argument, Eloise was inadvertently pushed down the stairs and was seriously injured. We have no way to confirm that. There was a bruising. There were white marks. It felt like she was being choked. My brain instantly refused to read anything more, just like Char covering his tears to escape his ghost story. Doesn't make any sense, especially reluctant to give up too easily. If I put them on the market, I'm afraid it would cause a lot of turmoil. Mysterious man hasn't done anything wrong so far, but there's something off about him, always speaks in riddles. It's no good, my head will explode if I keep on reading. Oh, the Deliverer. So the man in the trench coat is now named the Deliverer. Looks like you stumble upon something that has piqued your interest. What? The guy with the poker face is already standing at the work desk. With all due respect, the security measures here are far from perfect. You should be careful. Oh, just let them come. I don't mind sharing these books with anybody. So what are you up to today? I just happened to pass by. I told you quite clearly I'd visit again at an appropriate time. You seem to want to check up on the sale. Sadly, none of the companies you brought were sold. That's only half the truth, of course. I want to allow those books out of my sight. They are somewhere in the most obscure corner of the shelves, accompanied by the most massive and tedious dictionaries I know. Really? What a pity. People only turn their hands to enjoy cliches, although things of true values are right in front of them. It's one of the greatest tragedies of this era. Reading cheap novels is much more entertaining than reading your books. You may not believe it, but they were cheap indeed. Huh? I thought there'd be a more interesting backstory to them. After all, none but the most eccentric collectors would hold on to these. That may be true, but their son didn't see it that way. He made a bet, trying to impress the ladies. Kids will be kids. Children from a family of scholars are no exception. It's better to learn how to cope with losses early on in life. That kid should be thankful that I taught him that lesson before he was let loose on society. Why disguise it as a bet to teach someone a lesson? Why not just be a little more honest? Insolent boy, this slave of fashion, basking in your own glory, arrogant fool, this brave young suitor, sharing in my triumph. You mean ignorant fool, if I didn't know you were familiar with musical. Once you've been around long enough, there are always a few quotes that just sticks with you. Insolent boy, the slave of fashion, basking in your glory, ignorant fool, this brave young suitor, sharing in my triumph. This is a quote from something, but I don't know which. What about you? Do you enjoy the theater? I haven't watched a play in a long time. I never really developed a habit of watching them. The last time was probably in school, apart from writing and editing short stories myself. Drama. I like a good drama. Stage play are my favorite. The actors value their masks so very much. Before they step on stage, they carefully take the mask out of its wooden box and hold it on in front of their face. It's as if they whisper to the mask that they're about to become one. He waves his hands like he talks, highly engaged in the subject matter. Abandon your own self, fully inherit the spirit of the role, and its thoughts become your own. It's a respectable profession, isn't it? The mysterious visitor flashed me a strange smile. I don't have time to indulge him right now. I should move the conversation forward as soon as possible. Cue to the chase. There's no need to beat around the bush. Answer him is an admirable profession indeed. Apply knowledge. Just have a quick shack or play dumb. Probably. Let's go with an answer. No, apply knowledge. Indeed, people like that were much more appreciated back in the day. I wish I could experience that era for myself. While the words are still just as rich, it isn't remotely the same as experiencing it in the audience firsthand. Unfortunately, as wonderful as the vision is, it's an art almost lost entirely to the tides of time. What we get today are mostly pale, shadowy imitation. It pains to see how we treat our cultural heritage. It seems as if we aren't as advanced as we'd like to think. We're only borrowing from days past, and there's a limit to what we can do. You're right, simply being able to see that is already one step in the right direction. Perhaps unnaturally overstepping that limit will become a huge cost to the performance. The way it is now might be healthier in the long run. You're really giving this a lot of thought. It's just that some things are better left in the past. Humanity should shift its focus on what lies ahead instead. Anyway, I see you have no intention of giving up. At least my visit in him will be to confirm that. He rearranges his collar and meets my gaze under the brim of his hat. I have some personal business to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Please treat these books properly. That's all I can do. In spite of those words, the uninvited visitor never even glanced at what was actually on offer in the shop. He leaves after making such a meaningful statement. The sound of his leather shoes soon disappeared behind the door. An unsettling premonition begins to rise in my heart. Evening. This isn't good. Cecile hasn't ridden back yet. Her school uniform. A school shouldn't have any strict guidelines concerning mobile phones, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask Scarlett about it. Regardless of whether Scarlett can pull it off, if she visits the school too often, the possibility of her being discovered will grow. It's not worth the risk. It was a mistake not to ask for Eloise's phone number yesterday. That way I would have a second reliable option right now. To be honest, I wouldn't even have mattered if it was reliable or not. It would have been better than nothing. My right eye started twitching uncontrollably at the thought. Although it's probably just from the strain of being in such a dark environment, it's easier to let my mind wander. I should call Cecile. I take out my phone and make a quick call to Cecile via the messaging software. Young people seems to be more used to that than to properly dialing a number. If I remember correctly, the other person will receive a call request and then... Huh? A ringtone? If this is a coincidence, I'll leave my phone. I walk toward the door to confirm my suspicion. ... Eloise and Cecile are standing in front of the door, not saying a word. And they have that same empty glare on their eyes. They are holding hands and look rather disheveled as they walk towards me one slow step at a time. It looks as if Eloise is guiding Cecile along, but she looks just as unstable on her feet as seems like she might fall at any moment. Neither of them bows their head in greeting, instead their eyes are staring right at me, the only part of their bodies that seems steady. Even so, I don't feel watched. Their eyes are simply fixed on me as if observing something that has nothing to do with them. They are just staring at something that happens to be me. Seeing their empty gazes, I suddenly realize a terrible fact. Eloise and Cecile are high as fuck! No. They aren't even in this world at all. Yeah, they look like they're zoning out. They took the incense, or somebody make them took the incense. Eloise. White square, white square, dot, white square, white square, white square, dot, white square, dot, white square, dot. Eloise stirs her head slightly, makes a strange sound. She's talking. Common sense forces me to understand that. Even if a human manages to make such a sound, the sound of two glass shards rubbing against each other can only be called a word. Oh. So the sound of two glass shards. Alright. So basically what Eloise is saying is... happen to have mason jar nearby. Cecile doesn't respond at first. The concern of her mouth just keeps twitching. I can still hear the ringtone from her phone. Shit. God knows how long they've been waiting at the door, just standing there. I'm afraid that even the most indifferent of neighbors might have called the police. It's a miracle that they were able to walk all the way here at all. It's as if the whole world has forgotten about the two of them. Before I can think about any further, I grab both of them by the arm and drag them into the store. Cecile. The ominous premonition has been lingering in my mind since this morning has turned into a terrible situation I'm experiencing firsthand. The cramped space seems to have a strange effect, despite the fact that there are now 3 people in this tight space. I can hear our heartbeats. Things aren't going well, but somehow I'm beginning to calm down. I pick up Cecile's arm and gently tap her upper arm near the elbow. The motion causes her to curl her arm suddenly. At least her reflexes are still there. So simple, straightforward, body function don't seem to be affected, at least not yet. When you think about it, people sometimes walk automatically even if you're dragging them along. Maybe that's how Eloise pulls Cecile in front of the store, little by little. I try snapping my fingers in front of their eyes and they redirect their gaze, but that's the only response. Needless to say, they are clearly subdued. Their physical state is very similar to the effect of incense that Cecile once described to me. Even if I don't want to speculate in this direction, reality doesn't leave me much of a choice. So the situation isn't completely desperate yet. As long as I can transfer information to them, I can try to evoke some kind of response. I have to deal with a lot of stuff in my life. Before I knew it, I was pretty experienced in terms of psychological analysis. This may prove to be a complete failure since the source of the symptom stems from something other than this world. The chances of a blind cat running into a dead rat would actually be higher. I get up and close the door, settle the girls face to face in a chair and hold up our hands. As mentioned before, holding hands is the most straightforward way to create a connection. If only there were a psychologist here right now. I can only hope that my superficial knowledge of this will work. Eloise, Cecile, take a deep breath. You can see a beam of light in front of you. This isn't a magical formula. The people who taught me these crude hypnosis techniques said that the process itself doesn't really matter. The key to success is to create an environment in which people are willing to listen and accept. Not only it's risky, it's not even safe. As a rule, one needs to feel confident and secure. Although friendship can support people through hardships, they can also be toxic. If they have any hard feeling against each other hidden in their hearts, then touching each other's hands will only be counterproductive. I'm taking a leap of faith there. Now, on the count of 3, you will feel the burden disappear completely. 1, 2, 3. The tension in the air begins to ease up. Something odd seems to fly over my head into the room. Don't me again. Look. Eloise. Don't look at me. Eloise closed her eyes and mumbled some things, but her breathing sounds smoother and stronger now. Sister, I'm sorry. Cecile. For some reason, Cecile looks at Eloise apologetically and squeezes her hands tightly. After a long moment, the girl turns her head, an unreadable expression on her face. I'm back again, Mr. Store Manager. Welcome, although the store is closed right now. I can't even remember the last time I wanted some truth this badly. Night time! Sorry, I haven't restocked in quite some time. We'll need to improvise when it comes to food. Cold noodles it is, then! The sky's already gone completely black, the shop is dark and cramped, not exactly the best environment for the two girls, especially in their current condition. That's why I let them stay in my place. Eloise is lying on the makeshift bed with her eyes closed. She'll probably keep on sleeping like a stone even if I cause a ruckus right now. She must be exhausted. Cecile is sitting on a small chair right next to Eloise. The way she's holding Eloise's hand makes it look like a scene in a hospital ward. She still hasn't moved. I tried calling her by name, but she didn't react. She shakes her head and looks at her friend with great concern. Don't worry too much about it. I don't mean to boast, but I'm quite confident in my skill. She'll be okay. I called a friend to bring some medicine and she's already on her way. It'll be fine. Scarlett agreed to help immediately. That's probably because she's personally invested in this as well. To be honest, I'm hesitant to pat myself on the back just yet. Things are still pretty bad. But this is not the time to panic. Cecile nods absent-mindedly. It's not easy to cope with the fact that someone you like is in a coma. And this is even the last of it. I'm really sorry, Mr. Store Manager. I'm so sorry. Today I... Don't apologize to me. It wasn't an inconvenience or anything. It's not like the shop's overflowing with customers. You should apologize only to yourself. I won't sugarcoat it, but there are tough times ahead. Cecile, I know you're too smart to just ignore other people's advices and act recklessly. So there must be some kind of explanation for what happened. I crouch down so Cecile and I are on eye level. She hasn't eaten much today and seems weak and frail. Can you tell me what really happened? Cecile, Cecile doesn't answer immediately. She leans forwards and gently strokes Eloise's hair. For a moment she seems to be lost in a world far removed from feelings such as joy or sorrow. There's an inscrutable expression on her face. Mr. Store Manager, can you promise one thing? That depends on what the request is. At least she decides to speak. She must have gone over it in her head many times. Whatever I say next, please, just forgive Eloise, okay? Mentor. And that concludes our club activities for today. Remember to clean up after yourself. If you want to continue painting, go ahead, but don't forget, the last one's out closes the door. Class dismissed. Business as usual at the art club today. Orderly, quiet, structured, nothing's changed. Although the problem has been entrusted to a man outside the school, the situation hasn't changed yet. Still, Cecile keeps to herself and doesn't complain. These issues need to be solved one after another. Solving one problem won't make another one simply disappear. Everything has to be done in order. Impatience doesn't help at all, so you need to keep your mind calm and treat the people around you well. That's what Cecile was taught, so her patience knows no bounds. Even so, she carries an anxiety with her and she just can't shake. You're on cleanup duty today, aren't you, birthday girl?
It's so much work though, let's just go, haha!
That one's always laughing and smiling, how annoying. Perhaps it's just me. Cecile ... Cecile shakes her head to vent her frustration and organize her tools. It's her birthday today. For some reason, that girl thinks she can shirk her duties because it's her birthday. Cecile decides to take over the girl's duties, knowing full well not to expect any gratitude or appreciation. Cecile isn't angry with Eloise at all. Having to report to the teacher for an important project and then following that up with 3 study appointments in the afternoon is more than enough justification to leave early. Cecile doesn't blame the teacher either. At this age, he must be under a lot of stress too. He's probably reaching its breaking point. At her previous school, some people thought she was being too tolerant. Cecile never considered it a flaw though. And just like that, she's suddenly the last person in the room. Usually, several students stay after class to practice. They aren't very chatty, and Cecile often feels anxious when they're around. Is there some school activity going on? Everybody is gone. I'll guess I'll just finish this. It's unjust, but at least she can avoid trouble this way. She carefully puts away the chalk in the board eraser, repositions the crooked desk, and closes the windows. Next up is the unbelievably large trash heap on the floor. People think it's always clean and neat in there, but when a dozen students get together and throw ideas and concepts around, there's bound to be a lot of ideas that land in the trash. Waste paper, canvases, wood chips, and obviously some oil paint that got spilled. Since it isn't an airy room, it started to smell a little, but there isn't a lot of dust from outside either. A blessing and a curse. Cecile walks to the locker in the back of the room to get the broom. The whole locker is filled with red paint. Despite the obvious difference in smell, the deep hues are still eerily reminiscent of blood. This is just too much! It's semi-dry and there's so much of it that it was obviously done on purpose. Somebody must be deliberately messing with her, but that's not the point. Cecile doesn't even bother looking for a motive for the prank. Why would somebody do this? Even if it's just to annoy Cecile, this affects everyone. The whole class is going to suffer under this pungent smell. Thinking about the others, Cecile grabs a few mops and rags and begins scrubbing the inside of the locker. She could just refuse to do it and leave, but she's not on duty today. No, I don't want to put any more pressure on Eloise. Who knows what type of pranks they'll come up if she decides to show signs of resistance. She doesn't want Eloise to worry about her any more than she already does. This won't end well. Cecile is smart enough to know that, but there's no way out of this right now. Before joining a club, Cecile just wanted to find a place where she belongs, even if the current situation she doesn't want to let that go. Even the upper corners of the locker are full of paint. She has to hurry up, otherwise it'll be impossible to get these stains out. Cecile shuffles around, doing her best to clean up the mess. Then suddenly a hand shoves her into the locker. What? She's stuck inside the locker. Acting on instinct, there's only one reaction that makes sense to her. She kicks hard against the door from the inside. No use, something is blocking the door. This is more than just a harmless prank. Who's out there? She starts shouting and kicks against the door again. Whoever's out there won't answer. She can hear panicked footsteps, the sound of someone running away. Let me out! It won't budge. Her small frame can't do anything against this obstacle. It won't budge. Exclamation mark. A flash of dizziness. She's afraid she won't be able to breathe if she keeps this up. She's panicking, which is draining even more of her strength. Her ankles are sore and her hands are sweaty. She can't even turn her body around. Cecile leans against the locker wall. Her whole body is shaking and taken over by panic. She cuts herself, but she ignores it completely. She leans her forehead against the cold locker room. Please, help! Exclamation mark. She can hear footsteps again, the time further in the distance. Whoever's out there probably thinks Cecile has quieted down. Hey! Okay, suspicious voice. Hey, it's me! The voice sounds muffled through the heavy door, but it's clearly a girl talking. Well, it's done. Scared the shit out of me. I didn't think she'd be this strong. Cecile, concentrate. Is this a member of the art club? She's locked up now. That should teach her a lesson. What? I don't care what happens, okay? I have it under control. I told you it would be a problem if anything came out. It sounds like if she's talking to someone on the phone. Cecile reaches into her pocket, but then quickly remembers that she put her things in a drawer. If she had a way to call Eloise, she'd probably come rushing over immediately. But what if the relationship between Eloise and the club members get even worse because of this? Maybe it's better this way. Everything's fine, I'll just have to go wash my hands in a minute. She's still talking, walking around the room. She sounds pretty anxious. What I mean is it really necessary to take things this far? Okay, I know, not my decision, but I'm not comfortable with this. I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's no joke, the teacher can't find out about this. No big deal is what this is to them. Cecile feels rage burning up inside her. Suddenly the voice outside sounds louder and more energetic. Don't even mention that! I only promised to help you because I owe you! There's a sound of metal on wood, and several chairs are being dragged across the floor. What if the representative finds out, huh? Don't keep pushing me! The voice is filled with anger. Cecile expects a sudden outburst to happen at any moment. But it doesn't. There's the sound of chairs being dragged around again, and then there's an abrupt silence. No, I didn't mean that. Hey, don't be like that. Don't. I'm sorry, okay? Don't tell the teacher. Okay, I promise. It's just a little excessive. Her pace quickens all of a sudden, and the sound fades away. Whoever she is, she left the classroom. Cecile ... Although it was interesting to listen in on them, it isn't really helpful in this situation. The adrenaline that was rushing through Cecile is fading away, and she's left with nothing but an intense feeling of exhaustion. She needs to calm down and think of a way out of there. Cecile sighed hopelessly, surrounded by inky blackness. There's no way for her to get out of here, so she better save her strength. Even though no other meetings are scheduled in here today, somebody will come looking for her if she's missing for too long, right? That's about her only way of hope right now, that some class member, who probably doesn't care about any of this, will notice. She needs to do this without Eloise's help. She can't drag her into this, no matter what. This is probably going to take a while, locked up in this dark, cramped place. ... Wait a minute. Just now, Cecile realized that her body feels weird somehow. This is just a regular locker. The door shouldn't be strong enough to keep a person locked up. Exclamation mark. Her arms and knees feel weak. She doesn't have any strength left. The smell of wet paint is seeping into her brain and she's having a hard time breathing. Her bursts of breath are getting shorter every time she inhales. The endless darkness makes everything so much worse. Help! It feels as if hands are grabbing her limbs, holding her back. She feels a wave of helplessness crash over her. The more powerless she feels, the more her mind starts playing tricks on her. Suffocation. That's all she can think about right now. It's getting worse by the second. Invisible hands are choking her, grabbing her by the throat. She faintly knocks against the door again. There's no response. Please! Help me! The walls around her are closing in. She can't move. They are coming closer and closer, like a coffin wrapping itself around the body. Coffin. That's the word in her mind that pushes her over the edge. She's trembling. Pearls of cold sweat dripping from her pale, panicked face. Dark. 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 The endless darkness opens its Jew's jaws. Those things are nearby. They are everywhere, crawling over Cecile's legs, whispering in her ears. Her body is completely paralyzed and refuses to move so much as an inch. Dark. 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 Dark, 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 dark. Words fail her, and the darkness swallows her whole. Cecile, Hey, pull yourself together. Cecile is panting and her eyes are wide open. She's covered from head to toe in cold sweat and grabs Eloise's hand without even noticing it. So that was a flashback, but it wasn't resolved? Like, what happened? She clutches it so tightly that it almost turns blue. Ah! She looks down at the pale hand and quickly loses her grip. I'm sorry. It's a good thing her hand brought you back to consciousness. On a side note, Cecile always seems a little nervous in the bookstore. If she's claustrophobic, that would explain it. And from that point on, you weren't really conscious of what you were doing?
It felt weird, different somehow, but I really can't remember what happened. I only remember that it was very dark and narrow, so narrow that I couldn't breathe. Although I've always been afraid of enclosed spaces, I never ever felt such intense fear before. I tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. The uncertainty of when or if I was getting out was horrible. Next thing I know, Eloise rescued me. Hello? Anybody?
The all-encompassing fog slowly disappears, and her field of vision clears up. She can hear the faint sounds of music coming from somewhere. It seems almost unreal. What time is it? It feels as if a whole century has passed. Cecile has lost all track of time as she opens her eyes. Then she finally recognized a faint voice coming from outside.
Are you awake?
Eloise looks sad and worried.
Eloise? What's going on? If I hadn't tried to contact you, I would have never known you were.
Eloise sounds worried and angry at the same time. Although she is doing her best to restrain herself, Cecile can still feel the rage burning inside of her directly at whoever did this. Cecile can't help but think that this could be a chance to lay everything bare, a chance to avoid trouble like this from now on. But no.
It doesn't matter, Eloise. It was just a silly little prank.
She raises her hand and touches Eloise's face. Sure enough, there is a cut on her left hand. The sticky blood running over her palm is confirmation enough. The windows are covered in a red hue, and as the sun set majestically over the mountains in the distance. Everything is okay now. Eloise is here. Even though the shock is still fresh in her mind, Cecile has never felt so at peace before. So at peace. Exclamation mark. An all too familiar smell drifts through the room.
Eloise, when did you... Do you mean the incense? You were twitching when you were unconscious. It seemed as if you were going through something horrible. So I thought some incense might calm you down.
Okay. Okay. She couldn't know. She couldn't have known. Eloise seems completely out of it. She's holding some incense in her hand. No wonder Cecile's body felt weak and floaty. Being exposed to the incense leads to a dulling of the senses. It makes you lose your bodily awareness. Cecile feels bad. She hasn't forgotten a promise to the store manager and the advice he gave her. The hallucination over the last 10 days have been horrible. All the more reason to take a step back and be more careful.
Eloise, maybe we shouldn't.
She tries to sit up, but her body's too weak and she isn't in control of her limbs. Eloise takes Cecile's hand and puts her into a hug. Cecile ... A warm darkness shrouds Cecile's vision, and Eloise's steady heartbeat feels like a lighthouse beacon guiding her.
Don't worry. This is all you need right now.
But incense does calm her down, that much is true, and right now it's helping Cecile get a rapidly beating heart and irregular breathing under control. However, Eloise's words sound strange, almost slurred somehow.
Are you worried about saying those things?
Exclamation mark! The question rattles Cecile. She hasn't really talked to Eloise about those things before. How does she know? For some reason, Eloise smiles, but it looks almost melancholic.
I've seen those things before, you know. Those phantoms. Humans, things, all kinds of scenes in all kinds of time and space. I've seen it all. So what? Those phantoms are nothing more than illusions. Why worry about something that isn't real?
So what exactly is she up to? Cecile doesn't understand Eloise's agenda here. Eloise seems to be looking straight through her.
Cecile, you're the only thing that's real, and I'm the only one who's always been there for you.
Cecile da. Eloise suddenly looks away and avoids Cecile's eyes, a little embarrassed. Cecile can hear her heartbeat, a clear, constant sound. How many times has that sound guided her through a hallucination? Cold fear started closing in on Cecile all of a sudden.
When I enter those other worlds, time is an elusive concept. Sometimes I feel as if I spent centuries there. So, with the incense, we can spend even more time together.
Eloise's voice is barely more than a whisper and her cheeks turns bright red. Cecile da. Cecile knows exactly what that feels like. Eloise knows it too, yet she lied about it to the others. Cecile isn't sure what the true meaning behind Eloise's word is, but they comfort her and give her a sense of relief. Her vision begins to blur again, and there's a familiar ringing in her ears. Something more than warmth is rising up inside of her. Eloise opens her bag and pulls out several sticks of incense. She lines up the sticks on the table in front of them.
Hey, wait a minute! You know, I've never been as good as you. I had countless opportunities to make the art club a better place, but I was never successful. But you're different. The way in which you stay persistent inspires me. I don't think I could ever sit in the same room with people who treat me like that. I envy you so much. How do you do it? What were you like in the past? I've always been curious, and the incense satisfies that curiosity. That's right, Cecile. I've seen your past.
Eloise keeps talking about dangerous, unnatural things.
Most of all, I see your persistence, but it isn't enough. So those small glimpses aren't enough. I want to know more. Even if we see a lot of strange, inexplicable things, short bursts of pain are better than prolonged pain. No matter how long it takes, we should get to know each other better.
Cecile desperately tries to open her eyes, but it's futile. Her eyelids are too heavy. Her body has no energy left, and a wave of weariness sweeps over her. It's a strange way, it feels comforting. Is this really who Eloise is? Really what she thinks? How peculiar. Cecile feels sorry for letting the store manager down, but all she can do is apologize to him later. Then Cecile's mouth moves of his own accord.
With you here, it's not so bad.
Eloise, ... For a short moment, Eloise's eyes flicker open. She soon regains her composure, although she can't hide her smile.
I understand. Thank you, Cecile.
Even after this statement, Cecile finds it difficult to meet Eloise's inscrutable gaze. The lilac grass is emitting soft wisps of smoke. They're so faint that you can hardly tell if it's actually burning. However, everything is starting to look very different after inhaling it for just a few minutes. Is it too much? The sweet and aromatic scent has changed into something like the smell of a dense forest after a rainy night, thick enough to make Cecile's head drop. Meanwhile, the fake music in her ears is turning into a strange chant. Cecile doesn't recognize the language, but she knows one thing. Although they sound like voices, they're not coming from this world. Just like images and smells, this is simply a manifestation of the senses. Feeling more weighted down than ever before, Cecile stops resisting and allows her heavy eyes to fall closed. The darkness behind her eyelids is twisting into an endless, intimidating tunnel. This is the image that we see at the beginning of the game. Her feet leave the ground and her physical senses dissipate like smoke. Her consciousness leaves her body behind and her perception starts to expand. Suddenly, an altogether different scene manifests before her eyes. Now she's standing in the middle of a room with a lot of people around her. The art club is packed with people. There are many familiar faces, but many more that she had never seen before. Eloise is arguing loudly with someone. The whole situation is pretty intense. Cecile doesn't recognize the other girl, but she looks older than Eloise. She's holding a fiery red watercolor painting, her face twisted and angry. Eloise's aura exudes pure anger. Cecile has never seen Eloise this openly emotional and out of control before. This must be Lily when Eloise had a fight because she stole her painting. The whole scene is very unsettling. Eloise turned to face the other art club members, expecting some kind of reply, but no one responds. Being ignored, the very same situation Cecile finds herself in way too often. Eloise has reached her breaking point. The very last remains of her patient have all but faded away. She grabs the canvas from the other side of the classroom and runs towards the exit. Okay. Then she got pushed and the painting broke. Alright, okay, everything makes sense now. The other girl seems unbelievably offended and storms out of the room, running after Eloise. Eloise! The door opens and everything freezes. And then, hundreds of hallucinations coming in all at once. A flock of white doves takes flight among these desolate ruins of several tall buildings. 8 cheetahs dash through the debris and rubble. Countless figures are lined up, silhouetted against the sunset above the endless air of sea. Apes are kneeling down in front of a statue in deep devotion and worship. Silent lightning and a cloud of color dance across the sky. Pink, fleshy pillars of meat rise from the ground, squirming like maggots. Standing on an overcast tower in the far distance, a shadowy figure spreads its arms. Electric bolts came crashing down from above and countless fragments fall to the ground. Priests in Taoist robes, along with thin, ant-like creatures, are facing large pyramids and bowing to the sun. The visions are all over the place. There's no logic to anything and no way to tell where and when they are taking place. There are no words, no meaning for this. It's like a glimpse into a realm unknown to humans. Something so far removed from our known understanding of the world that the mind has no way of coping with it. Scarlet is there with Eloise now, but the images are fading in and out of focus. Like waves breaking into the beach, only to retreat back into the ocean soon after. Suddenly, everything is green. Strong ferns spread across the valley, a completely different scene. A bed of leaves is spread across the ground. Giant creature covered in feathers and scales slowly stride on elongated legs. Ever so often they emit deep muffled hums. There's no sign that human ever existed. Cats and dogs making out with each other. In the distant darkness, a shooting star crosses the sky. Cecile doesn't turn around fast enough to see it properly. It's no big deal. There's no time for regret right now. Even if she wanted to stop, she couldn't. She isn't in control right now. The constant chanting slowly fades away and is replaced by something else. The indescribable spectacle unfolds mercilessly before Cecile's eyes. What did you say was the last thing you saw? I just need Cecile to confirm it again.
The answer. Probably.
She looks out the window and responds flatly. The look on her face indicates that she understood the question, but that she doesn't know how to phrase the answer properly.
I saw many things. All kinds of things. There was nothing solid there, no clear picture. Yet it was everything I could ever imagine. It was 1,000 miles away, yet still right in front of me. There was no aura surrounding it, no color, just existence itself. In all its possible forms.
Why call it the answer?
I don't know. From the first moment I saw it, that's the only word I could find to describe it.
Mr. Store Manager, are you familiar with the Mobius loop? Yeah. It's a very popular concept in a branch of mathematics called topology. It only has one side and one binary curve. There is actually one without a boundary called the Klein bottle. It's a non-orientable surface which can't exist within a three-dimensional world. Looks like my math class wasn't a complete waste of time after all. What I saw in my hallucination was even more chaotic. It was unreal. I couldn't make out its shape or how long I looked at it. It was something foreign, something that doesn't follow our world's geometric rules. Every part of it was connected to every place that could possibly exist, completely independent of each other. I don't know how to describe it. It's impossible. Lights, rules, shapes, cause and effect, nothing compares to it. None in this world. Straight lines aren't straight and ends don't line up with beginnings. It's like a complex web full of meaningless elements, and from any point in it you can go to where you want to be. The answer, I suppose.
I don't quite get why you picked that word to describe it.
That wasn't my decision. It was there long before I ever found out about it.
Cecile raises her hand hopelessly, still trying to explain it.
It's the beginning and the end. It's around me. It's within me at the same time. It's where time was born and where time will be laid to rest. It feels like all knowledge is there, the meaning of everything. But even that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Like the Taoist concept?
Saying it like that would limit it, but yes, kind of.
All things of one. I'm reminded of that phrase. It seems like a fitting way to describe this answer. An unforgivable experience. Info added into the... Okay. So you saw this answer, and then something changed? Cecile shakes her head.
It left me breathless, that much I know. But in a strange way, it was too confusing to be scary. There's so much that I simply don't understand about it. The thing is, the moment I saw it, I think I became a target.
She sounds deeply depressed and can't keep the fear out of her voice.
A pair of piercing blue eyes was watching me from the sidelines, but because I was focused on everything else, they weren't that conspicuous. Why was I the only one there? When that thought hit me, it had already been staring at me for quite a while. Wherever I looked, its gaze followed me. Every time I glanced at it, my body felt like it was turning to ice. There was a brief moment in which our eyes locked. I saw a reflection in his eyes, and it showed me the end of everything. Torn, caught, rotten, bloodied, impaled, burned, crushed, drowned, nothing but death. I didn't know what to do, but it seemed like I was going to reach that ending someday.
Cecile wraps her arm around herself, and I realize that her whole back is covered in sweat.
Mr. Store Manager, it's so horrible. If it catches up with us, it will devour us. That's when everything began falling apart. Blinding light came crashing down, brighter than 1,000 stars exploding. One could say that I was submerged into a lake of hallucination, and then something pulled me up. I could feel those eyes on me, following my every move. Even with my back turned to them, I still felt their presence as I moved further away. I tried to run, but it was as if the ground itself was slowing me down, like mud. The eyes came closer. I had no choice but to swim upwards, but the panic and fear robbed me of my strength and paralyzed me. I couldn't see clearly anymore.
Cecile shudders and her voice becomes more withdrawn by the second. I pat her on the shoulder. She's covered in cold sweat, shivering as if she was just pulled from the water. And then, next thing you knew, you were in the bookstore, right? She attempts to wipe the cold sweat, a vision of inhuman eyes. She attempts to wipe the cold sweat off her face and nods.
This is all my own fault. Please don't blame Eloise, okay?
Truth be told, this doesn't surprise me at all. The lilac grass came from Eloise. I suspected all along, but this is the right moment for a snarky remark. Still, this raises a lot of questions. The patch of red on her arm backs up her story. Without Eloise's quick assessment of the situation, Cecile might still be stuck in that locker. For someone suffering from such severe claustrophobia, it's no laughing matter. The situation in the real world is bad enough for Cecile, and these hallucinations are even more worrying.
Where the hell did those eyes come from? What could be haunting a person trapped in such a strange fantasy? Usually trying to discuss any scenarios that someone experienced under the influence of hallucinogenic drugs is pretty ridiculous. It never makes much sense, but Cecile's situation isn't comparable to that. Since her illusion can be traced back to reality, searching for Cecile's eyes raised doubts. It is important to take into account that something that appears in the illusion may have practical meaning. Either way, we need to find out where the incidents came from. No matter how miraculous and strange our encounters are, there is always an environmental basis for existence. Mountains, grasslands. She sees actual biomes, so at least there's some twisted logic to it. The instances effect are now more obvious than before. I've always wanted to identify the history of the incidents, but the clinical symptoms were a mystery to me, and there was only a limited amount of information available. However, the situation has changed drastically. As for information, the strange guy who keeps delivering books also kindly prepares some for me. Whatever this ulterior motive is, this is proof that the books have real value. It should be possible to find some records related to the things Cecile described. Although ancient techniques may have changed through the years, their functionality and purpose haven't. First, we should find out what this instance is all about. What are lilac grass's origins? Oh shit. We're doing this right now? This was a real lore dump right there, folks. I want to take a minute to soak all of it. Oh, this walkthrough comes with a critic. Yeah, it says, Hermitage Strange Case File is not your average visual novel, no kidding, nor it is your average cosmic horror title. With relaxing yet energetic jazzy tunes that'll have you sipping coffee and pondering the depths of the darkness that resides within the human mind. Yes, it's true. Hermitage Strange Case File feels oddly comfortable and confusing at the same time. It's true. Not that I didn't want it to end, it's got to a point where I genuinely didn't think it would. It explained mysteries consuming all that's left of me. If you're looking for an interactive visual novels to get absolutely lost in every possible sense of that phrase, yeah, I'm kind of lost. Yeah, it's true, it's true. So it's a Chinese visual novel take on Lovecraftian horror. They'll keep you glued to your seat till the very end. Yeah. 5 cases. So I'm still in number 1. So how long is this game? Damn it. Wow. It's not for the faint of heart. You emerge from this epic unscathed, but only just so. Yeah, it's a nudge on the right direction, all the right choice in the pivotal moment. Yeah. It's unnecessary to have a guide for chapter 5, as everything is automatic, and why it's not included. Okay. Okay, so the text spoils the answer, and the clues are what drives towards the answer for this one. Let's see, can I? No, I cannot. I cannot save. So I'm gonna have to save at my first wrong answer. So here we have an unforgivable experience. After every use of lilac grass, Cecile has a bizarre experience. The past flashed before her eyes. In the end, these flashes develop into images beyond description. The visions of inhuman eyes. A pair of inhuman eyes appear, start flowing Cecile. Okay, so lilac origins. Former misdeeds of the Art Association. So let's see. Ancient prescriptions move their soul through time. It's related to a book. So this is absolutely 100% the answer. Then we have the past flash right before our eyes. This should be the second one. The third one, what would it be? Cecile finally confessed why she had the dream. Where exactly does the incident that caused this mysterious experience come from? I want to say a vision of inhuman eyes. Let's see, I hope this is correct. No. Okay, now I can save. No? Well, let's look at how things are connected. Confirming the incident's origin requires relevant proof. Theories and evidence are key in this case. I need to discover the true nature of the instance. At least I already figured out the true nature of the hallucination caused by it. It's really pretty clear that the hallucination reflects real events somehow. Okay, so it's not that one. Chronicles of the Crane Temple. Biography of the rise and fall of the Crane Temple. Temple has flourished through the traditional art of looking into the void. Oh! No, this should be it. Until a monster called the Scaly Silkworm nearly destroyed everything in the fated ceremony. Mysteries of heaven and earth, the mysteries of time must not be regarded. If you see them, the silkworm will see you and turn, and it will be mistress. So this is probably it. This is probably a manifestation of lilac grass too. Alright, so let's try this. Oops. This one. And then submit. No? Let's look at how things are connected. Confirming the instance. Okay. I don't have a third chance, so I'm gonna have to look. Oh shit! Wait. Wait. The conclusion. Wait, what's this? Yeah. Conclusion or vision reflects the past. Wait. Do I have all correct? Shit. Because I forgot there was another page. Because I have 3 pages of this. Shit. So the conclusion, yeah, the vision reflects the past. Ancient prescription. Move their soul through time. And unforgettable experience. Past flash before our eyes. Okay, so this was probably it. I think this is it. Or else I'm gonna have to hold the skip button for a very, very long time if I get this wrong. Please. Yes! Okay, it's a green light. Suspicions approve. Okay, I have 1 green light. What are Lilac's origin? Returns to his land of origin. That's it. The use of incense produced an illusion reflects a situation from the past. Scarlett and I verified this early on. The time frame seems to vary. It's hard to pinpoint which point in time an hallucination takes place in. Moreover, Cecile talks about the incense's calming effect, yet it also seems to cause panic and anxiety at times. There are countless hallucinogenic potions, but I still can't find another example of a drug that makes you go back in time. Some more traditional herbal medicines that, according to the book Ancient Prescriptions, arguably originate from Laozi's Tao Te Ching, remind me of it. But that's so far removed, and in the past, it's just a random thought. Siam. That's ancient Thailand, if I recall correctly. As a country where religious cultures prevail, Thailand has a rich natural heritage. Traditional incense, burned in a more liquid form, being changed into incense powder over the course of many years sounds plausible. Cecile, have you ever heard of Tao Te Ching? Sure, we learned it about at school. Why do you ask? It's been a long time since I read it, so I've forgotten the text. Do you happen to remember what came after the Nameless is? Well, the Nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The Named is the mother of all things. That's about the gist of it. This passage is more mentioned together with the phrase, "The name that can be told is not the eternal name. The Tao is an elusive concept describing a way." If you look at it from a different angle, it could be understood as the discovery of an indescribable answer found in the midst of confusing visions. That incense you and Eloise use, it reminds me of something I once read about Laosis during my travels. Wait, what? Taoists were highly respected for their herbal medicines, potions, tea, elixirs, incense. Even the emperors of old employed their services. That knowledge faded away somewhat over time and nowadays is a rare remnant of the past. In the beginning, due to the low dosage, the incense was only used to spiritually go back in time. You and Eloise obviously used too high of a dose, but the general idea of what the incense could be used for lies underneath. I see. You're saying, although you gave the descriptions intuitively, you were recalling ancient concepts. As you said, the answer is the way. Cecile's eyes widened. Even though it sounds messy and confusing, Cecile seems to understand the general ideas of what I'm saying. After all, Cecile's described her journey in great detail. I think there may be some correlation between her experience in the spiritual realm. Incense serves to let people experience the past spiritually. If you go back in time too far, you leave past the human civilization behind, and eventually Earth itself. Now, if we go so far back in time that we reach the end of time, what do you see? ... If time itself comes to an end, the way in which we perceive time and space together may no longer match. That's a possibility, right? She sits there in silence. Finally, she gives a small nod. By now, it's easy for me to separate lies from the truth. Even if Cecile had known about the instance's effect from the very beginning, she wouldn't have come up with the hallucination just to feed my existing theories and suspicion. The fact that she doesn't even know about the book Ancient Prescription is further proof of this. In other words, I can trust that she accurately described what she saw. A formula like that must be very important. Obviously, it's been preserved as a way to stay in touch with ancestors who are treated as deities nowadays. Another possibility is that someone stole the formula and made adjustment to it in order to hide it from other people. Those eyes you speak of might be a clue. I can't say that I ever time traveled, but it still feels familiar. I've seen something similar before, somewhere. We could be closer to an answer than we think. Okay, I'm gonna save here. Which one? Here? Yeah. Can't believe I'm still in the first case. It's been over 6 hours. Alright, searching for Cecile's eyes. Cecile encountered a presence in her visions and is critical condition. How do I find out what presence is really is? Lilac grass returns to its land of origin. Visions of inhuman eyes. Looking into the void. Chronicle of the Crane Temple. Inhuman eyes. And what else? Cecile's decision. To avoid further trouble for Eloise, Cecile chose to suffer alone. Eloise is very fond of Cecile. She also thinks that her friend should be more confident. Cecile being too forgiving may have the opposite result. Lilac grass is probably a variation of the secret Taoist recipe of going back in time. It was produced abroad but spread to other countries later on. Oh! A new follower! Thank you very much. How do I pronounce your name? Ibital next door, and you redeem Ask Me Anything. Alright, go ahead. Thank you very much. Alright, so we have a new follower. So a question I asked to all the new followers is basically, what's your favorite geek fandom? But since you redeem Ask Me Anything, you can ask me anything. So go ahead. I'll try to answer if I can. But yeah, this is a big surprise. I haven't been. It's been so long since somebody redeemed this this command before. Thank you very much. And also, yeah, regarding what's your favorite geek fandom? We accept any kind of answers. We accept all geeks, no matter what's the thing they dig. Whether it's like, do you have a favorite kind of music, favorite comic book, favorite genre, favorite video game, favorite anything? You can share if you feel like it. If you don't want to answer, that's okay. I want it to be a safe space for all geeks of all who likes all kind of different things. Personally, I like story-driven games like this one, visual novels like this one, and indie games like this one. So this one has like all three. And also RPGs. This one is not RPGs, but yeah, basically mostly story-driven games. Even though I think there's, I didn't touch all RPGs. There are still some that I like that I put on the hold because I reach a point where I have to grind off stream. This is what I try to do, and when I reach like a moment like, okay, I'm strong enough to go through another sessions, I'm gonna go through it. So there you go. So let's see what's the third options here, because I'm in the middle of thinking. I don't know what's gonna be my... I'm gonna try this, I'm not sure. Oh, I got it right! Got it in one! Okay, cool. Suspicion approved. Time Hunter, Skilly, Silkworm. Okay. Snooping around like this is dangerous. Chasing a forbidden truth, poking around in a mystery not meant to be understood. All this does is provoke the entity known as the Scaly Silkworm. Although Cecile couldn't see it directly, its piercing eyes were also always on her. There is no self or body within the illusion. It's not unusual to be able to make out figures. Eloise maintained her physical appearance in Cecile's hallucination, but that doesn't mean other creatures do the same. The fact that the two were able to see each other in their actual likeness might have been a first. Who knows? If a friend's appearance is dictated by one's imagination, who knows what would happen if other beings who possess the power of imagination. Nearly all of the Taoists in the book were wiped out. Perhaps their attempt to investigate things they weren't supposed to attracted the attention of otherworldly beings. They went back in time and saw the answer, so that must have been the catalyst for the alien species targeting them. Does that mean Cecile could be in great danger? I can't help but throw her a glance. She's not strong, frail even. Easy prey for an overpowering demonic entity lurking around in the dark, waiting to strike. Humans have always developed tools and gone hunting, but at no point were we ever the biggest physical predators, not even remotely. We aren't as strong as we like to think. Yeah, and if you remember, like the philosophy thought that was brought in during the ending of Persona 5, not Persona 5, AI, the Samyang File, Nirvana Initiative, sorry, two really different games. They said that the reason why humans stand together and we're social creatures is because we are weak. Like, this is a weakness that forced us to create tools, forced us to get smart, and stuff like that. Because if we remain like the only reason like we remain how should I say it, like part of, if we remain a part of the animal kingdom, we wouldn't survive by the rules of the jungle, because We don't have a thick hide, we don't have any claws, we don't have any fangs. We don't have a lot of self-defense mechanism. All we have is our superior brain and tool making. That's it. Humans are weak. I highly doubt fists could do anything against a predator that doesn't even appear on this world's food chain. Humans are good at using tools and adapting to different environments. The Taoists who survived it did so because of the knowledge they possessed. Chronicles of the Crane Temple doesn't mention any way of dealing with this crisis. The second half of the book is full of random, messy numbers. The author doesn't explain them and I can't make out any logic behind them. Even just looking at those numbers is enough to make my head hurt. What are they about? And a sudden knock on the door interrupts my string of thought. I wasn't really going anywhere anyway. At last, help is here. The door opens without me having invited anyone in yet. Scarlet!
Hello there. Is this the Ritz?
Scarlet easily steps inside. She sounds exhausted. These last 2 days must have done quite a number on her, snooping around day and night, doing investigating work, and now on top of all that, running errands for me.
What made you think it'd be okay to harbor someone who needs treatment here? The secondhand smoke alone is enough to kill anything that's still breathing.
It's cute how much you care about my health. Did you bring it? Scarlet smiles and hands Cecile a plastic bag. Cecile's eyes wander over to mine. She looks confused. I wave a hand at her, indicating that it's alright.
This should be just what she needs. Wet these patches with hot water and place them on her temples. Remove them regularly and wipe off any residue. Wait a little before putting on a new patch every time you change them. You put them on for around 30 seconds, then wait for about 10 seconds before putting on the next one. I'm doing this? Cecile seems a little overwhelmed by the instruction. Honestly, I think Scarlet just playing professional doctor to gain Cecile's trust.
I better do what she says. It was hard enough getting her here. She can be quite... A sharp elbow to the ribs quickly reminds me to choose their better timing for my cheeky comments when I'm around Scarlet.
So, Cecile, was it? Give your classmates some of the medicine. Meanwhile, this guy and I have some things to discuss outside.
Oh, right. Feel free to use the water kettle over there.
Okay, thank you.
Cecile bows in Scarlet's direction and then runs off to the bathroom, kettle in hand.
She's a really polite kid.
Scarlet whispers behind Cecile's back. More polite than a certain someone at the very least.
Don't you dare! I only use about 20% of my power with that last elbow. What's the deal with the air conditioning? You haven't been there all that long, have you? Are you using this place as a trap to suffocate people or something?
I don't pay the utility bills anyway, so fine, we can turn it on. At least while the girls are here. I shrug and follow Scarlet out of the room. I'm really thankful. It's great how quickly you managed to get the medicine. I didn't have much hope left.
It's a big and crowded city. As long as there's demand, there's always going to be a way to get all kinds of pills. People working in law enforcement can't afford to slack off. Everybody can use a little pick-me-up every now and then. You just need the right connection, and I happen to know people.
That sounds like a pretty gray area to me. Are you sure it's okay?
Don't worry, it's genuine pharma stuff. Prescription grade. You can't die unless you munch down the whole bag at once.
I'll take your word for it. You didn't just drag me out here to get some fresh air, did you? Scarlet leans against the railing and there's a long moment of silence before she speaks.
It looks like those girls are very close, right?
Yes.
Then I want you to carefully consider whether you tell Cecile what I'm about to tell you.
Oh, did you find something new?
Yes, and I'm worrying about Cecile's reactions to it.
I can't help but admire Scarlet for this. She must have been working non-stop. Scarlet lets out a deep sigh.
After reporting my findings to you, I went to the Young Artists Association. With all those documents, it wasn't hard to make up a reason to be there. And guess what? The association was never encouraging or promoting this thing. They actually find it troublesome themselves and would have wanted to put things to rest quietly.
So how did they end up becoming a back and forth of paperwork warfare? Scarlett shakes her head in disbelief.
Because Eloise appeared at their doorstep and made them promise to thoroughly investigate the matter. ... She went there carrying her paintings as well as a tape recorder. The director said that Eloise politely asked him for advice on how to handle the complaint. No matter what he tried to say, she remained persistent and wouldn't give up.
Okay, so it makes sense. Because Eloise is the victim here. Is the victim of plagiarism. And somebody entered the contest using her painting instead of hers. And now she's mad, and now she did an investigation, she recorded the whole thing, and she brought her painting and left, and then she's been pushed, she got hurt, she went to the police, and trying to do what to do with this. And this is where the Young Artists Associations came in. So the director was so impressed that he decided to relent.
It isn't that simple. He didn't agree until the very end, and only reluctantly because he had to.
I tried to guess what she means by that, but I have no clue.
Eloise stood there and threatened to kill herself. She was cutting into her wrist with a blade she took from the art club.
Take my... Take my complaint seriously, or I'm gonna kill myself right here. This is why she had left the injury on her wrist. And she cut herself for attention, not for results.
She would place the tape recorder on the edge of the desk. The director was frightened and didn't know what to do.
Store manager, I pictured the situation in my mind, an adult in his office, shaking behind his desk, and Eloise standing there calmly with a blade covered in blood. It reminds me of the feeling I had when she walked into the store. Her calm, quiet aura emits a certain oppressive power.
A horrible thought, isn't it? An unassuming girl enters your office and suddenly that happens? Nobody would help me. This is the only way I'll get any justice from you. That's what she said to the director while holding up to her bleeding arm.
No wonder he agreed. Her choice of words is interesting, isn't it?
With this kind of pressure on them, the school and the cheater's parents will have had to work together to find a solution. Personally, I think the situation is even more complicated. At least, that's how it seems to me since I talked to those two students. Anyway, that's what happened.
Have you checked with the association to see if they've made a final decision? I mean...
Nothing about Lily is directly related to them. Since the higher-up has no intentions of admitting anything, the association can do nothing more than apply pressure and protest.
So, saving face before the other schools is more important than actual justice.
According to them, the award has been withdrawn, so Eloise got what she wanted.
So there's no longer a punishment in effect?
That's right, it's over.
Eloise's trivial struggle.
Considering the circumstances, I'm not happy about that answer as I should be.
What a mess.
Exactly. If Cecile finds out that the predicament Eloise was put in because of the art club, there's no telling what she might do. I wouldn't blame Cecile if she caused a ruckus. She's been through a lot in a very short time, and somehow I think Eloise acted in a more calculated way than it seems at first.
If you cut your wrist without hitting a artery, it's a scary sight, that's for sure, but it's not enough to actually kill yourself. But how would a young student know that? Did she research and plan it carefully, or did she use so much violence? Either possibly makes me shudder. It's insane. This isn't something you can ever take back. Some things haunt you for a lifetime and are more than just a small stain on your resume. Society is cold, averting its eyes instead of lending a helping hand. There's nothing to be done about it, but sitting around helplessly won't solve anything either.
Don't look so grim. We have to look on the bright side.
As I stand there in silence, Scarlett walks over to me and gently places a hand on my shoulder. Her words carry a certain weight. Whether she's working as a civil servant or as a lawyer, her daily tasks revolve around situations that originate from feeling of helplessness. This makes her work sound genuine. I strain my collar and begin to ponder. I'm grateful for Scarlett and her kindness, I really am. Right now, the weight of the world seems even heavier than usual. We'll have to take all of this into careful consideration. Scarlett. From what we gathered, who do you think planned to attack on Cecile? Huh? Scarlett freezes. I can't tell if it's my questions or something else that prompted her reaction. Who knows? We don't have much to go on other than what Cecile can tell us, have we? I can't do a lot with such limited information. You're right. Her statement alone is insufficient evidence. But let's not act as if it's nothing at all. You know what? In cases such as these, figuring out the whole story can be even more shocking than the result. You don't have to take a door off its hinges to get it past it. Finding a key that fits is enough. Cecile showed us the lock on the door, now it's up to us to find out how to open it. Speaking of which, could it be that Cecile is more aware of the situation that she lets on, and she's just afraid of confirming her suspicions? The thought makes me a little queasy, but the question needs to be answered either way. Who ordered the attack on Cecile? I have to find out. Don't say that! I'm only this because I owe you! After this is done, we're even, got it? After this is done, we're even. I think about what Cecile told me earlier. This is very serious. It's an actual crime. Whoever ordered it must hold a lot of power over the students to make them do such a thing. Cecile is just an ordinary transfer student. Even if she has problems with people in the past, it shouldn't have affected the other students like that. That would mean the person who locked her in holds no personal grudge against Cecile and was merely used as a tool. The question is, what could somebody owe a person that was serious enough to commit such a crime? Are you referring to the cheating incident? There were two people who took a loss. Lily, who had to leave the school to study at home, and Eloise, the real creator of the winning entry. Wait, you don't think... My mind is racing. I don't respond to Scarlett directly, trying to hold on to my train of thought instead. Lily graduated before Cecile enrolled at the school. That means everything that happened before then shouldn't have anything to do with Cecile. Lily is no longer a part of the school, meaning other students wouldn't carry out any favors for her. She wouldn't gain anything from it either. Eloise, on the other hand, nobody was on her side when the cheating incident took place. Throughout her argument with the former student representative, people just stood by indifferently. If Eloise then had an accident in which she was injured, even people with a very thick skin would feel guilty. In this case, just standing by and doing nothing was the same as abandoning her altogether. If I were in those students' shoes, I'd be most afraid of facing the person I turned my back on in the past. I probably couldn't even look them in the eye. It sounds harsh, but Eloise is a student representative, and she has a reputation. A student might go to extreme lengths in front of her, or for her. In other words, if she as a victim came over and asked an onlooker to do something, it would be hard for them to refuse. Scarlett frowns and thinks about this, taking several deep breaths. She ruffles through her hair. So are they saying that Eloise created a bullying environment for Cecile so she would be hooked on her drugs? This is weird. I hate the thought of it, but I have to admit that what you're saying makes sense. Don't give me that look. I don't like this one bit more than you do. My tone is harsh. Okay, let me check Okay, what's the other question? I don't have any other question. I'm still under chapter 1. And I have 1, 2... Eloise Trivial Struggle. Eloise didn't win the competition with the painting Bloom. It has so been confirmed that Letty's departure had nothing to do with the organization or the competition. Eloise's Bloom, which she's painted to prove herself, did not have the impact she wanted it to. So wait. If nobody would have cheated, Eloise would not have won. Is that what they're saying? But Liddy graduated. So somebody else wanted Lily to win. This is weird. My tone is harsh. Cecile and Eloise are really close. Anyone can see that. But why? Don't ask me. My answer is clear and concise. Eloise is the person that other students are most likely to do favors for. That's a logical conclusion. Nothing more and nothing less. As for the why behind it, I have no idea. I hope we're wrong about our assumption. Eloise hasn't woken up yet, and there's a good chance she's going through the same ordeal that Cecile has to endure. Those demons from the illusion are still lurking around, as if everything weren't enough of a mess already. To be honest, I feel sorry for having complicated the situation even more with my theories. So, what's the deal? Are you going to be honest with Cecile? Scarlet leans against the railing, staring at the moon's reflection in the puddle of water at her feet. I'll give it a few more days at least. Right now, the poor kid would probably go easy if I told her. I look up at the sky and let all these mixed feelings rush over me. Fair enough. Find a way to deal with this. I'll think of something. In the meantime, please don't mention it to anyone, okay? Is it true? I shudder. It's the voice I didn't want to hear at this very moment. Yet there it is. With the light as dim as they are, I can't really make out her facial expression. But even in the dark, I can see Cecile's eyes staring up. Is it true, Mr. Store Manager? Her voice trembles as she repeats her question, demanding an answer. What you said just now, is it all true? Scarlet quietly walks away. Despite her tough demeanor, she's not good at handling awkward situations. Every time I try to open my mouth, she says something, my mind goes blank. I feel like a fish on dry land. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and then finally acceptance. In the face of tragedy, one usually goes through 5 emotional stages. Right now, however, the only word to describe the emotion on her face is despair. Cecile turns and looks at Eloise. Perhaps because she only just woke up, Eloise's steps are quiet and irregular. Nevertheless, she looks composed, exuding her signature calmness. Eloise responds to Cecile's gaze with silence. Eloise? Eloise, say something! It's more of a plea than a question. Cecile tugs at Eloise's sleeve, then her trembling legs finally give up and she slumps softly to the ground. Eloise leans down to help up Cecile with the same care and kindness a mother would give her daughter. Little Cecile, I'm so sorry. Following her apology, Eloise lets go of Cecile's hand and rushes down the stairs desperately. Hey! Her steps are closer to leaps and she nearly falls as she breezes past me. Scarlet extends her arms and tries to stop Eloise, but she's too slow. Eloise struggles to squeeze past Scarlet, who is knocked to the ground in her attempt to block the way. Eloise soon disappears into the night after having made her way through the door. She never once tried to argue or explain herself. Eloise! Cecile is kneeling on the ground, powerless and small. Why?
Why?
You... How much did you overhear?
Everything!
Her fragility almost suffocates me. Everything, huh? I'm sorry. Cecile looks up into my eyes, and for a moment I forget the feeling that she's back in the world of illusions. She grabs my arms in an attempt to pull herself up. She's as light as a feather, and she puts her full body weight onto my arm.
I'm so sorry, but everything is pretty obvious now.
Eloise, in the flashback.
I'm happy to answer any question I can to help.
It even was that just part of Eloise's elaborate act. She's a perfect liar. Why did Eloise, who was a victim of bullying herself, come after Cecile, the innocent transfer student? I can't help but speculate about what Eloise might have been thinking. Reason for arming other students. Was this? Okay, so it's another question. Reason for arming younger students. Seems like Eloise was behind Cecile's crisis in the classroom, but the situation doesn't seem that simple. Why would she do such a thing? All I got is Cecile's decision. She wants to suffer alone, iron but not steal. Yeah, what makes sense. And the trivial struggle. She would not have won, no. By means of time-traveling drugs, Cecile and Eloise may have arrived in another dimension at the end of time. In this dimension, which has been called the Void, they were hunted down by a monster called the Scaly Silkworm.
Did I do something wrong? Is it my fault?
Cecile's voice is trembling. It's not the right question to be asking right now, but nobody can blame her. No, it's not. We all make mistakes in our lives, but kindness and tolerance aren't one of them. The mistake lies in those who impose their own pain on you. Although I don't want to demonize Eloise just yet, I have to choose my words carefully around Cecile right now. Okay, so I guess this is another moment where I need to save. Once the heart has been scarred by a betrayal like that, it can accompany you to your whole life. Trying to forget about it only offers temporary sanctuary. Eloise's behavior can never be forgiven in that regard.
Really? Is that really true?
I'm not sure if she understood my answer. She nods silently and walks away slowly. Hey, where are you going? I can't help but grab her by the shoulder. She turns around and bows to me as she always does.
Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days, Mr. Store Manager. I'm sorry to have bothered you so much.
She continues to walk away after her apology. The girl resembles an empty husk more than a human right now.
Cecile, you're not ready yet. Don't talk to Eloise. Not until we get her back here to explain.
Okay.
She doesn't bother looking back.
You don't have to waste your time looking for her. It doesn't matter. Wait. Even after what she did to you?
Did she take it too far? Yes. We all do. Sometimes.
Cecile speaks softly. She doesn't sound convinced, as if the words coming from her mouth are not her own.
I just like painting. That's it. I wanted to make friends, so I joined the art club. There's no sense in it. I can't find a friend even there. I won't be pranked and bullied by them anymore, and they'll stop bothering me. That's a good thing for everyone, isn't it?
Cecile is starting to sound more composed. Her tone is so calm, it almost seems as she isn't talking about herself. She already seems to have recovered slightly from the initial shock, speaking about the situation from a more distant perspective. Scarlett won't drop the topic that easily and keep questioning Cecile.
You're just going to let it go?
I don't care! I've already caused you enough trouble!
No, you haven't. I don't understand. Aren't you angry at all?
Being angry only makes you feel worse. It wouldn't change anything. It's better this way.
Will you let us help you find justice?
Justice? What for? How would you even go about it?
Don't just give up on yourself like that. There's always a way.
This is something I have no control over.
Cecile looks like Scarlet with a seriousness in her eyes that barely conceal the sadness behind them like a veil. I just have to learn to accept that this is reality. I yearned for close friendship, someone I could trust. In the end, it was just wishful thinking. Cecile falls silent, her shoulder is heavy with an invisible burden. Her silhouette slowly fades away, shrinking by the second as she walks away. Like a candle growing dimmer and dimmer, it seems as if her tragic story is reaching a silent end. My mind is racing. 3 days of hard work. This can't be it. This isn't how things were supposed to play out. There has to be a reason behind all of this. Letting Cecile know what Eloise did is just the first of many steps. This isn't over yet. Also, something tells me that this isn't what the strange man who keeps delivering books wants. It's no longer a question of whether Eloise is guilty or not. Because... reason for arming a younger student. Okay, we're doing this. Cecile's decision. Avoid further trouble for Eloise. Cecile chooses to suffer alone. Iron but not steal. And then the fifth one. Eloise trivial struggle, or... yeah, it's gonna be trivial struggle. It's the only thing that makes sense. It's not gonna be the silkworm. Yep. Suspicions approved. Reason for arming younger. Tables turned. You can't just give up now. Let me see tables turned. What is it? Despite being physically and mentally scarred, Cecile's proving herself didn't yield the desired result. In order to prevent her friend from facing a dark fate, she finally decided that it was up to her to show Eloise the way. Okay. I can't help but cry out. My words make Cecile stop in her tracks. She looks back, her hazy eyes still brimming with tears. Give up? I don't know what you're trying to say. How can you still be saying that I shouldn't give up? Because we want to have a chance to help you in the future. Cecile Cecile doesn't speak. Her eyes are red from trying to hold back more tears. Denial might be the only thing holding her together right now. I clear my throat and carefully put my thoughts into words. Many people have fallen victims to the art club's student representative. Her family was wealthy and influential. She had the world at her feet. Obviously, she was a star at school as well. Nobody contradicted her, and the art club was like her little kingdom of sorts. She was in charge. However, one person didn't play along, refusing the president's rude request. Thus, she became a target for bullying. Now we see the image. We see the image of Eloise being looked at, make fun of, being talked to behind her back. But the girl didn't let that stop her. She went to great lengths to have the last laugh. If she could only win at the art competition, she could rub it in all the others' faces. Look at me, despite all your efforts, I'm still a winner. So she practiced, a lot, but that wasn't enough. Her work was exceptional, but it wasn't a masterpiece yet. Natural talent was the last obstacle, for that's the one thing that cannot be learned. The others wouldn't stop their bullying, so she was ready to do whatever it takes. At some point, she discovered lilac grass. I don't care what you imagine, that's not what I... How could it be you? Don't you think the description fits Eloise? ... All I do in my life is imagine things, but I've never done anything without a basis for my imagination either. Even you don't know what went on at the art club 6 months ago, do you? So half a year ago, Eloise really... Wait a minute, you mean she... The hallucination gave her a certain liberation and enlightenment. After a taste of this utterly otherworldly experience, she succeeded in creating paintings better than any the club has ever had seen before. She submitted her piece, Blossoms, in an art competition, filled with pride and joy. She was sure that even the best student from the other schools would have nothing but admiration for her work. there is a long tear in the bottom left corner of the painting. Although attempts were made to glue it back together, if you focus on it, you can still make out the damage that's been done.
Ah, that's the painting that was dropped accidentally. It's fixed now, but just be careful not to touch it.
Dropped? That's too bad.
Her painting was sure to be placed first, but when the time came, the prize and fame didn't go to her. At some point, the artist's name has been changed. She angrily confronted the student representative, to little effect. The student who know the truth stand by the representative. In her desperation, she decided to go straight to the board of directors to complain. After several twists and turns, they agreed to investigate the matter.
With further schools adding fuel to the fire, the whole thing became even more complicated.
Have you checked with the associations to see if they made a final decision?
Nothing about Liddy is directly related to them. Since the higher-ups has no intentions of admitting anything, the association can do nothing more than apply pressure and protest.
So saving face before the other school is more important than actual justice.
According to them, the award has been withdrawn, so Eloise got what she wanted.
So there's no longer a punishment in effect.
That's right.
However, the plan backfired largely due to the representative parent and their influence. Blossoms was removed from the competition, but the representative faced no punishment. The girl couldn't accept this outcome. This resulted in a violent dispute between her and the representative. She grabbed her painting, ready to leave the place, and had caused her such misery. During the argument, she accidentally fell down the stairs. Cecile ... At this point, the school could no longer turn a blind eye, and the student representative was forced to spend the rest of her senior year at home. A position was given to the girl who has been injured instead, as if that would somehow serve as consolation. Despite all of this, the girl felt no sense of justice, no honor, no proof, and no prize. Everyone buried the tragedy deep within their hearts. The painting was hung up on the wall, but no one dared talk about it. In the end, people acted like nothing ever happened. So she was still so eager to prove her point, but her opponent was gone. It was now a futile struggle. Having exhausted all her means, there was nothing left that she could do. The storm was over, and who would be too willing to dive into trouble and reopen the wounds of the past? The girl was in a desperate situation. She had no hope left.
So what does that have to do with me?
Because you're not her.
She's always giving up a little too easily.
Eloise's voice is filled with concern.
Although kindness is a virtue, if you never stand up to anyone, people will take advantage of it and consider you weak. Putting you up with this like she does, and the other person might go unpunished forever, and there won't be another opportunity for justice. One side doesn't get their justice, the other side doesn't learn their lesson. In the end, neither side experienced any personal growth. I think that's the worst possible outcome.
She probably sees herself in you. Although lack of skills, the potential is there, another chance, another fire of resistance. Unfortunately for her, you're not her. You don't want to confront anybody. You just avoid confrontation whenever you can.
Most people don't have good intentions. The students weren't happy that Cecile was allowed to join the club. They consider it special treatment. That's why they bullied her and took advantage of her. I hurried to help her finish the chores and told her she didn't have to accept such an unreasonable request. She just shook her head and said, "It's pathetic to not clean up after yourself."
Even though lilac grass can help improve your painting skills, it shouldn't be more than one of many tools. The girl was unhappy with how things turned out. She was so disgusted with the way things had ended for her that she was blinded by revenge. If you were only a step away from success, would you choose to take that step or give up? Cecile ... If there wasn't enough pressure, why not shape events in a way that you'll have full control over? This time, instead of trying to make friends, she played the guilt card to get others on her side. Her plans were successful, and this time, She was more determined than ever. So she took the opportunity to introduce students to incense, something to let them enhance their skill. This first step worked out well. Oh! She brought incense to the whole class and everybody improved. What she didn't expect was that you would see her fall down the stairs in your vision. Despite several attempts to throw you off, you didn't give up and kept inquiring about it. This kept her up at night, fearing that her plan would be discovered. Her fear was justified. A week later, you began to start looking for excuses to avoid seeing her. Not only that, but you even found a former psychotherapist lurking in a quirky old bookstore. Mr. Store Manager! Everything had been going according to plan. The thought of her efforts going to waste drove her crazy. Even though the risks were high, she knew no boundaries when it came to securing her victory. And so, she launched her most devious plan yet. That's enough! I fall silent and look at her. That's not! It can't be! But Eloise, she... Tears finally flow down her face, fogging up her glasses a little. I don't want to believe this! Cecile, I can't force you to believe anything. You alone know the answer. This is all just derived from the facts we've gathered so far. I can't help but feel pity for a person so taken over by hatred. What do you think? What would drive her to do something like that? Cecile lowers her head. The mysteries of heaven and earth must not be spied upon, for the scaly silkworm shall look right back at us. I slowly recite the passage from the ancient book. You've already laid eyes upon that mystery. Trouble follows. It's not exactly clear about what the threat is, but you should not put your life in danger. Not just you, but Eloise as well. Her symptoms are bad already, and she won't be able to handle this alone. Hermitage values every customer. Since she's been here before, she will always be considered a guest. Even so, she would never listen to me. You're the only one who can help her. Cecile slowly but surely stops crying, but she keeps looking down at the floor without answering. Admitting this also means admitting that Eloise has made some irreparable mistakes. Even if things can be fixed somehow, their relationship will never be the same again. Cecile is a very genuine and determined person. The more I think about it, the more I worry that things are happening too fast. If that's how it is... She finally opens her mouth. If that's how things are, she'll find a replacement for me for sure. Someone who has the spark she's looking for. Cecile speaks her mind at last. More and more students will be forced to face that horrifying monster because of the incense. Eloise's obsession will continue and lead her down a dark and twisted path. Cecile's voice is growing more confident. She wipes away her tears. You're right. I need to try. She gives up a barely noticeable smile, a small rare light in this distressing situation. I should go straight to her and sort this out. I would rather clean things up than keep guessing. Scarlett bends down and readjusts Cecile's outfit. You've made up your mind? Yeah. It'll be alright. And if anything happens, you call this guy. Okay. Do you even know where to find Eloise? There's only one place she'd be. Cecile keeps talking as she makes her way down the stairs. After all, for better or worse, there's one place students will always hang out at. Her steps grows firmer with every stride, as if she's regaining her lost energy. Promise to be careful. We'll be waiting to hear good news from you. Cecile, now standing at the gate, turns around. She looks at us from a distance, then bows her head. I can't thank you enough. Really. With that, she walks away. And there she goes. Scarlett says something just to break the silence. Quite an eventful day, if you ask me.
If your definition of eventful is just a cute way of saying working tirelessly 3 nights in a row, I might choose a less eventful lifestyle after all.
Yeah, like it's been going at it for almost 2 hours. Like I'm looking for a moment where I can pause and continue, but it's like the game decided to unravel this in one evening. Like it feels like this is the end of the chapter. Why is that? I thought you were used to overtime.
That's different. My regular job isn't that psychologically challenging. But this little girl, she really needs our help.
Look at you, showing genuine concerns and a scary sight. But I do agree.
Oh, you little...
Scarlet rubs her temple and slowly breathes in and out. She knows I'm just teasing.
Honestly, what is it with you young people these days? What's going on in those families? All this intrigue and backstabbing, betrayal of trust. Do they think that's what adults do? What a mess! And because of these rascals, I'm kept away at night. I'm wasting my beauty sleep on them.
Any more complaints about your job you might want to file, or is it because you're not getting paid? Just like that, she suddenly stops talking. What I said must have struck a nerve, but she holds herself back. Her expressions alone makes it very clear that money is not the issue here. Throughout all the grief and pain, we have to set our sight on the right cause. In some ways, I take Cecile's kindness and positive attitude accompanies all of us now. I'm fine, brother. I said I'd take good care of everyone. So...
something won't stop bothering me.
You might not show it, but every time you talk about trouble, I can feel you getting fired up. Scarlet ignores what I said, and all but buries herself in the sofa, spreading her arms to the side.
After working in this business for a certain time, there comes a moment when you start to put yourself in the shoes of the other person. Properties taken by white-collar criminals, deception, greed, families broken apart. I know these people exist. I'll deal with them every day. But it still makes me feel sad. It's hard to accept reality.
I sit down next to her. And that's a good thing. It means you're human.
If you say so.
Scarlet tilts her head back to look at the ceiling and crosses her arm in front of her chest.
So, what about that monster?
Let's just say it's an unpleasant matter.
Are they going to be alright?
I can't really say. I found some information, but it's very rudimentary. The author of the books describe how the priests fell prey to the entity and were massacred. The strange creature emerged from the shadows and slaughtered almost everyone present with his razor-sharp claws. Although the author seems to have been spared, he didn't elaborate on how he escaped. We have to go about this another way. The Deliverer. Stage plays are my absolute favorite. The actors take their mask very seriously. Before they step on stage, they carefully take the mask out of its wooden box and hold it right in front of their face. They whisper to the mask that they're about to become a certain character. Abandoning their own self and fully taking over the spirit of the role, it's a respectable profession, don't you agree? His words echo in my mind. Now it all sounds oddly appropriate. Thinking about all this makes my head hurt. At least things are a little clearer now. It takes some of the edge off.
What's the matter?
Scarlet throws a puzzled look at me. I pat her on the shoulder and make my way back inside. Back when I moved here, I threw out a lot of old stuff that I didn't have any issue for anymore. But my old tape recorder, I have to keep that beauty. It's so old that most kids this day wouldn't even recognize it for what it is, but it's still as useful as ever. I lift the old tape recorder up and get rid of the thick layer of dust on the lid. What a mess. Pain can serve as a protective mechanism. If knowledge brings us pain, should it really be sought after? There's an old saying, When you help someone, help them see the whole thing through. I smiled cheekily. So Scarlett, are you with me on this one? Cecile is walking down the hallway. Are we at school? Oh, this is Cecile. She's at school. Opening hours are long over and the clubhouse is completely silent at night. It's dark, but she knows this place so well that she could navigate it with her eyes closed. Weird how you can become so familiar with a place over time without really noticing. Ever since the day of her transfer, all she longed for was a warm and welcoming home. Today that wish has been half fulfilled. The art club is dipped in darkness, a familiar sight for Cecile. Whenever no one else was around, this place served as a safe haven for Cecile and Eloise. Whatever happened here, Cecile will never forget those memories. That's the way things should be.
Cecile.
Eloise is standing there, as familiar as ever, but no matter how hard she tries, Cecile doesn't feel pleased about it like she did in the past. Maybe the store manager got something wrong, Cecile tries telling herself. But he did everything he could to get to the bottom of it all, although he never left the store. He always had her best interest in mind. Cecile can't possibly turn a deaf ears to what he's been saying. Also, Eloise never even tried to deny it. That's what caused Cecile the most distress. However, she can't stop her thoughts either. It's like saying, if I could do it all over again, I would do the same thing. A few rays of moonlight light up Eloise's outline. The unbearable silence weighs heavy on Cecile.
So this is it. Nothing remains hidden from you for long, it seems.
Eloise gently brushes the painting on the wall, her face buried in the surrounding darkness.
For an outsider, the store manager instincts sure are sharp. Or was it all so obvious when I first came to the store?
She sighs as if nothing matters anymore anyway. Eloise!
You're here now. Things can't possibly get any worse. Say what you have to say, Cecile.
Eloise turns around and looks directly into Cecile's eyes. From the outside, she's as calm as always, but Cecile knows her well enough to see through it. Eloise has given up hope.
The past is in the past.
There's something more important that I need to know about.
Please, answer me honestly, Eloise.
Cecile takes out her phone and shows Eloise the screen. Before she entered the classroom, she activated the stopwatch on her phone.
What time is it now? ...
All she had to do is read out the numbers on the screen, yet Eloise seems baffled and doesn't respond. She turns away, looking sadder by the second.
I guessed as much.
A wave of negative emotion overcomes Cecile.
Eloise, so you've seen it too!
After awakening from one of her hallucinations, Cecile experienced the same exact symptom. Even after she was free of those eyes, the memory still left her trembling. Time didn't align correctly anymore. It might just be a minuscule difference of 10 seconds, but the sequence of time is now completely mixed up for Eloise. Looking at the wall clock, she can see the needle trembling frantically, as if unsure in which direction time is supposed to flow. This explains why Eloise can't read the time, even if she wanted to.
Are you being targeted?
Eloise nods slowly.
It was closed behind me just seconds before I woke up.
How much longer?
About a day, I'd say.
I see. Somehow, she can feel the entity's shadowy steps coming closer. Is this some kind of benevolent gift, pure luck, or a twisted hunting game for the shadow creature? Cecile doesn't have an answer to any of it right now.
Let's run away, together!
She puts away her phone and grabs Eloise's hands. Eloise's hands are as warm as ever, giving Cecile a sense of familiarity.
No.
However, Elise refused the kind gesture.
I deserve it. It's time to let it come for me.
We don't have time for this! Eloise, do you even know how dangerous that thing is?
Yes, I can feel it. Truthfully, I expected it to be worse.
Eloise's word makes Cecile stop in her tracks. Eloise, what are you talking about?
You know, that girl was always the worst at landscape painting at first. Some people's spatial awareness isn't naturally keen. Even if their basic skills are above average, those kinds of painting require perspective knowledge, or else they'll look off. If something was right in front of her, she could replicate it better than anyone else. But otherwise, she couldn't even get the pattern on the floor straight until the end of last summer. Suddenly, the teacher was praising her advanced style. Why do you think that was?
Cecile ...
Anna, Amelia, Faith, Evelyn.
One name after another leaves her lips. Although she doesn't know their faces, Cecile has heard those names in the art club before.
It's hard to find a true friend to talk to, isn't it?
It shouldn't be!
After all I've done, it's only natural that my punishment is severe. I messed up.
Eloise raises her left hand, as if trying to touch Cecile's face, but stops herself at the last second.
Cecile, you should go back. That store manager seems to know a lot of things, and he'll find a way to help you.
Tears form in her eyes, but Eloise's words remain firm.
You can't stop worrying about me disappointing you anymore.
Let's go back! Together!
What if I say no?
Why would you?
His assumptions were completely right. I can't even look at myself. I'm a rotten person. There's so much more you'll be able to do in the future, but it's best for everyone if my story ends here.
What are you talking about? Let's get out of here! We can talk more about it later! Cecile grabs Eloise's hand and tries to drag her out of the classroom, but Eloise remains where she is and shows no signs of wavering. The harder Cecile tries, the more she can feel an air of despair taking over the room. There's fear in Eloise's face. As Cecile pulls on her arm, Eloise's expression turns angry. What's wrong with you? Do you think you're a saint? Leave me alone! I'm ready for this, and you're not in charge here! Sometimes we act before we think. For the first time in her young life, Cecile slapped someone. Eloise covered her cheek in surprise. Stop saying you're ready as if that means anything! I know I'm repeating myself, I know I'm probably annoying you, but if that's the only way to get through to you, so be it.
Cecile.
So you're sorry? You just want to live things this way? How can you even think like that?
But it's the only...
Shut up! There's never just an only way. Am I angry? Of course I am. I hate this. But this is not the way. This isn't closure. Nobody wins. Her throat hurts. She can't remember her shouting this much before. It takes nearly a minute to catch her breath, and during that time, the only sound in the room is her strained breathing. I'm gonna take a sip, because it's strained for my throat as well. I try not to make her scream too, because it's getting late here. I'm just waiting for an opportunity for me. I'm just waiting for the game to give me a window. Because this feels like closure right now. Sorry. I know you won't forgive yourself easily, Eloise. Cecile's voice is slower and more controlled now. A glimmer of light is dancing in her eyes. I won't sugarcoat anything. I'm not going to lie. After everything you've done, I'm unsure about the future. I don't know what to think. But what I do know is that you still mean a lot to me. Giving up here isn't doing anybody any favors. The Eloise I know is smarter than that, stronger than that. The girl I know doesn't shy away from a fight. She faces any problem head on. Cecile grabs Eloise's shoulders. This time, Eloise doesn't resist. I'll talk to the store manager tomorrow morning. I'll ask for help and find a way to deal with this. But it'll be dangerous if I'm on my own. That thing almost tore me to pieces a couple of times when it was chasing after me. You should know how dangerous it is. So, I may get hurt, I may go crazy, or I may die. But I want to survive. I won't give up, and I want to live a good life and find some closure. For you as well as for me. After speaking her mind, she lets go of a stunned Eloise and turns around, preparing to leave. Please help me. Cecile say these last words without turning around. Eloise ... The once rebellious Eloise looks at the open door and slowly sinks into a corner. This night is bound to be a sleepless one. Oh, Friday, October 20th. Alright, this is where we stop. Okay, we save here. A new day. I was waiting for that calendar flip